All right, Councilmember White, we are live on YouTube and recording. You may begin when you're ready.
All right. Good morning. I'm Robert White, Councilmember at Large and Chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Tuesday, September 28, 2021, and the time is now 9:09 a.m. And I'm calling to order this joint public oversight roundtable of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities and the Committee of the Whole on school facility conditions during reopening for the school year 2021 through 2022. We have a lot of public school parents on the witness list today. Personally, I'm here not only as chair of the Committee on Government Operations, but also as a DCPS parent myself. So I know that the first day of school brings about a lot of emotions to my fellow parents across the district. And what we felt on the 30th when schools opened was especially complicated this year. Like many people testifying today, my family is blessed in a lot of ways, but we also recognize that the past nearly 18 months with no traditional public school was difficult for us. My wife and I, like many other parents, were eager to have our kids back in school, but also really concerned because of the dangers of coronavirus and the rising Delta variant and the impact that it has on young people. Of course, we were frustrated, like many others, that the administration refused to give a virtual option, even for kids who have immunocompromised people in their homes. And we have not yet met our benchmark for testing. So facilities are forefront of mind for all of us. We are concerned about the safety of our kids, the safety of teachers in schools, and the systems do not appear to be working the way that they were intended. When school started, kids were hot. Teachers were hot. Teachers had to move classrooms just to educate their kids. This is something that is still happening. I got a tweet moments ago from one school that says they're having to move classrooms every day. I've talked to teachers myself and visited schools indicating the same thing. This is frustrating, it's inefficient, and it is out of line with how we should be reopening schools. Myself and my committee heard concerns about HVAC issues at more than 30 different schools as of August 30th. That is roughly a third of our public schools. This cannot be how we operate. This was a failure. DGS reported to me that this is because of a national supply chain problem that caused significant delays in getting parts. But if we inspected HVAC systems months ago, as DGS reported to me that they did when we had an oversight hearing back in March, and I asked DGS about this, they indicated that HVAC had been checked at every school. So even when there is a supply chain issue, if we are keeping track of how well our systems are working, we are not caught with 1/3 of our HVAC systems malfunctioning on the first day of school. And when HVAC issues are not working as expected, parents wonder, rightfully, how they can trust that their air circulation systems are working and the other mechanisms that we are telling them we put in place to keep their children safe are working as they should. Over the past 5 weeks, I've been completely overwhelmed by facilities concerns. That indicates to me that the system has broken down. Even the committee that has jurisdiction over facilities wasn't able to get status updates for many school facility problems. This is another indication that the system has broken down. If facilities issues are tracked in Salesforce, then it should take minutes, not days, to get status updates. My primary goal for this hearing is to make sure every DCPS classroom becomes safe and comfortable and stays that way for the rest of the school year. My second goal for today's hearing is to make sure we have a clear and credible plan so that we are not starting school like this ever again. And my final goal for today's hearing is to address the importance of prompt and accurate communications within and beyond government. We hear a lot from DGS about how they depend on DCPS to channel every facility's issues through the Salesforce work order system. And we do our best to encourage parents and school staff to work through that system, to push up issues through the proper channels. But schools have developed a distrust of DGS's work order system because people are not getting information on when things will be fixed, and in fact, often seem never to get any information at all. We can do better, and we must do better. I now want to turn to my colleagues for any opening remarks that they may have. We have a lot of witnesses today, so I wanted to keep mine relatively brief, and I had a lot of questions for DGS and DCPS. So with that, let me turn to my colleagues, starting with my co-chair, Chairman Phil Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Chair White. I look at this as a round two of the hearings on reopening that began last week with the Committee of the Whole's hearing on reopening generally. And at that hearing, we did not focus so much on facilities because we knew this joint hearing was taking place today. I look at the issue with facilities and schools as twofold. First of all, there were too many problems or concerns on opening day of schools and the weekend before, even though last minute, many schools seem to have been largely fixed in terms of their HVAC and maybe some other problems. It was like right at the wire, and that's not acceptable. And even for those schools that got fixed, not everything was complete, as in there are still some continuing problems. I sent a letter to DGS several weeks ago that made this point, that we knew about the reopening of schools for months. And when I say we, DGS knew about the reopening of schools for months. And yet we're right down to the wire, and there are still problems, fundamental problems like HVAC. But the second way that I look at this hearing, or the issue of DGS and facilities, is that any of us who have visited schools know that there are work orders for repairs, and those work orders seem to be chronic and persistent. So I visit a school, I asked the principal, are there any problems with your facility? Yeah, there's been a leak in the boys' bathroom on the second floor. Okay, when did that start? Oh, a couple of years ago, we've had work orders in. They sometimes come out, they sometimes fix things, say they fix things, close the work order, the problem's not fixed, and we have to do a new work order. It's chronic and persistent. And I'd like to understand from DGS why they can't fix some of these problems, in fact, all of these problems, once and for all. So I'm going to leave it at that because I'm interested in hearing from the witnesses and then questions with DGS. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. And I believe Councilmember Mary Cheh was next to arrive.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson and Chairman White for holding this roundtable. You know, every summer I tour all of my Ward 3 schools to make sure they're ready for the start of the school year. And every year I find, not just this year, every year I find that there are a number of outstanding work orders, including in some cases major repairs that haven't been addressed. And unfortunately, this is not unique to Ward 3. Schools across the district have a backlog of work orders, some many months, and in a few cases, years old. And I'm sure you'll hear about this repeatedly today. In fact, principals sometimes tell me that they really look forward to my visits because they prod the agency to pay attention to their outstanding work orders. But what's worse, this year, DGS's summer blitz, as they call it, started far too late, leaving critical work orders unaddressed. And I just can't understand how many of our schools had malfunctioning HVAC systems and ventilation systems when they welcome back our students on August 31st, and many are still not working. We know that proper air circulation and filtration is a key to keeping the risk of COVID low. So how did we let these HVAC systems remain unfixed or fall into disrepair in the first place? Why weren't DGS and DCPS facilities teams checking and fixing the systems in June? In other words, why weren't we prepared? And the HVAC systems are only the start. Other critical repairs have languished. For one, just as an example, my office worked for well over a month to get a substantial leak fixed at Key Elementary, a leak affecting several classrooms in the library. And although that leak was flagged during my tour, I went to Merch on August 11th, I believe, I know that the school reported that particular leak to DGS months and months ago, but nothing was done until the end of August. This doesn't make any sense. Why are we waiting so long to act on these repairs when we know when repairs languish, particularly water, that the leak will only get worse and we'll have further problems? This is not related to the schools, but just one example, it was so dramatic. The Wilson pool way back had a leak. It was never fixed, got worse and worse. Ultimately, the wall fell down and the pool was condemned, which is why we had to wait years to get that back online, to get a new pool. So I wouldn't even be surprised if after fixing some of these leaks that have languished, that we find that there are mold problems and increasing costs that come from not paying attention to matters when they're smaller. It's clear that our current process for addressing school maintenance and repairs is inadequate. So we want to get to the bottom of this. So thank you to the two chairmen for holding this hearing. And Director Anderson, we really need clear answers today. What are the barriers for keeping schools in working order? Is it a lack of funding, available contractors, issues with the work order system? We can't continually say, oh, there's some kinks and we're going to work them out. No, I think we might need a whole new approach here to ensure that each school has what they need to start and that repairs are completed in a timely fashion. Put simply, what has happened must be fixed and can't happen again. And I agree with you, Councilmember White. What we had this year was a failure. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Pinto. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairman White and Chairman Mendelson, for holding today's roundtable. I also had the privilege of touring my Ward 2 schools before the start of the school year to make sure that everyone was safe and that teachers and staff had everything they need for a successful year. And while there were many good updates around air filtration systems, there remained many outstanding work orders that did not have a clear completion timeline. And we've heard that there have been many COVID supply chain issues that have been disrupting construction projects across the country. And that is not just unique to DC, but there has not always been clear communication between DGS and DCPS families throughout these delays and when families and teachers can expect these orders to be completed. Parents have been requesting an online database of all outstanding work orders where families can track the status of maintenance issues and their estimated completion dates, which seems like a very reasonable request that would take a lot of pressure off of the DCPS principals from being the constant point of contact for families for so many of these maintenance issues. I also just want to particularly raise my frustration and concern with the ongoing construction in Thompson Elementary School's playground. Construction began on the playground last winter to remove lead contaminated surfacing, which was brought to everyone's attention in 2019, and it is still not completed. And this is a project that should have been prioritized to be completed before the start of at least this school year. An urban school like Thompson that has such little outdoor space, it is really imperative that the students have access to a playground and cannot have this one space be closed for this long, especially during COVID. So looking forward to today's roundtable to hearing more of an update on the status of this project and how we can work together to make sure that all of our work orders across DC schools can be completed more expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember McDuffie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, both of the chairmen for this holding this roundtable today. Last week, the committee of the whole held a public roundtable on the reopening of District of Columbia Public Schools and the District of Columbia Public Charter Schools for this upcoming year. And during that roundtable, there were so many public witnesses who testified about the challenges facing children and teachers in classrooms under the current COVID-19 climate since DCPS and DCPCS returned to in-person learning. Many parents expressed their frustration on how they had successfully protected their children from contracting the COVID-19 virus for 18 months. However, in just 1 month of in-person learning, there have been, asked to quarantine because of the possible risk of exposure in schools and for other reasons. And many of those parents and teachers also testified about how there seems to be no clear guidance from the school leadership on the protocols to take when there's a risk of exposure. There was also testimony about the little to no preparation to make virtual learning really a viable option for so many families. And above all, I think the reason that the chairs are holding this roundtable today, there were discussions about the poor state of some of our school facilities. My office, through our tours of schools this year, conversations with school leadership, parents, in some cases students, heard numerous concerns regarding HVAC system failures in schools, inadequate outdoor spaces, and insufficient learning aids such as laptops in classes. And these conditions really negatively impact the ability of teachers to teach and the ability of students to learn. And I'm hoping to hear specifically from the executive today about what additional steps have been taken to make our school facilities safe for our students and teachers and ready for better quality in-person learning. I also want to hear from the executive about how it's considered the disproportionate effect of COVID-19 on Black and Brown students and the widening learning gap between white students and Black and Brown students since the pandemic, and specifically how school facilities may be exacerbating some of these unacceptable dynamics. What exactly needs to happen to ensure that communication is improved and that repairs are made timely so that teachers, parents, and students don't have to worry about school facility conditions on top of everything else they've had to endure over the last 18 months. And so we should hear these things clearly from the executive about what they plan to do better for our children, our parents, and our teachers and school staff. And for them to say, when things are not working, what needs to change? They need to tell us what changes they're going to make to avoid these conditions in the future. So again, thank you both to Chairman Mendelson and Chairman Robert White for holding this hearing. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses. I'll be in and out throughout the course of today's hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Lewis George.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Mendelson and Chairman White, for co-hosting this hearing and holding today's roundtable. And thank you to our witnesses for making time to speak with us today. I had the pleasure of touring every Ward 4 DCPS school this year before classes started. And so I first want to thank Chancellor Fairby and Director Anderson for their help in coordinating these visits, and to all of our amazing principals and custodial foremen for taking the time to show us around their campuses. I purposely scheduled these tours for August so that I could personally review the readiness of buildings after the summer maintenance blitz and before classes started at the end of the month. My checklist focused on basic supplies like paper towels, toilet paper, hand sanitizer, but also other essential equipment like laptops, smart boards, outdoor lunch materials, and learning materials. And we also had a list of open priority work orders from DGS that we pulled for every school at the end of July. While every school had sufficient cleaning supplies and PPE to get started, some had enough devices, but many lacked their teacher devices, and many of their teacher devices were not going to arrive until after school started. Many had broken smart boards that I'm told were out of warranty, and so there was no fix to them. No one had their outdoor equipment that they'd ordered yet, and some schools had major repair issues left undone, with only days before kids were scheduled to arrive to school, literally hours before for some of our schools. So that brings me to my Zoom background. And this is a collage of pictures taken during my school visits, highlighting some of the most egregious issues we observed. And with checking with some of my, with going back to some of those schools, a lot of these issues still exist. For example, the top left is Director Anderson and I at Powell Elementary School. Powell didn't have functioning heat this past winter, meaning they had to use space heaters and wear coats and inside. DCPS sent a letter home to families on May 26 saying DGS assured them everything would be fixed before classes started. That didn't happen. I visited in mid-August, and at that point, DGS said the system will be repaired by early September. That didn't happen. I visited in mid-August, and at that point, DGS said the system will be prepared by early September, and that didn't happen. Now, last week, DGS told me that they still don't have the parts they need to complete the work. And now they're estimating completion by late October, pending parts delivery. This is crazy. Other pictures here show trash bags covering holes in the wall at Brightwood, plaster that's falling on the ground at Whittier, the toilets that's falling through the floor at Barnard, a major leak at the library in McFarland, which as of today is still leaking and still has a trash can in that beautiful library space, by the way. There's a trash can collecting water, and spot coolers at Tacoma and LaSalle back is still exists. Deputy Mayor Chancellor Mastera came with me to LaSalle, and together we saw over a dozen rooms without functioning AC with under 2 weeks before classes started. Later on, I'll be asking for updates on those schools in particular. So I'm very eager to hear from our public witnesses and our government witnesses today. We need to unpack why we had so many schools not prepared for the return to in-person learning, despite nearly a year and a half of lead time. We need to understand, outside of supply chain issues, why weren't our schools ready? One of the most popular talking points about why we need mayoral control of schools is that consolidated power helps get things done. Clearly, that didn't happen here. So when we say supply chain challenges, who's the supplier and who's the change? Who's the chain? I can't accept supply chain at face value. My team reached out directly to some of DGS contractors and found out a lot more than where we were getting straight from DGS. And so we've got to know when supplies were ordered so we can sort out if it's a timeliness issue or a supply issue. We also need to rethink this blitz strategy altogether. It feels like the worst type of procrastination, like in college when you wait until the day before papers due to get started. But the consequences here are that we've got children learning in substandard conditions, and it's unacceptable. Are we going to do a blitz again next year? I seriously hope not. And winter's coming soon. Are we doing a blitz for that too? If so, I need to get back out there and make sure all of my schools have heat, and timelines keep changing. And I don't want to go through this headache again. We need to know the plans for winter now. And how can we make our maintenance system more transparent and responsive? I think we all can agree that we've got to do better for our kids. We're in the middle of a global pandemic still. We've got millions of dollars going into the system. I want to thank you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman White and Chairman Mendelson, and I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Silverman.
Good morning, and good morning to my colleagues, and thank you to the witnesses. I'm just going to make a comment that certainly the council's role is oversight, but the amount of oversight that the Ward 4 member has made to make sure our schools are prepared for school, I actually want to thank her and thank the Ward 3 member and other ward members who've done their ward tours, but that shouldn't be the role of the council to keep pestering and pestering and pestering for basic repairs. I guess as an at-large member, I will take this to sort of a bigger level or citywide level that I'm concerned about. You know, having our students learn in person and having our DCPS staff, I'm chair of the labor committee, being able to help our students learn and grow intellectually and emotionally in a COVID-safe classroom and workplace needs to be a top priority for our government and our city. You know, what concerns me most is the corrosiveness of this on the rest of our trust of our, especially our young students and their parents in our government. It's not an exaggeration at this time to say that they are not just putting their trust, but their lives in our hands. Councilmember Chase said it well. We know how critical it is to have good ventilation and air circulation to stop the spread of COVID. And that's why the lack of follow through that Councilmember Lewis George went through, as well as Councilmember Jay, and I think McDuffie as well, and you, Councilmember White, who I know have been dogged on this. I mean, that's why this lack of follow through and transparency as well is so troubling. It's so troubling. I looked back in a call we had with the executive a month and a half ago. I asked whether we could have some kind of transparency on school repairs, some kind of list that it was clear to see. And Councilmember Pinto talked about that in her remarks, and it took us, I think, a month and a half to get to that place. That shouldn't be the case. I will say that I'm just concerned, whether it comes to school repairs or in my area dealing with unemployment, that when we don't follow through on what we do, we really corrode trust in government. And I think that it should be very concerning for us in terms of asking our residents to trust that we can help them moving forward. Let me just wrap up to say what bothers me is that I think we can all agree that in-person learning is the most effective way to teach the majority of our residents, but we need to make sure schools are safe. And that's where I think we haven't come through on our end of the bargain as a government. So several members have said it, but I think we need to take responsibility for the failures so far. I think we need to make sure there are backup plans if we can't ensure a safe environment, and that these plans are in place, communicated, and followed through. I apologize as well. Again, I have to be in and out of this hearing for meetings on redistricting and actually other COVID safe workplace issues. But it is of high priority for me to make sure that our schools are safe, especially at this time. And I wanted to be here as much as I could, Councilmember White, to support you and other members who are pushing our government to do the right thing by our students and our staff members. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the hearing.
Thank you, Councilmember Silverman. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate you convening us today. Like other ward colleagues, I've been out in community visiting our neighborhood schools where we have seen classrooms that are overheated, poor ventilation, water damage, and of course, parents are very concerned about this as well, right? It's scary enough to send your kids back during COVID, let alone when you're not sure your classroom has the right ventilation, and teachers are having a hard time even teaching in the room with the coolers because they're so loud. So we have numerous challenges, things that we were told would be resolved in time for school to reopen. And yet, if you look at the chart that was sent over Friday night for us to review, there are still 3 Ward 1 schools with HVAC completion date lists listed as TBD, which is a significant issue for our little learners. So Chairman White, I know you have been incredibly focused with my office on Cleveland Elementary School. It's more than any other school been the subject of a truly concerning number of inconsistent HVAC reports reaching the council this year, and we still don't have that permanent solution there. Now, Because the executive is committed to this full reopening, we really need all safety procedures to be followed, and that includes safe and clean facilities with functioning systems. We need to ensure that students, teachers, staff, and the community as a whole are as safe as possible. And I really urge DGS to take a closer look into outstanding work orders at our district schools. I say that having toured some schools earlier this year, not even with full reopening in mind, but just to sort of figure out what's still pending. And I want to tell you that back in the spring, when I did a tour of Cardozo, we had outstanding work orders there on major water infiltration issues. And what happens is, and I hear this every time I visit a school from whoever's managing the facility there, whether it's the AP or another member of the staff, they do put the work orders in. Sometimes they get closed out without anything happening. Sometimes they're asked to resubmit with different information or with photos. Some of them have become quite pros at this, right? They can tell you, if you don't check that box, it's going to get closed out. And if you don't drop a photo here, no one's going to come do it. It's not what I want our DCPS staff to be having to spend so much brain time on. And it's certainly, given the way it's set up with this sophisticated work order system, it feels like something that should work. It feels like something that shouldn't have to be escalated to council members. And so I want to understand why it doesn't. And I also want to understand the underlying structure. And Chairman, I know I'm on your committee, so I know we're going to be able to keep doing this all year long. But why don't we have the fixes we need for things like water infiltration at Cardozo that is essentially taking entire rooms out of commission, when this is, first of all, a relatively new building? And second, isn't this what stabilization funds are supposed to be taking on? So if there aren't enough stabilization funds, we need to know that. If the funds aren't being managed correctly and that's why things aren't fixed, we need to understand that. And maybe we won't get to that all today because the focus is on the reopening, but we have to understand all these underlying issues are there as well. You know, when I went to Bruce Monroe at Parkview, there's a classroom that's been offline because of leaks. And those leaks have been around for years. There's probably 3 different contractors that have worked on the roof there. And you have to know which part of the building you're in to know which contractor it was and which warranty is in play, if there is one. At Adams Middle School, which is due for a new modernization in the coming years, we've dealt with water over the years. We keep plugging the holes. One half of the gym was underwater 2 years ago. Now the other half of the gym is underwater. A few classrooms were offline because of water a couple years ago. Now a couple other ones are. That's tough in an old building, but these are the buildings that we have to use, right? And so even though it's at the end of its useful life and the modernization is coming, you know, the kids that are there now are never going to see that modernization. They still have to go to school every day. So I've talked long enough. Obviously, I'm very passionate about this. I'm really committed to reopening our schools in the safest way possible. I look forward to hearing from our agency directors today. And Chairman, I thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau, and to all my colleagues who are here today. Before we turn to our government witnesses, we'll hear from our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday, so I'm going to call the names on the witness list in the order that they appear on that list. When I do call your name, the staff will promote you to a witness so that you can testify. Just a heads up, when you're promoted, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily, but you will come back in as a panelist. And at that time, you will be able to unmute yourself. Public witnesses will be provided with 4 minutes to testify. So we will call our first panel of witnesses. Alexander Howard, we're going to do panels of 8. Alexander Howard, Alexandra Simbana, Mary Levy, Scott Goldstein, Chanel Wright, Laura Fuchs, Elizabeth Callanan Mitchell, Brooke Brown. And I think last time I checked, Laura Fuchs is not yet with us, so let me call Sharmika Payne Evans. And Alex Howard, you can begin when you are ready.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm a good governance advocate and digital democracy analyst. Today, however, I'm a DC parent. My child is at Brent Elementary. I want to get right to it about 8 ideas that you could adopt, adapt, improvise, and overcome the challenges that face us. First of all, I'd like to act like this is a public health emergency. To me, if there's a flood, if there's a fire, if there's other emergency, the National Guard comes out. Why aren't we building field hospitals, but for schools, using tents in nearby parks? Why aren't we engaging the White House, the Department of Education, and National Park Service to make hybrid schools a reality, make them a model for the nation, using our national parks and gardens nearby these schools? Praise without progress isn't moral. Use their praise for DCPS to then force their hand, getting more resources. Issue teachers and staff special permits for dedicated street parking, and then accelerate the permitting process for parking lots, playgrounds, and roofs. Tap into libraries and grounds as well. Close side streets and sidewalks to expand outdoor spaces around schools. How can restaurants possibly be higher priorities while our kids are eating unmasked inside? Ask for help from parents to supervise, take kids for walks. We will help you if it means safer schools and lower risk. No excuses. This should have been done in spring. As you know, there's over 1,000 kids home in quarantine as we speak. There's lots of other kids who come sick with COVID. Why isn't there virtual learning in place for them from the beginning? Everyone had to know kids are going to be home. They can't get Word documents with links to YouTube and other online learning bits. They should be equipped with a virtual component that's dedicated to them, that expands and scales as necessary. Schools should honestly be treating this differently. Again, as an emergency. What would happen if there was no internet? How would we approach this? Would we be behaving like we did a century ago with kids on ferries, on roofs, and et cetera, in outdoor spaces? Right now, we hear about asymptomatic testing once a week. We should be doing test to stay. There should be a lot more clarity about the ability for students to get tested on site using the rapid tests we know are available, and have parents each have those as part of our essential toolkits to make sure that just because a kid has a sniffle, we can't figure out if they have COVID or not, and have them miss yet more learning offline in the dark without being engaged with their classrooms. We need to see a hard mandate for vaccination. No way around it. All teachers and staff be vaccinated as soon as possible, and have schools disclose the percentages of that. Hold them accountable to keep our kids and communities safe. What you can do as a council is to mandate and enforce transparency. You've all talked about some elements of this. Hold agencies and the mayor accountable for fixing this infrastructure by putting these work orders online, by putting the status of HVAC online, by putting the status of the number of kids who are quarantined as online. As we see already, there's data, but make it clear, visual, reported to parents. We need to have much more understanding of what's going on. The resources are there between OCTO for DC, the Open Government Advisory Committee. These things could be better. I really hope you'll see weekly press conferences where you see a chancellor accountable to parents, to teachers, to you as well. You can and should be enforcing that kind of transparency and regular turnaround. And frankly, I'd like to stop seeing promoted ads paid for with my dollars on social media, where agencies simply don't respond to the concerns of parents. This should be an ongoing participatory process. What's missing is not just resources or ideas in September 21, it's execution, it's leadership, action, transparency, and accountability. The high-risk environments indoors persist because we allow it. I think a lot of people want to help fix it together, not look backwards, and keep everyone as safe and healthy as possible. And I truly appreciate the opportunity to talk to you all, and thank you for your service and dedication to improving this for everyone.
Thank you very much. Alexandra Sambana, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chair. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the conditions our teachers, staff, and students are made to endure during an ongoing pandemic. I've spent the last 3 years advocating for access to technology to close the digital divide in our schools, and served on a number of DCPS, OSSE, and citywide parent committees for the past 6 years, where I've gotten to know teachers and parents from school communities across the city. Those contacts regularly share their concerns and challenges with me because they know I will be vocal and try and find them the help that they need. In the past few weeks, since schools have reopened, I've been hearing from parents and teachers at several different schools. Despite the best efforts of school-based staff, principals, and DCPS teachers Our schools were not, and many are still not ready for safe occupancy. All of this is outside of the control of school-based staff. Let me give you a few examples. Water leaks, which occurred during the preceding 18 months, were sometimes addressed in haste. Teachers returned to classrooms filled with debris, mold, and trash and expected to clean it themselves. Supplies which had been purchased by teachers, parents, or community members were lost or destroyed to the construction or hasty repair done in the classrooms. HVAC or filtration systems, which were not working properly and led to staff sweating through their masks as they cleaned and prepped their rooms for students to return. The extreme heat caused some teachers to suffer nosebleeds, dizziness, lack of focus, and exhaustion due to the extreme heat. This includes my daughter's school, where in addition to staff and school requests, we've been very vocal and have parents dedicating a lot of time and energy to the repair effort by repeatedly contacting staff, DGS, DCPS Central, and Council. Each time we have been promised a work order has been resubmitted or a part will be ordered for repairs soon. When the date passes, another excuse is given. One classroom was provided new spot coolers, and still as of yesterday, that room temperature reads 84 degrees. These conditions would be unacceptable during normal times, as this is not a comfortable environment for learning. But with an airborne pathogen, the lack of ventilation compromises the safety of students and teachers alike. After largely remaining empty for 18 months, the school building issues had not been addressed and tested before to ensure that we were ready for occupancy by teachers, staff, and students. After a lead time of 4 months from the date of the mayor's announcement of reopening, nothing had been done to notify these schools or school communities that they would not be fully operational for COVID safety readiness by the start of the school. It is unacceptable and it is dangerous. We know that mitigation of COVID, especially for Delta, relies on and presumes fully functional ventilation and filtration systems. Work orders have been repeatedly submitted and resubmitted. The date for repair has moved around so many times it's dizzying. Now, for many of us, those dates are TBD. Yet our family members and children are expected to accept the added risk. The lack of priority to safety measures for children is unacceptable, and yet we are asked to trust that they'll just be safe. The environments are not safe, which is why we, like many other families, have chosen to remain home and learn remotely. As parents and taxpayers, we deserve much better from our government, and I come to you again today to ask, when are you going to step in to take action? When will you hold this broken system accountable? This committee and the council must act now to accelerate the upgrades necessary to make our schools safe for our students and their teachers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary Levy, welcome.
Good morning. I'm Mary Levy. I've studied the school system for over 40 years. There is very little information publicly available on the condition of facilities, but what I have done is to take what little is available and combine it with the enrollment statistics on at-risk students. The first thing I found was that 62% of the schools that serve the highest number of at-risk students are only in fair or poor condition. This compares with 25% of the schools that serve the fewest at-risk students. When I look at modernization, it's the same thing. Only half the schools east of the Anacostia River have been modernized, compared with 100% west of Rock Creek Park. By ward, according to the latest data published, in Ward 8, 44% of the schools have been modernized. In Ward 3, it's 100%. The others are in between. This is part of the public health problem with COVID. At-risk students, particularly those in wards 5, 7, and 8, live in communities with the highest incidence of COVID, intergenerational households, and the lowest vaccination rates, including those of teenagers. When schools have bad air, COVID is likely to spread disproportionately, affecting them, their families, and their communities. And the danger of COVID infection is not limited to the approximately 33,000 DCPS students below the 7th grade level who cannot be vaccinated. It also applies to the thousands of secondary students who are not fully vaccinated. Citywide, 61% of teenagers are not fully vaccinated. In Ward 8, 83% are not fully vaccinated. In Ward 7, 79% are not fully vaccinated. That's an awful lot of kids, and it's inching up, but usually by 1 percentage point per week. Everyone agrees that in-person schooling is the best for students, but DCPS insists that it's the only way. And it's based on the assumption that the buildings and practices are safe, and this is a false assumption, as shown by the eyewitness reports of dozens of parents and community members. Why do DC officials have so little respect for parents that they refuse to respect demonstrable needs for distance learning, and indeed seem to refuse to believe the eyewitness reports of what's actually going on in the buildings? Community spread is high. The latest data shows that new cases and hospitalization levels in the district are such that a year ago, we would have shut the whole city down. The rest of the metrics, for the most part, have us in phase 2, while we remain in phase 3. And worse, the 7-day averages for DCPS staff and students are much higher on new cases than those in the city. So I just don't see any sense of urgency on doing anything. We seem to be happy as long as we have indoor dining and theater performances for the fully vaccinated, well-to-do people. As COVID spreads through schools, though, it's going to rebound back into the communities that are hardest hit, and they seem not to count. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott Goldstein.
Good morning. Last year, New York City closed off streets and opened parks to expand outdoor learning for schools. This past month, Massachusetts and Ohio both called in the National Guard to fill in shortages in bus drivers. And here in DC, with cases still frighteningly high, schools sit with outdoor furniture for months waiting for the city or school district to offer any help to set it up and get students learning and eating safely outdoors. In other words, our problems aren't too big to solve. Our commitment has just been too small to solve them. The stories you'll hear today reflect a lack of leadership, empathetic, and competent enough to keep kids safe. Today, we'll hear from school communities whose work orders go unanswered for months or even years, and the tale of a school system that holds off oversight by constantly moving the bar. The AC will be fixed by Monday, then another week, then a temporary fix, then another hurdle. And too many educators and students are teaching and learning in rooms with unacceptable temperatures that are a detriment to learning. All of this in a city with huge financial resources to fix school infrastructure, and at a time with absolutely beautiful outdoor weather in a city with limitless ability to safely move learning outdoors. Neither has happened effectively. Last year, after a long delay, DCPS allocated $9 million for outdoor learning and other innovations. While some of the money was used to purchase equipment for schools, it was limited to equipment only, not, for example, to help create outdoor classrooms or to hire outdoor learning partners. We've now learned that $2 million of this was reallocated to phonics instruction, which is vital, but hardly an innovation. We hope that you'll ask DCPS about this reallocation and also ask for a commitment that under the guidelines for the coming round of outdoor learning spending, they will allow more flexibility for schools to spend the funds where they need it and not where DCPS dictates. Council members, we must begin to view a school's outdoor space as a vital part of the school's facilities as the indoor space. We have to allocate funding and conduct oversight with that in mind. The first step to solving a problem is admitting you have one. And the reason we never get past step 1 is we have an education governance system that sees admitting challenges as a weakness and a political liability. So many council members have mentioned today the lack of effective checks and balances in our education system. On October 26th, we have a chance to begin to address that by advancing governance reforms. Council members said that a detailed education oversight shouldn't be the responsibility of every council member. Agreed. We have a state board of education elected specifically to deal with education issues, and they are education expertise. Let's empower them. So what would bold leadership look like? A whole of government approach led by the mayor and other executive agencies to create safe outdoor spaces for every school. Instead of using not every school has safe outdoor space as an excuse to limit outdoor learning to wealthier wards, how about taking an anti-racist approach that invests the most in places where students, mostly Black and Latino, already have limited outdoor space, coming from families with limited outdoor space at home or safe places to play in their community, and ensuring that at least at school, these children get to be safely outdoors, free of COVID transmission, and benefiting from all the mental and physical health benefits of outdoor and experiential learning. The government should be closing streets surrounding schools with limited outdoor space, creating a DGS and DCPS rapid response team that audits outdoor space at every school and presents to the principal a plan to expand it, not only requiring their sign off, and comes in and sets the infrastructure up, not just for now, but equipped for winter weather learning and eating as well. Principals have asked for the city, for example, to give staff permits to park on surrounding streets so they can use their parking lots for learning and outdoor dining. That hasn't happened either. This can't be left to principals who are already working 3 or 4 jobs at once. Government should be acting with urgency to cut red tape, to get equipment, supplies, and extra staffing to those schools now and solve logistical challenges. But we see none of this urgency. We hope your oversight will light the fire needed to get DCPS and DGS coordinating to provide a safe learning environment for every student and educator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Chantel Wright, I apologize. I think I said Chanel earlier. My apologies. Chantel Wright.
It's okay. Thank you. Good morning, Member White, Chairman Mendelson, and members of the committee. My name is Chantel Wright, and I am the Interim Director of Advocacy and Policy of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. On behalf of the DC Charter School community, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you about the readiness of charter school facilities, as well as the challenges school leaders continue to face in making sure they provide safe learning environments for students and staff this school year. First, I want to start by thanking charter school leaders across the city for all the hard work they put in with their staff over the summer to get their buildings ready to welcome back students, and for all the hard work they continue to do to adapt to the necessary going forward. Charter schools are nimble, innovative, and responsive at their core, and each of them has different models to create unique learning environments for their students. Those principles have been on full display as charter schools weather the challenges brought by the pandemic to continue providing students a high-quality education and safe learning environments. Our schools have done everything from setting up outdoor tent spaces to serve students lunch, to finding ways to expand their existing facilities to accommodate social distancing measures. It hasn't always been easy, but our leaders and their staff have taken every challenge presented to them and responded to the best of their abilities. And for that, we are very grateful. Even though our school leaders have found ways to accommodate the myriad of needs that arise from educating students safely in a pandemic, they've run into a number of barriers that require coordination and collaboration with the city to overcome. For example, many of our schools have outdoor space that could be leveraged for additional classrooms and outdoor lunch by erecting outdoor structures or using trailers. But as we shared with the council earlier this year, many schools have reported that the city is requiring permits for both, and that permitting process is likely to take more than 6 months. An efficient, cost-effective solution to this problem is simply for the city to expedite, or better yet, to waive the permitting process during this pandemic. Agencies should be collaborating more closely to remove this barrier because as it stands, school leaders that have outdoor space to leverage are being told they cannot do so without a permit, otherwise they're breaking the law. Our schools want to be responsive to best practices, the best available science, and to parents' concerns about eating school lunches indoors. But we raised the alarm about this barrier more than 4 months ago, and we're still waiting for the city to act. Additionally, to address space issues, some of our schools would benefit from partnering with nearby rec centers or libraries. The Office of the Deputy Mayor of Education should be in charge of setting up these partnerships with DPR instead of individual schools attempting to do so on their own without the assistance of a citywide coordinated approach. And schools are reporting that DPR is charging schools for these spaces. The city should ensure these spaces are available without charge to all public schools who can use them. As we've testified before the council many times, managing facilities is costly, and the need to reconfigure existing space or lease extra space to follow distancing guidelines for students and staff is a significant investment. This year, schools have already invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to ensure our buildings can continue to support in-person learning this year. Mayor Bowser announced on May 27th in a press release that the budget would invest, quote, $10 million in additional grants to charter schools to assist with reopening fully in person for school year 2021-22. While we have been pleased with our engagement with OSSI on this issue, they heard our prior concerns about clarity on the grant application process and have also extended the reimbursement process. They've announced that applications will open to schools in October. The timing presents challenges to school leaders as the majority of our schools welcome students back on August 16th. That's nearly 6 weeks ago, Council. To compensate for lack of funds to meet facility needs, schools have had to use funds designated for other important programs in order to take care of their facilities. This is precisely why we advocated for an increase in the facilities funding allotment in the last budget cycle. Consistent and predictable funding of facilities for charter schools is key for both budget predictability for school leaders and providing a safe learning environment for our students. We thank the entire council for your engagement on this critical topic of reopening school buildings. But to ensure that schools can operate safe school buildings as we continue to face the challenges with COVID-19, we simply need better collaboration and communication with city agencies and leaders. We're confident that working together and engaging with charter school leaders will benefit the city and the communities our schools serve. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Kellenan Mitchell.
Thank you. I'm testifying here today both as a member of the executive committee of the Ward 3 Democrats and as the parent of 2 DCPS elementary students. In April 2019, Ward 3 Dems passed a resolution that asked for the mayor and city council to increase transparency, accessibility, and accountability, while also giving significant weight to the needs and wants of the communities our schools were built to serve. Last fall, we had a meeting about COVID in schools and asked about the backlog of over 1,000 repair requests that existed before the pandemic. I can't see into the minds of every Ward 3 Dem, but if memory serves, one of the reasons we didn't specifically discuss facilities in our budget resolution was because it looked like DCPS was finally going to be getting right to work on the backlog and so many other new issues that decades of neglect and chronic underfunding have created. Surely billions of federal dollars made available to address this specific issue would solve the problem. I'm not sure where those federal dollars are because of the lack of transparency, but somehow DCPS and the mayor have failed yet again to make good on their promises, even though they've had almost 2 years to get this done. I was part of our school's walkthrough. It was conducted the Thursday before we welcomed back almost 700 students, which doesn't give teachers, parents, and community members much time to raise an alarm or let others know about what they've found. We finished the year with a broken HVAC. We started the year with a broken HVAC. We finished last year with a broken playground. We started this year with a broken playground. We finished the year with several broken bathrooms. We started this year with several broken bathrooms. DCPS gave us filters for our classrooms, but not for the offices or smaller spaces an overcrowded school like ours relies on to address the needs of students who are struggling and need our help the most, now and always. What's worse still is our school was renovated just 10 years ago. If we can't keep our newly renovated schools in working order, what hope is there for the schools across the city that have never been renovated? I've been in touch with some of the communities at those schools, and their stories are even worse. Mold, no hot water, entire bathrooms that are unusable in schools that serve a large percentage of special needs elementary school students. And these are on top of broken HVACs, crumbling unsafe playgrounds, leaks that threaten the integrity of the entire building. I'm sure you will hear plenty of testimony today from others with worse issues, and I implore you to let this be a moment where we reverse course and really commit to bringing our school facilities up to date, up to code, and up to a level our students deserve. When this pandemic started, the chancellor promised all of our schools would finally have soap. What good is soap when there's no hot water or running water at all? Too many of our schools weren't safe before the pandemic, and now even more of them are completely unprepared to act in this essential layer of protection against the Delta variant. We're somehow in worse shape now than we were in the spring when we had a virtual option that allowed us to have less crowded classrooms, playgrounds, and cafeterias. This layer of protection is completely failing, which means we have to depend even more on the other layers, which are also woefully inadequate. There's no consistency with masks or mask wearing, and we're not doing nearly enough testing. The entire system is failing in real time before our eyes, and it's truly horrific. When I was in law school, I did a bit of landlord-tenant law. I had dozens of clients whose landlords were failing to make repairs to their rent-controlled apartments, so they would be forced to leave. This feels the same. It feels like constructive eviction. And just like my clients then, too many of our families have nowhere else to go. Thank you for this chance to testify. Thanks to those of you who have been doing school visits and amplifying our voices. Seeing truly is believing. I hope you use whatever power and influence you have, not only to make sure our schools are operational and meeting our students and teachers where they are, but also bring back the virtual option to reduce the number of students in our classrooms. Deliver on these repair promises. Create a dashboard that works to actually show what repairs are needed and when they will be completed. And end unchecked mayoral control. This experiment has gone on long enough, and students or families cannot continue to suffer like this. Also, +1 to everything Scott Goldstein and Mary Levy had to say.
Thank you very much. Brooke Brown.
Hi. Hey, thank you for the time and holding this session. Also, I wanted to thank all of you for your comments and your attention to this problem. I'm really gratified to see the effort that all of you have put into understanding it. I am a parent at Janney Elementary, and all I can do is offer you a list of old and new problems, some of which have been fixed repeatedly. And when you hear them, remember we're talking about an elementary school without vaccinated students. So while this certainly isn't the worst situation in the district, I think it's still something that should be noted. We have HEPA filters in classrooms, but only classrooms, not specials, not in speech therapy rooms or any space that would allow one-on-one work. It's particularly problematic in a year with learning deficits and a backlog of undiagnosed learning disorders. They're also not available in the teacher's lounge. Faculty and staff eat. HVAC has not been working in a section of the building. Classrooms are reaching 85 degrees and children have limited water breaks because of COVID. They can't have their masks down around each other regularly. This HVAC problem has been fixed many times over the years and has persisted. We also have some problem with plumbing. Long term, there's an intermittent sewage smell in the front hall that gives people headaches. At the time of our building readiness walkthrough, there were toilets and sinks that didn't work, thus limiting the number of available bathrooms when bathroom access is already limited for COVID safety, and limiting the resources available for hand washing. Our playground has some damage. That's a new problem. The structural support for a 15-foot climbing structure, part of it has been ripped from the ground before school started. It's an immediate safety concern, but it still isn't fixed. And we need the space for kids to spread out safely at recess. Presumably the HVAC and the playground will be fixed by October 1st. Mentioning this deadline generally elicits laughter from parents and staff, as any experienced parent knows that faith in these kinds of deadlines are really an example of Pollyanna optimism. And at this point, after trying to deal with an unresponsive and monolithic office, we've kind of been conditioned to accept and live with these problems. And the entire work process should work better. Hopefully you can find some answers for our school and all of the schools facing similar issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final person for this panel, Sharmika Payne Evans. There you go. You're on mute.
Hello, good morning, councilman, chairman, concerned parents and teachers that are on this call. My name is Sharmika Payne Evans. I am the mom of 5 children, 3 of which are school age. My daughter is 10 years old and attends Plummer Elementary School. I have a 12-year-old that attends Howard University Middle School for math and science, and a 16-year-old that attends Richard Wright Public Charter School. And I am testifying today because out of those 3 schools, I am only having an issue with DC Public Schools in reference to my daughter. She is 10 years old, as I stated, unvaccinated. And though she is not ill, I suffer from lupus, and I'm also a cancer survivor. And due to the medications that I take to keep my immune system at bay, my immune system is weakened. Therefore, I am susceptible to COVID. I reached out to SBOE, to which they sent me a nice email saying they're so sorry about my health condition, but it's better for children to be in person. And, you know, nobody offered me any type of contingencies to keep my daughter on track and at the same time keep her protected, as well as me and other members of my household. I have reached out to city leaders. No one can do anything. Everything is passed on to Madam Mayor. She has to make the ultimate decision, which is ridiculous. She's a very busy woman. She's only one person. We're all human and we make mistakes. And mistakes have been made with this protocol as far as virtual learning. If you have a weakened immune system, COVID is so rampant as it is, and it's very contagious. But for someone with a weakened immune system, it can just attack you, and that's it. It's no going back from that. My daughter is 10. She's unvaccinated. There were 2 cases reported at her school last week. Now, what would you guys say to me if my daughter would have been in person at school, gotten exposed, come home just to give me a hug, to tell me about her day, and then the next thing you know, she's got symptoms. And then the next thing you know, I have symptoms. And then the next thing you know, her grandmother who has stage 4 cancer is exposed. And God forbid someone succumbs. Who can make up for that? Who's responsible for that? No one should have to beg and plead and be threatened with CFSA for educational neglect when parents, me personally, and several other parents that I am close to as well, have contacted the principals, contacted the teachers, arranged to pick up assignments, only to be dismayed and get letters in the mail from these very same educational institutions that are supposed to be looking out for the best interests of our children. That is not being taken into consideration. Please reconsider the stance on virtual learning for the parents who need it. Just to keep our unvaccinated children safe. Yes, in-person learning is imperative. Yes, everybody needs that. But not at our children's expense. They are not lambs for slaughter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For my colleagues, we're going to do 7-minute rounds of questions. And let me start with Ms. Payne Evans. I appreciate your testimony. I think you made very clear what a number of us have been trying to articulate, and the reality of the need for more expansive virtual learning is incredibly serious, regardless of what any of us, we all agree that learning in person is best, but it's just not always safe enough. I am working on legislation along with a couple of my colleagues to expand virtual learning opportunities that I intend to introduce next week. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to find a path for people in positions like you, because I certainly don't want to see you in the way of what is real harm unnecessarily. So I thank you for sharing that with us.
And I thank you for your time and your concern. Thank you all.
I also, hearing many of these testimonies, and there were some really interesting overlaps that made me realize how much more creatively we could be thinking if we pull people into this process. A lot of my colleagues have really pushed hard on the issue of outdoor learning. Some of the suggestions that you all have made today. And my daughter is one who eats lunch in her classroom, makes me wildly uncomfortable. So I'm, in a group with many of you. The idea that we can not only use, tents or trailers or what have you, but also that we can utilize parking lots by just thinking more creatively. The point, I think it was Mr. Howard made, that, we had accelerated outdoor eating for restaurants in a way that we haven't done for schools. What Chantel Wright mentioned about the permit that the city is requiring for this, outdoor learning construction. That's not how you handle an evolving emergency. And so we have a lot of opportunities, but it requires us to listen to affected people in a way that we haven't done. On the more kind of traditional facilities concerns, there are a couple of things that I would like your help sorting through. One of the complications, DGS has to do better, no question about that. But I also recognize that DGS does not set the priorities for what gets repaired. That is set by DCPS. So I wonder if any of the folks who testified have any insights as to how we might fix this system. DGS doesn't run the school, so maybe they are not the most appropriate entity to say this is, these are the priorities and these are not the priorities. But DGS does get blamed for things that don't get fixed. I'm not clear at this point what percentage of that blame belongs to DCPS. That's why I needed to make sure DCPS was at this hearing. But does anybody have thoughts as to how we kind of fix this prioritization process? Ms. Simbana, please.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think that transparency would help a lot of this. We need a dashboard. We need something that can be seen by parents and community members, that holds the information out to the public and can be held, accountable to whoever is in charge of that. I know we have a very dedicated staff at my daughter's school at Cleveland. Mr. Howard has been in charge of that building for decades, and he knows that building inside and out. He is the man that we all trust. He has done everything he can. He resubmits. He, like Councilmember Nadeau was saying, he knows, the checks you got across, the documentation that you need, the pictures that are needed. And if we're trusting these foremen with the buildings, their word should count. They know those buildings. They know what needs to get done. They're just lacking the support. And honestly, they're lacking the acknowledgement of what we've entrusted them to do, which is to care for that building.
So let me challenge that a little bit, because I do really want to push us to sort through this mess. So every school, kind of seeing its own facilities issues, will say all of these issues are priorities. And then you have DGS or DCPS, with every school saying all of our issues are top priority. Now, how can we sort through that better? Because some of the issues that you all have seen, the issues that I've seen, absolutely unacceptable, but they're not making it to the top of the priority list. So how do you have any thoughts as to how we figure out system-wide how we prioritize fixes? I do agree with the transparency. If something is not going to get fixed for 2 months, say it. If you haven't scheduled a fix yet, say it. There has to be transparency. But do you have any thoughts on sort of how we prioritize these issues across the entire system?
As far as getting, that being determined at the school level, I mean, we've got, every building has a WTU building rep. Every school has an LSAT. LSATs are trusted to look at the school budgets every year and make recommendations. I'm sure they would be more than happy to help, look at those and lift those forward. But basically what we have, sir, is all of us at the parent and school level are doing everything we can. It's where that gets reported out to is a void. Yeah. So, honestly, no one even within the system can tell us who's responsible for that. Where does it go? So I think that, sir, that's a question for DCPS. What is the structure? Where does it go? Who's accountable?
Yeah. Ms. Mbana, the 84-degree classroom you mentioned, can you let me know what school that was at?
So that is Cleveland. This I will tell you, this is Marie Reed. So okay. Not just about my school, but this is a fellow Ward 1 school, Marie Reed. Mm-hmm. This is the new unit. The numbers not quite readable here, but okay. It's 84 degrees with this new window unit that they brought last week. And then here's a more clear picture of another temperature gauge in the rooms. So
I appreciate it.
Again, that accounts for staff feeling able to report that out and sharing that. That's not always the case.
And I have some questions to DGS and DCPS about that exact issue, whether or not staff are comfortable and confident reporting out these issues. Let me thank everybody for your testimony. I've taken extensive notes, and I have pages and pages of questions for DGS and DCPS, and have added some more because of your testimonies. So let me turn to my co-chair, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Chairman White, and thank you to each of the witnesses. Ms. Mitchell, I thought your testimony and your analogy to constructive eviction was apt. And Ms. Payne-Evans, I thank you for the passion behind your testimony. I did have a question for Mr. Goldstein. Can you say more about this $2 million that was reallocated to phonics from, I guess, capital or outdoor classroom?
Sure. So what we've heard is there was $9 million after a lot of advocacy that was allotted by DCPS and the mayor last spring. And the name of the category was outdoor learning and other learning innovations. That's how DCPS coined the category. I understand that by saying other learning innovations, they were giving themselves a lot of flexibility to not use it entirely for outdoor learning. Phonics is, that song goes back to when I was a kid, probably when most of you were kids. So I love phonics instruction. I'm glad my kids are receiving phonics instructions, but I wouldn't call it a learning innovation. So I think, that money was dedicated for something that there's still a huge need for right now, which is outdoor equipment, outdoor learning support, outdoor eating support, and creating those spaces. And so that's $2 million less that is available. And so somewhere in the teaching and learning office, that money was reallocated.
Excuse me, and we're talking about the FY21 budget. And was it a reprogramming? Do you know?
I don't know how it was reallocated. I just know that we've heard from folks in DCPS that $2 million was reallocated to that source within that $9 million bucket that was created.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again to each of the witnesses. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Council Member Che.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the witnesses coming forward. Mr. Howard, you have it exactly right. We know what we need to do. There are some really obvious things. We know that many of these things haven't been done to keep our kids safe. We have resources. We have the resources. What we need is leadership and implementation. And Ms. Sambana, you used the word really that we need to underline here so that people appreciate what we're dealing with. You said dangerous. We have put our children in dangerous conditions. We just can't accept that. And I know that DCPS has pretty much left a lot of this to principals. You work out in your building what you're supposed to do, et cetera. And they've done their best. They've done their level best. They've been working, but we haven't given them what they need to do what they have to do. So it's neglect of the worst kind, malfeasance even. Ms. Mitchell, I think you said it and others may have said it. You know, if we ever needed more evidence of the bad effects of unchecked mayoral control, we have it now. So what we need to do is fundamentally reconsider that. And we have some legislation in there. We had it in for some while. We ought to pay attention to that. Now, I know we have this most immediate problem here, but it's so emblematic of this deeper concern. So I don't know how long. I know Mary Levy's probably, she's been at this for a long time, but we had someone who was the city administrator under Mayor Fenty, and at least Alan Liu, and he's since passed from COVID, he could get things done. He could go in there and say, look, here are the schools, here's what we need, get the contractors, put them to work, make it happen. This is not that hard if somebody would take responsibility and be accountable. I know I'm just going off at the moment, but it's so demoralizing, and you all feel it. And I just want to thank you for coming. You know, we have to keep putting this, at the forefront, because it's been unacceptable. Again, the outdoor learning, we've known about this. And for example, when I went to Wilson High School, they have a big field, and many of the students were eating lunch out there, but not all of them. And we have classrooms there that are overcrowded because of the particular subjects that are being taught, and not enough room to spread them out. But we could have that room if we took advantage of our outdoor spaces. And even, Wilson is blessed with this outdoor field, but other schools don't have it, but there are ways to get it. In any event, I was shocked that we didn't have the furniture, the tents, the Wi-Fi, everything that we need. Who was sleeping? Somebody was sleeping. So thank you all for coming. I appreciate your putting this all to the fore. And when our government witnesses turn up, they have a lot of explaining to do, as far as I'm concerned. So again, I don't have questions as such, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Pinto, do you have questions? And I know some of my colleagues are jumping from meeting to meeting. So if Councilmember Pinto returns, we'll turn to her. Councilmember McDuffie. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. And thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony as well. I want to, first I'm going to start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, thank you for bringing up the issue of how DCPS is using the $9 million. I hope to dig into that more later. And I know you're keeping an eye on those funds. Do you have any other insights or trends you've heard about in terms of how we've used this money?
The biggest missing piece here is that the guidelines that were made by DCPS were very, very limited as to how schools were able to use that. So they said $20,000 to $30,000 per school. Alex just dropped that link into the chat, which shows you the $9 million and how it's supposed to be used. And it says primarily for outdoor learning, but they said you can only use this for equipment from this approved list of equipment. And what schools need is they need to hire Outteach, Food Prints. They need to hire these groups that know how to come in and set this up real fast, right? Because the principals have too much on them, and they didn't allow those funds to be used for school partnerships. And if they allowed the funds to be used for school partnerships, we have a million we have a DC Coalition for Equitable Outdoor Education with about 25 organizations part of it. If DCPS called on us, we could help rally these organizations to get schools to set up this outdoor learning very quickly. The problem is we need flexibility in the guidelines. We need that money to be for partnerships. We need it to be for equipment and to set up new spaces, for example, in the streets, and not just for literal picnic tables, for example. So that's
Great.
the biggest thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that, that insight. That was very helpful, and it'll help me formulate some questions for later on today. I wanted to come to Alexandra Simbana. Thank you for speaking with us today. Technology and school devices is something that I've been zeroing in on. And I want to know if you can say more about the current status of student and teacher devices, as well as other technology equipment in our schools. I only, had the ability to go to Ward 4 schools and see sort of teacher devices coming in late and smartboard technology out of warranty, so can't be fixed. Just wanted to get a sense of what you're seeing and what your view on the status of teacher and students devices are now that school has started.
Yes, thank you. We're woefully behind. And let me just say that this is another issue that it took 3 moms dedicating their volunteer time to lift this up and push it through as a dedicated need. And that goes to, some amazing moms of Melody Melanoff and Grace Hu and myself. And we've dedicated time and years to this effort. So, but, we're hearing from, schools that their smart boards are out of warranty, like left, right, and center. We've known about this. Schools reported that out. We've reported it up for the last 2 years and have been told, several times along the way, we're not including smart boards. That's, not within it. We need to be looking at how schooling runs now, how learning happens now, not how it even happened in 2019. We're in another world from 2019. So we got to, jump the ball here. We need a plan that is actually involving stakeholders and teachers in how we construct that. All of these things are done behind closed doors, and a final product is then presented that doesn't make logistical sense or reality of what is experienced day to day. I'll also say we've had reports, from all over schools, reporting out to DCPS that they're not at one-to-one devices. They reach out to the offices and then are told that they should be up to one. Let me look at this message. Contact their building tech coordinator. If a school needs additional devices, they hope to be delivered within the next 2 weeks. The principal should come up with a distribution system. And this other teacher, there's countless schools that constantly message us and say, like, I've reached out, here's the answer I've given. It's always adding more to the school. We have pushed for there to be a more centralized operation of how computers are purchased, how they are, cataloged and categorized and distributed, because it's too much to add to a school that doesn't have enough parent volunteers or staff positions to make that happen. So these things do need to be centralized, but they also need to be transparent. If a school, is down 167 computers, believe them, give them, we know how many computers we need because we know enrollment numbers. So if your school has an enrollment of 310, that's how many computers you need. Like, it's just as easy as that. But it's a long-term problem and we need long-term solutions. And that's what we continue to work on.
Thank you. Thank you for your work and for the work of the mothers you mentioned who've been putting that extra time in. I want to go to Mary Levy for my last set of questions. Mary, I wanted to know if you can, say more about the source of data around the good, fair, poor condition of our schools. Does DGS use that to inform their responsiveness? And
I have no idea what they use.
Yeah.
The source is the latest update on the facilities modernization plan. It came out in December of 2020. And I will note, though, that the process of doing these school ratings may have slowed or even stopped during the pandemic. But that's the source, and it's the only source.
Oh, good. That was my other question. I was going to say, what other sorts of data do we have available publicly on our buildings? Sort of what, what do we not know about our facilities that we should?
I went looking, and what I found was the facilities modernization update, and of course the capital budget. That's the source of the modernizations, and that's what I have. I would also point out that if you want to know priorities, there's no way to sort out priorities and how they're set unless we have reporting on what the problems are. There is no such reporting.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and I'll form some questions later. I also want to thank you for raising the issues of how many schools are modernized. We've got schools in Ward 4 that were modernized and still have issues like McFarland and Roosevelt. So we've got to fix how we do maintenance because we spend so much money on fixing the buildings, and we've got to keep them in good condition as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Councilmember Nadeau, are you still with us? Oh,
I am, but just to say goodbye and thank you. I'm going to try to come back later, but I want to thank all these witnesses for your testimony and Chairman for convening us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. And Councilmember Allen, and also we can give you additional time if you have a statement in addition to questions for this panel.
Thanks, Councilmember. I think I can keep it fairly brief. First, I want to thank you, Councilmember Robert White, as well as Councilmember Mendelson, for holding today's hearing, but most importantly, thank all of our parent leaders and school leaders for taking the time out again to come to another hearing. So thank you all for doing that. Last week we gathered to discuss how frustrated we were about the programmatic aspects of the school reopening. Today, we're going to discuss our frustrations with the physical buildings themselves. And of course, they're not entirely delinked. I hope one day that we don't have to have these hearings, but I think that for the time being, these on a regular basis, because it helps force the issue, force the questions, and ideally help force the answers. Before this hearing started, though, I'd asked for a list of the work orders that were more than 30 days old at our Ward 6 schools. Last night, we got it. I got a list of 471 work orders, 471 items that schools have asked to be fixed and haven't been for more than a month. 10 of those schools have at least 20 open work orders, more than a month old. And this is not the winner, but the most egregious example, Eastern High School has 64 work orders that are more than a month old. DCPS has told parents that they don't know how they can feel safe sending their kids back to school in person. But we've also heard about what's not making folks feel safe. I think one of the things we've heard a lot about is our HVAC systems. And have they been upgraded to actually work? Have they been upgraded to filter the air appropriately? Have they been worked to cool a room appropriately? But as our teachers came back to school to prep their classrooms, we started to see HVAC systems were not functioning properly. Many classrooms were using those spot coolers. And just last week in this hearing, we had a DCPS teacher testify from a classroom that was more than 80 degrees at the time. The HVAC failures also though include classrooms, for example, at Maury Elementary, which reopened after a beautiful modernization barely 2 years ago, tens of millions of dollars that are spent. I'm concerned about how old infrastructure is being maintained, of course, but I'm also incredibly frustrated to see that a brand new HVAC system is already failing. Maury has multiple spot coolers trying to make it work in the school. In response to my pre-hearing questions, DGS responded that our HVAC systems are only under a warranty for 1 year. We are spending billions of dollars as a city to modernize our schools, and we should be. Our students deserve it, but I want to hear more details about whether we are protecting these massive investments. It makes no sense to me to have that be just a 1 year warranty, because now you, the taxpayers, are back on the hook to go make the repairs that were just built. So after many years of having, frankly, I think the same hearing over and over, I do honestly question whether the agency is capable of keeping our schools in good repair and keeping our students and teachers safe. And I want to be clear. I know Director Anderson really well. He's incredibly responsive to me. I have worked with him for years. And so this isn't about Director Anderson. It's more about the structure of how are we setting this up to either succeed or to fail. Properly maintained schools have always been critically connected to our students' ability to learn and to our teachers' ability to teach. But in the midst of highly contagious respiratory pandemic, it's literally a matter of life and death. At a time when it's absolutely critical that we're doing everything possible to rebuild trust with parents and our school staff, I think we're going to hear today, as we heard on this panel, that we're falling short on both, providing that safe school environment for every student and communicating clearly and honestly with our school communities when we're not. I also want to add that I think as we talk a lot about the role of oversight, I think these hearings are incredibly important. I also think, and I want to just make sure we note that our parents have shouldered a lot. The amount of information and work that we expect out of our parent community, I will tell you it's invaluable to have, but it also shouldn't be what we're asking our parents to spend all that time and all that energy doing. So I am both grateful for those parents that have stepped up into that role, but I also acknowledge and need to note you shouldn't have to be doing that. One question that I did have, and I wanted to focus on this, was I'm deeply disappointed that as I walked around to our schools in those weeks before opening day, outdoor equipment just wasn't there. The tables, the chairs, the tents. And I'm really frustrated from the hearings we held in the spring, where I felt like I was pounding the table about having outdoor space, and it was constantly, well, the principals can have to negotiate their own space, or we're not going to do that, to the summer. And then finally, oh no, we've made the order, but it's now all back ordered. Those decisions should have been made months previously. Orders should have been made months previously. But I think, Mr. Goldstein, you brought up a really good point, which also the way in which it was limited about what could be done. We have great organizations already on the ground. Footprints is one of them. Does outdoor education, really quality educational work in a lot of our schools. And we're not supporting those types of partnership programs. In fact, I'm pretty sure we've got Footprints in a place where they are having to think about, are they going to be coming out of schools because DCPS hasn't given them the resources they need for this school year, which makes no sense to me right now. But Mr. Goldstein, if I can ask you, if you wanted to expand a little bit on like the missed opportunity to take advantage of the partners. Sure, tables, chairs, tents, those are good things, but you also had some ready-built, maybe not turnkey, but you had some capacity that was already there. We could have utilized in a much stronger and better way. So I just want to kind of give you a chance to expand a little bit more on that. I think I heard you responded to one of the questions related to this.
Sure, I appreciate that. Our first meeting with both the Deputy Mayor of Education and DCPS Chancellor Farabee was in July of 2019, where we asked for this outdoor learning funding. So just to put a point on that, right? That is more than 2 years ago that we asked for this funding. And it took more than a year, right, for that initial decision and then an additional delay in actually getting the money. In the meantime, those of us who care about this have done a lot of work that could be taken advantage of. So Empower Ed, together with many organizations and led by State Board of Education member Emily Gasoy, formed the DC Coalition for Equitable Outdoor Education. Like I said, we have something like 20, I can't name all of them, but Outward Bound, KC Trees, Green Schoolyards America, Outteach, City Blossoms, Urban Adventure Squad, Capital Experience Lab. We have so many outdoor learning organizations in DC. These groups are primed and ready to help schools, but their funding was cut during the pandemic. At the same time, we were saying for 2 years, if you bolster these groups now, we can get kids back in person. And we've wasted so much time that we could have had kids in person in this fight when we could have just bolstered these organizations, increased their funding. And some of them were really ready to scale up a year and a half ago. And now with so much funding cut back, and then DCPS deciding the money couldn't be used on partnerships, they've gone to the point of many of them struggling to continue to exist, these organizations. And that is backwards from where we should be at this point. So those organizations have to be taken advantage of.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I think it's a missed opportunity, but it's also a wasted opportunity. And I think piling on top of that, we have been trying for weeks and months I'm just going to single out one of those partners, Footprints, which works in so many schools. And right now, because DCPS is not making sure that they've got the funding needed, which in the grand scheme of a DC budget is not a whole lot, but what they do with it, especially in a year like this, it's just it's just mind-boggling that we're not just making sure we're holding on to what we already have, but what we could be doing to expand so much more. So it's frustrating. I want to thank everybody for testifying today. I know we got a long day today, and we'll get to the government witnesses after all of your excellent testimony, and then be able to really try to drill down into where things are and where they've got to go. And again, to my two co-chairs for this hearing, I appreciate you guys holding this hearing and look forward to being with you today. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. And I want to thank this entire panel for your testimonies and for taking the time out today. We're going to move to our second panel of public witnesses, starting with Tara Brown, Kathy Riley, Regina Bell, Cedric Hendricks, Robert Henderson, Vanessa Rubio, Jeremy Joseph, and Heather Scholl.
Ready for me?
I'm ready. You can begin. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Council. My name is Tara Brown. I'm testifying today as a mother, aunt, godmother, and staunch advocate for 100,000 school-age children. The city's approach to education during a pandemic seriously lacks equity, inclusivity, empathy, and creativity. Because of the insistence that every child must be educated in person with minimal exceptions, the buildings in which the city is forcing our children to be located must be pristine. I'm testifying today to remind you that they are most certainly not. There are approximately 228 public charter schools, and the horror stories circulating around social media about the conditions of some of these buildings are shameful. I expect for you to hear a lot of these stories today. I saw one complain about a school with broken bathroom sinks and another waiting for their HVAC system to be fixed for over a month. How does our leadership demand in-person learning without setting a very high standard for building maintenance? We are in the throes of a pandemic that has never been more contagious and more deadly for more people, including the 100,000 children educated in this city's public schools. These issues our school buildings are having with plumbing and HVAC systems existed before the pandemic. Now, during this pandemic, where hand washing and good filtered airflow are imperative for safety, students, faculty, and staff in some buildings are at much greater risk. The inequities facing our children have always been apparent as they negatively affect educational outcomes. Now, these inequities, as they relate to the facilities in which our children are learning, are creating negative health outcomes. The city's building improvement plans have to be accelerated. The city's commitment to the safety of our children and families have to be demonstrated. At the very least, all of the facilities housing our children and educators should be maintained at a habitable level. All of the facilities housing our children and educators should be equipped with the elements most conducive to COVID safety. All of the facilities housing our children and educators should be monitored and quality checked frequently to make sure that a high standard is consistently met. Note the emphasis on the word all. In addition to upkeep and repairs, this council needs to use its considerable influence and resources to create new learning spaces that will more safely house our students as they attempt to get an education. School buildings are not the only buildings at your disposal. Problem solve creatively. There are 26 libraries and 68 recreational facilities. The Washington Convention Center has 2.3 million square feet of space. The entertainment and sports arena is 91,600 square feet. These spaces can also be utilized to create the kind of social distancing necessary for safety that cannot be achieved inside school buildings operating at capacity, again, because there is not a comprehensive online virtual learning option. Leckie Education Campus is a good example of the space problem. They recently had to quarantine their entire middle school. My daughter used to attend Leckie. The middle school classrooms are too small for real social distancing. There are so many possible solutions to the dilemma of safety in education. I've just named some of them. Parent leaders have many more ideas than what I've presented today. We all have the same goals here. Parents want what DCPS and charter schools want. We want our children to get an education, but in the time of COVID and this Delta variant, we need to live and learn. The latter without the former is pointless. To parents and all other education stakeholders, if you have concerns and stories that you would like to share beyond this hearing, I am committed to collecting them and sharing them with the leaders empowered to do something about it. Email them to dcdobetter@gmail.com. Use the hashtag DCDoBetter in your online posts. Our power lies in our collective experience. We need to show our leadership the realities happening behind these policies. Perhaps if they are confronted with that knowledge constantly, they will be more inclined to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kathy Riley.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kathy Riley, and I'm the Executive Director of SHAPE and the facilitator for Ward 4 Education Alliance and C for DC. The problems being documented today of the DC public school facilities at opening this year are a part of a history of challenges with DCPS school buildings. There were a number of temporary fixes that enabled the Ward 4 schools to open, and other issues have yet to be addressed. Powell parents turned to the news to jumpstart a fix to their HVAC. Whittier contended with leaks in the gym roof, cafeteria, and STEM lab. In the walkthrough for Roosevelt, there were issues that should not be present in a building that is barely 6 years old. They have had persistent problems over these years with the HVAC system. They are still not resolved, with some classrooms still without AC. There are issues of significant water leaking and damage. DC spent the funds for public access to the pool. It isn't yet operational for the public, or more importantly, for the Roosevelt students. You will hear details about the opening at many schools across the city today. They include stories of cosmetic fixes without repairing the underlying issue, necessitating further expenditures. They include issues that compromise security and health, in addition to the challenges of air circulation and spacing necessary with COVID. There's something deeply broken with repeated people at every level constantly saying there's nothing they can do. The parts are ordered, the subcontractor says it's not in the scope, they have misidentified the problem, it will be fixed next week and it isn't, the new roof is installed, contractor paid, and the roof continues to leak. These issues have been top of the priority at many Ward 4 meetings, and they are not confined to the older buildings. The new buildings may be supporting our efforts toward a cleaner environment, but they are not less expensive to maintain, and they are often far more complicated to run. I want the public sector to work. I want it demonstrated that DC can invest these capital dollars and match it with the maintenance and operations system for its schools that has solid planning, management capacity, decision-making that can identify and prioritize the issues, quality control accountability, good data, as well as the necessary funding. From this perspective of someone who's close to the schools, it looks like the maintenance and operations system is really broken, as you've noted. You do need to fix these quick things, but there has to be a much fuller examination, as you have said, and an understanding of what the underlying issues are to explain why a district as prosperous as ours has problems of this magnitude. They are especially apparent this year, but we should always have working HVAC at the start of every year. If that had been in place, the system could have attended to the other COVID safety precautions. I think asking for a detailed audit from the DC auditor on Roosevelt High School to fully understand why there have been problems and what the cost has been with the HVAC, the public address system, the water leaking, it would give you greater insight into a system that was needed, as well as informing the modernizations going forward. I think you don't have the tools yet to understand why the priorities are set as you ask that question. I don't know if DCPS looks across and says, don't fix this school, fix this other one, because they all have roof problems. But at Roosevelt, for 6 years after the modernization, it's not acceptable to have us spend that much money and have things as basic as heat and air not functioning. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Regina Bell.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for holding this hearing and thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. Reopening this school year has been extremely challenging for all of us, but many of us are having a deja vu all over again. DCPS has received millions of dollars in federal aid to upgrade HVAC systems in order to make it safe for students and teachers to return to school. The school system agreed to have MERV 13 or HEPA filters in every classroom. Although we have yet to receive documentation to confirm that this has happened, we do know that not all schools' HVAC systems are working. Sound familiar? In 1997, 4 mayors ago, Superior Court Judge Christian delayed the start of the school year because of thousands of fire code violations, including leaky roofs and broken boilers. In the years since, taxpayers have spent hundreds of millions of dollars to completely renovate schools throughout the city. Yet here we are today, nearly 25 years later, documenting the same concerns, leaky roofs and broken HVAC systems. Why can't DCPS maintain its schools? Despite the millions of dollars in federal aid that DCPS has spent to get ready for this school year, multiple schools struggle to operate safely. Deal Middle School has chillers on flatbed trucks in the parking lot. The sped wing of Roosevelt High School floods. It doesn't have HVAC, and now there's mold. The leaks in the pre-K class, there are leaks in pre-K classroom at Turner Elementary. The HVAC system in Wing B of the recently renovated PAL is not working properly. These are just a few examples of the systemic problems. We're in a pandemic. It is simply inexcusable not to have working HVAC systems and the necessary filters in place to ensure everyone's safety. All we hear from DCPS is that we're doing a great job. Trust us. Without transparency, DCPS cannot earn the trust of the community. We need to know which schools have MERV 13 and HEPA filters. When will the filters be changed? DCPS placed CO2 monitors in all buildings that produce real-time data, but DCPS only provides limited data from those monitors on a monthly basis, long after the value of having that information has passed. We need a list of the open orders with DGS and a timeline for when those orders will be complete. One thing we've learned over the last 18 months is that there are no simple solutions or risk-free environments. We must all evaluate the risk for ourselves, our students, teachers, our families, and communities, but without basic information to inform that evaluation, we are all just gambling with our lives. Oh, and incidentally, the central office of DCPS is hybrid. In closing, I'd like to thank the DC Open Government Coalition, who obtained HVAC information through a FOIA request. So much for transparency from the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cedric Hendricks.
Chairman Mendelson and Chairman White, I want to thank you both for the opportunity to appear this morning to talk about our school facilities that is open this school year. I'm the chair of the local school advisory team at the School Without Walls at Francis Stevens, and I've served in this capacity for about 3 years now. I'm the father of a 10-year-old fifth grader who attends the school. We are an educational campus that is located in Ward 2, and our current student enrollment is 554 young people. Our grades range from pre-K 3 through 8. So we're a large school with a lot of parents and fortunately blessed to have an active school community. When the children and the faculty returned to school in late August for on-site instruction, I immediately began hearing from parents expressing concern about children being assembled inside the school cafeteria, eating and talking with their masks removed. I even heard from one parent who was refusing to send their child to school because of this particular unsafe condition. And when I discussed it with our principal, Ms. Shana Young, she told me that DC Public Schools had provided each district school with $30,000 to purchase outdoor dining and learning equipment. She told me that these tables, chairs, canopies, and storage sheds had already been ordered by DCPS, and they were going to be delivered this month. She added, however, that it would all have to be assembled and it would be up to us at our school to put this stuff together and deploy it appropriately around the campus. Our Home and School Association, otherwise known as the HSA, decided to take on this responsibility, and the entire school community is grateful for their leadership in getting that done. We were fortunate to already have about a dozen wooden tables on the campus that had been obtained, assembled, and painted by the HSA a few years ago. Now, most of those old wooden tables are in good shape, but the problem we have with them is that visitors from the community move them all around the campus. And so we haven't been able to keep them assembled in a particular spot to facilitate lunchtime meals or classrooms. And that caused us to worry about the new equipment when it arrived and was assembled, whether we'd be able to keep it where we wanted to deploy it for the school's use as well. You know, we welcome the community to the campus, and it's just been a problem that these tables and the new equipment will not serve us if they can't be secured. So about a week ago, we had a visit from our school community action team member, and she and I and the principal walked the campus to kind of look at where we would put the tables, how we might secure them. We haven't heard back from her since that walk, but fortunately on Friday of last week, our HSA held a build day, and they assembled what we could of the new equipment and deployed it and the old tables using chains, locks, and wire fasteners in order to keep them in place. So we want to thank the volunteers, which even included some students from GW University who had community service hours to do. As we are looking forward to the remainder of the school year, one of the concerns we have, and we've heard it talked about here, is ventilation. We have not been aware of any problems with our ventilation system, but one of the characteristics of the system, which has troubled me always, is that the monitors, the air quality monitors, alert downtown at DC Public Schools, not in our school office, so that our administration would be aware if there was an issue and be able to respond quickly to address it. There have reportedly been 4 COVID positives within our school so far this year. And our parents, students, teachers, and staff are all concerned about what lies ahead. If you look at the mayor's website, you'll note that yesterday she reported that from September 24th through the 26th, there were 566 new COVID positives identified in the district. Clearly, the virus remains a problem in DC. Please help us to keep it out of our school, and please help to keep our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Henderson, welcome.
Thank you and good morning. I'm a Ward 5 resident and parent and vice chair of the Ward 5 Education Equity Committee. Conversations with Ward 5 parents, as well as direct communication with Ward 5 school leaders, inform my testimony today. It has never been more important to the safety and well-being of our students than this year during an ongoing pandemic to have school facilities and systems in top working order. That so many of our schools opened this year with failing HVAC systems, at least 3 of the 13 DCPS campuses in Ward 5, poorly ventilated bathrooms and hallways, and leaking roofs is nothing short of scandalous. And yet it is all too true that for some schools and students more than others, this is nothing new. I thank Councilmember Robert White and his office staff for reaching out in June to identify recurring maintenance issues in DCPS schools so that they could be addressed before schools reopen this fall, even as some students had already returned to school buildings as early as February. Unfortunately, this proactive oversight effort was not enough. Maybe you could have started sooner, but maybe it would not have mattered. The status quo system, our system of mayoral control, is deeply dysfunctional. I agree with Councilmember Che. What more evidence do we need on that? It ought to be enough for a school leader to identify a problem, submit a request, and have repairs completed. Instead, we find that even parent organizing, media attention, and council oversight is not enough to get timely repairs, no matter how urgent those repairs are for the health and safety of our students. Looking at the facility needs among Ward 5 DCPS schools, 2 common themes strike me. First, several needs stem from or are worsened by unresponsiveness or insufficient coordination among multiple city agencies. This could be DGS and DCPS, but it could also be DCPR or DDOT. And second, school modernization has been implemented inequitably. And while laudable, the efforts to correct those inequities nonetheless leave a group of schools with unacceptable conditions and no prospect for modernization in the near future. We must find a way, in my opinion, to make substantial capital investments to bring those schools to an acceptable facilities conditions, at a minimum, safe and healthy conditions, even if they will not undergo full modernization. Otherwise, we consign the students there to unsafe learning environments and leave the schools to struggle to retain faculty and maintain enrollment. Families, teachers, and most of all our students see and live the discrepancy between the lofty rhetoric of district leadership about health and safety and the realities of their school facilities. What will they conclude about their worth? The Ward 5 Education Equity Committee reached out to each DCPS school leader in Ward 5 in June and again this month in preparation for this roundtable. We passed on recurring issues to Councilmember White's staff in June. Many of them are still outstanding. I have listed in my written testimony current issues as reported by school leaders and parents, but I will share a few of them now. 3 schools, Langdon, Langley, and Phelps, opened the year with stopgap HVAC solutions of limited effectiveness. In the case of Langdon, promised repairs have been delayed. Brown, Noyes, and Phelps needed or still need additional traffic controls and/or crossing guards to ensure safety while approaching their schools. Langley has a chronically leaking roof that has already made some spaces unusable. I got an update this morning that some progress has been made on that roof. And Wheatley Education Campus needs help from DCPR to ensure that students can safely enjoy recess. You can find a more detailed list of facilities issues attached to my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vanessa Rubio.
Good morning, Council Member and Chair. My name is Vanessa Rubio. I'm PTA President at Brightwood Elementary School, and I am also ANC Commissioner for 4C01, as well as a mother of 4, all attending DCPS school from elementary to middle and high school. The reopening of schools this year has been great for many parents and students, having the opportunity to return to the in-person learning, but it has been extremely challenging for our school administrators and our custodians on providing a safe environment for our students within our schools buildings due to the lack of support from our government on repairs. Many of our schools hold a long list of DGS open tickets that have been carried over for months. These go from roof leakings to HVAC units to improper facilities such as our bathrooms and our water fountains. It is great to hear that federal aid was received to upgrade HVAC systems and for every classroom to provide a HEPA filter, of which many of our schools have yet to receive for each one of our classrooms. Please make note these classrooms host at least 20 students plus. Providing and maintaining our schools with functioning HVAC systems and HEPA filters shall be and must be a priority to our government if we plan to keep our schools open as we continue to adjust our lives on following COVID measures. As we return to our school building, it was wonderful to hear our school administrators assign different entries and exits for our students to be separated as they take precautions on entering and exiting our school building. But did anyone plan for inclement weather days? Rainy days, windy, cold days, weather's below 50 degrees. No tents were provided to protect our students from outdoor rain, nor the wind gusts we have in the mornings. My school, for example, opens its doors at 8:30 a.m. In the interim, our students are lined up in front of their entry door, rain or shine. No tents, no other option but to stand outside when it rains, whether you wear a poncho or an umbrella. Our students still get soaked. Our school does not offer before care, as many other schools in the district do not as well. Therefore, our students must remain outside of the school building until it opens. This past Thursday, we had bad rains, as to which many parents opted out from sending their students to school due to them standing in line outside in this rain. Did anyone plan on the inclement weather days that DCPS will be facing within the next few months? I'm sure DCPS will not excuse our students on inclement weather days on the lack of gaining access to our school buildings. As DCPS explores outdoor learning spaces and hosts a $30,000 to spend on equipment for these spaces, has anyone considered or put thought into weather accommodations, tents for rainy days, enclosed tent space, heaters for cold days? Or are we looking at this $30,000 investment just sitting there during rainy days, during cold days, during snow days? Has anyone put in the thought? Are we looking into consideration of seeking other local nonprofits that may assist us in setting up our outdoor classrooms with these accommodations? I am asking the council member and chair to prioritize our DGS open tickets and to review their protocols as they assign these tickets and close them out. Most of our school C tickets are closed and have not even been serviced. I also asked for additional measures to be in place for our COVID with our student safety. Understand that, we do mask, we take off our masks during lunchtime, and our students place them back. During outdoor recess, same rule applies. Our students have their mask on. As they sweat, they come back into the building with that same mask. That mask is not being replaced. Is there an additional funding for students to change their mask during the day, at least 3 to 4 times during that time period? We also have teachers who are housing over 20 students in their classroom, and they don't have the proper filtrations. They don't have the proper HEPA filters. As my time is up, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you get to review these DGS tickets that are mainly a priority, as this is where we're funding and going through the process of having our schools COVID ready.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Jeremy Joseph.
Thank you. Good morning. Council members, thank you for holding this very important hearing. This is a plea to you all, to the council, for accountability, transparency, and urgent action for DCPS and DGS to change its system and specifically fix the roof of the Key Elementary School. My name is Jeremy Joseph. I'm the co-chair of the Key Elementary Local School Advisory Team. My daughter's a Key student. I have 2 kids in DCPS. Let me first say how thrilled I am that the kids are back in school. Having seen virtual learning firsthand for the last 2 years, I'm certain, and I know the data shows, that full-time in-person learning is absolutely essential and should never again be sacrificed. The council should take on some of the smart suggestions by a number of the witnesses before me about legislating solutions like mandatory vaccinations for all eligible students and staff, and daily rapid antigen testing for a test to stay to further avoid the spread in schools. But that, unfortunately, is not the purpose of my testimony. The purpose of my testimony is on something much more mundane: the dire condition of the Key School roof. The main building leaks like a sieve. It has huge leaks in at least 6 classrooms across the school. At a time when classroom space is most important because of social distancing, the school is forced to dedicate big chunks of space to collect water in huge trash cans, and to avoid, and they have to move kids to avoid insulation and ceiling tiles falling on the students. It appears the main roof suffers from a chronic lack of maintenance. It may be at the end of its service life and it needs to be replaced. Now, the school principal has frequently and urgently informed DCPS and DGS of the issues via the completely broken work order process. This has been going back at least 2 years, and countless walkthroughs of the building with DCPS and DGS leadership and Councilwoman Che, this issue is well known. The contractors have been on site multiple times, including back in October 2020, to assess the leaks, and the issue has been completely and totally ignored. DCPS's former head of operations, Patrick Davis, was fully aware of the leaks in October 2020, and nothing happened. The roof could have been repaired this summer without disrupting students, but it wasn't. As the prior witnesses have have noted, specifically Robert Henderson, Kathy Riley, and Regina Bell, perfectly reflect the very broken situation here. Fundamental reform of DGS and DCPS facilities is needed to promote urgent action, transparency, stakeholder engagement, and accountability. This hearing makes clear that DGS has conclusively proven that it cannot maintain our schools. While the lack of action is completely unforgivable, so is the lack of information and transparency. No information is provided to the principal. When he asks for it, no information is provided proactively. No information is provided to parents or teachers. There's no mechanism for parents, teachers, or the principals to ask questions, to obtain answers to simple things like repair status. When are the contractors coming out? What's the plan to repair the roof? What's the status of funding? Or answers to questions which I hear from numerous parents about classroom mold abatement, and classroom air quality. There's no meaningful way to provide this information to parents because there's no meaningful way to get this information from DCPS or DGS. Recognizing the lack of information, I've spoken personally to numerous DCPS and DGS personnel on this topic. It's been my full-time job for the last 2 or 3 weeks, it feels like. Let me be clear, I respect these public officials enormously, but there's nothing more frustrating than being on emails or emailing with Keith Anderson and Danny Gonzalez at DGS, or emailing with DCPS and DGS facilities and seeing the principal ask for a meeting on status and have no response. I think they don't respond because the system is so needlessly complex that no one is in charge and no one is accountable. This is not a supply chain problem. It's not that hard to fix a roof. It's a complete and total failure of management. I'll add 2 last things. One is on September 25th, Stefan Kitterman of DGS apparently said that the issue is lack of funding. If that's true, which it seems unlikely, I provide that in my testimony. Here's my request to the committee. Please press DGS and DCPS leadership on why parents and principals have to make this a full-time job to get basic and routine tasks completed, like fixing a roof. Legislate transparency in the work order system so that parents and principals can hold DGS accountable and see where things stand. Audit the work order request system so that work order games can't be played anymore. And above all else, I ask you, please ask them figure out when the key roof will be replaced and on what timeline so as not to further disrupt student learning. Even when the key roof is fixed, these broader problems remain, and I ask the council to address them urgently. Parents and principals shouldn't have to make facilities maintenance their full-time job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Heather Scholl. Welcome.
Good morning. I am going off script because everything that I have in my testimony has pretty much been said. So the one thing that I did want to bring today was the voice of Mr. Woodfork, Eastern's head custodian. Yeah, I'm the PTO president of Eastern, which has the 64 open work orders. So I actually spoke with your staff, Councilmember White, I think it was December of 2020, because after meeting with Mr. Woodfork on many occasions, I came to understand just how broken the system of reporting is and the work orders and how totally ineffective it is. And that was nobody in the building. You know, things should have been moving, things that don't require ordering parts or things, those things should have been taken care of. But I think the system is so broken at its foundation that it just needs to be blown up and started over. And there are so many things that are already in place, like 311 reporting, work order tickets for, you know, if there's a tree on the ground. There are so many things that we could draw on to use in this case for schools. And your staff had said that they knew of that, but it was a funding issue, and I get it. But at some point, there's enough money out there. It's just an allocation. So you had asked about, you know, what needs to be done. I think you need to talk to the head custodians. So Mr. Woodfork knows everything that's going on in the building, and he has so much historic information. He was around back when there were like sections, like schools had a team and those people knew the building already, right? So it wasn't they're sending just some random person to look at a door and then some other random person comes to check another door that has the same issue next week. There needs to be a more holistic look at things, and they need to use more common sense. I mean, they literally split 3 work orders into 3 separate visits instead of going and seeing all the doors with security problems in one visit. It's so dumb. It's just like, it's unfathomably dumb. I think you need to prioritize safety. You were asking what's the priority. So things that are safe, right? So the Department of Housing knows how to prioritize what they need to look for when they are inspecting. So that brings me to what I've testified before. We have to stop putting everything in a silo. We have DPR, which people have brought up. We have the Department of Housing, which knows about safety issues, building safety. We have the Department of Health. I mean, we started this year with no COVID testing in place. That is inexcusable. It's inexcusable, and it shouldn't be separate from the facilities conversation. Everything works together. Nothing is existing in the silo. So at Eastern, we have, I couldn't talk to Mr. Woodfork because there's a pipe burst. There's always something. Councilmember Allen mentioned Maury, and even though it's a new building, they have the ACs messed up. Their roof was leaking right after it was built. So in the reporting system, there also needs to be a tracking of who's doing this construction and what the result is of it, because we have to stop giving a pass. We keep giving passes to these construction people and to the companies and to DGS, and that has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel of witnesses. Many of the frustrations expressed are frustrations that I have shared. I think it was Robert Henderson had mentioned some of the issues that he had brought to the attention of my committee. We have been bird dogging dozens and dozens. I think the list just from the past few weeks is 88 facilities issues that have been brought to the committee. And as folks know, the committee doesn't fix these issues. So, you know, as I said in my opening statement, just clear signs of a fundamental breakdown. And so we're pushing these things to DGS. And it's, I mean, just a mad scramble. And so what is clear is that the infrastructure is not there. The system is not there. And we either have to start over, or DGS and DCPS have to have a really good idea for how we straighten out the current system, because it is absolutely fundamentally broken. I made a point to make unannounced visits to schools, because as folks know, if I tell people that I'm going to a school, then, you know, what I see will be different than what people see on a daily basis. And so to get an understanding of some of these classrooms that have been too hot, the noise that is produced from the spot coolers, things that the city has said are fixed in schools, that schools are saying are not fixed, and things that schools are saying they've been reporting to DGS for years, but DGS doesn't have a work order for it for some unknown reason. These are the things that I'm seeing nonstop. What Mr. Joseph mentioned about Key Elementary and this sort of black hole of information, that's one of the issues that we're working through as well. And I will ask about the roof. The reason that it was so important to have DGS and DCPS here is that I take this issue to DGS and they say, well, this is a capital project and this comes out of DCPS's budget, so they have to prioritize it. And I ask DCPS, well, when are you prioritizing this? They say, well, it's not in our capital plan. You get this kind of fuzzy answer. And anytime as a council member, particularly the chair of the facilities committee, if I can't get an answer, I know that school leaders and faculty and staff have no chance whatsoever of getting an answer. So the frustrations that you all are discussing are ones that I am seeing as well. I've been talking to DGS for probably a year and a half, if not more, about transparency in the work order system. DGS has reported that they are piloting a QR project where schools will be able to see the updates, but I do think that's not good enough. And we have been, at this point, patient with DGS on making the facilities issue more transparent. But it's clear we have to push a lot harder. That, of course, is only part of the solution. They have to answer the question that many of you have asked. Is this a funding problem? Is this a manpower problem? Is this a training problem? What exactly is the reason that schools are seeing these issues linger year after year after year? And why can't schools get an answer on timeline? This just cannot be what we face going forward. One thing I wanted to get clarity on, Mr. Hendricks, you mentioned at School Without Walls that you all had procured and put together equipment for outdoor seating for lunch. What do you all do when it rains?
Well, Chairman White, we just assembled that stuff last Friday.
Okay.
And there are a couple of canopies. You've seen those canopies that have basically 4 legs, and you pop them up, and you see them in front of schools now where they're supposed to protect students waiting in line from inclement weather. Well, if you don't affix them to the ground, the wind will blow them away. But that's what we have. We have 2 of them. So that's hardly enough. And we're worried about the weather. It's raining now, and I didn't anticipate that today, but we have to scramble because you don't anticipate help coming from downtown. It really has to come from within the school community. And so, we turn to parents, we turn to faculty, we huddle up and we solve problems. We're fortunate to have a strong and supportive school community and a great HSA. But as I mentioned during my remarks, last week we talked with our community action team representative about our need for help securing these tables. We told her that we were about to put these together. The help didn't come from downtown; it came from the HSA. Self-help. So we need a better response, a reliable response. You talked about transparency, tracking orders. One last thing, we have portables at our school because the enrollment grew to where couldn't fit everybody in the building. The warranty on those portables expires in October. And so after that, we're kind of worried about what will happen when problems emerge. There's a punch list that's been developed to try and get it taken care of before the warranty expires. But we're kind of, left, well, when is that going to happen? Who's going to do it? Is DGS managing this? Is DCPS facilities managing this? We're, worried and wondering, and that's not a comfortable place to be.
Quick question for Regina Bell. Do you, as a representative from WTU, do you hear from teachers about concern, or anybody else in schools, about concern about reporting facilities issues?
Well, they report them to us. I don't know about, reporting to the principals or DCPS?
Correct.
Yeah, we haven't, they just report to us. They don't tell us that there's fear of that.
Okay. Let me turn to my colleagues, Chairman, my co-chair, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Chairman White. And thank you to each of the witnesses. I just have one question. It's for Mr. Joseph. about Key. I thought Key went through a modernization a couple of years ago, maybe more than two, but not that long ago.
My understanding is that that money was pulled for other schools about 2 years ago. And so there is no money for modernization. The school is over capacity and many of the kids are out in trailers out back. So I don't believe, I think that was in the works, but I don't believe that ever went forward.
There wasn't an addition built, maybe it was a decade ago. That would speak to.
There was, yes, sir. There was sorry for interrupting. There was an addition built long before we moved into the neighborhood, maybe 15 or 20 years ago.
Okay, so that must be what I'm thinking of. Well, I will. I intend to ask the director about Key and some of the other schools that witnesses have brought up. You know, I just have to say that if I was the director, I would find this testimony embarrassing. It's just embarrassing that there are these many complaints. And of course, the reason why we're having this hearing is because we've been hearing these complaints. And I'm reasonably certain that Councilmember White and myself are not hearing these complaints, and DGS is not. I didn't quite say that right, but I don't think that somehow DGS is unaware either of the work orders that aren't getting filled or the complaints that we're hearing from each of you, as well as from the many other people who aren't testifying today. And I just think it's embarrassing. But I'm going to save that for DGS. Again, thank you to all of the witnesses. Thank you for your time and your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Councilmember Che.
Thank you very much. Mr. Joseph, I'm well aware of the roof problem and the other problems. And I have to tell you, and I know that you've been in touch with my office on a regular basis, and we are in touch with DGS on a regular basis. So anyone who says that they're not aware over there, you know, is, I don't know what influences they may be under, but they're well aware. And, you know, Kathy Riley and Regina Bell said something about many of these problems are longstanding, predating, you know, COVID, both the way they approach the problems and I was going to say the speed at which they fix them, but that would be a misuse of the word. And I think you said it, Mr. Joseph, that DGS has conclusively proven that they are not capable of taking care of our schools. So we really have to figure out how we're going to get to a place where our schools can be taken care of. I do want to mention the one thing about the money 2 years ago. I got the money for the addition for Key, and then the mayor took it back for another school. But you're right, Key was modernized at least 15 years ago. So, but it has to be kept up. You can't just modernize it and then walk away. And I just want to point out that this lack of maintenance and repair is chronic. We've heard over and over again, it's chronic. And I don't understand. Is it because no one's in charge? Because people keep, doing this? When we have our government witnesses here, the chairman said it's embarrassing. It's beyond embarrassing. As an earlier witness said, it's dangerous to leave our kids in these conditions, especially in this COVID period. And I just want to ask Ms. Brown, though, about Lecky Middle School. Are you with us still? Yes. The whole school had to quarantine?
No, the middle school, yes.
Yeah.
And one pre-K3 classroom as well. But I know for a fact, as I have attended many parent-teacher conferences in those rooms, that there's no way you can socially distance 30 kids. It's a modulated trailer. It's fancy, but it's tight.
Is the quarantine ongoing right now?
Well, as of yesterday, that was the information. I'm no longer a lucky parent. I pulled my child out and put her in online school for much of the reasons that we're discussing right now. But when she was at Lecky, that's our neighborhood school, but she wouldn't be able to go there under COVID.
But I wanted to ask you, but you may not know. I wanted to know, okay, so they quarantine and then the time is up and they come back. What's changed? Are they coming back in the very same conditions that left them at risk?
They would have to be. And it took a long time just to create the space for the middle school. I can't imagine what else they would do. It's a vicious cycle, right?
Well, I suppose they could be thinking about getting additional spaces. I suppose they could be thinking more creatively about where they could have outdoor learning. I think there's probably many things that they could do, but I wish someone could tell me, maybe not here, maybe we'll just have to ask the government people. What did you do?
There's Fort Greble. There's a Bald Eagle Recreation Center right on the opposite end of the street at where Martin Luther King and Joliet Street dead end. There are options. There's the Sports and Entertainment Complex right down the street on the other end of Martin Luther King. There are things that can be done. I don't know if one individual school is empowered to do those things creatively. But if DCPS insists that you go to school, then they need to empower the schools to use all of the resources of DC and not just the one school. DCPS has 115 schools. That's a lot of resources spread across the city. It shouldn't just be one school and their problems. It should be the entire school system and how we can creatively solve those problems using all of the resources collectively. This is not no school should be an island during this pandemic.
No,
we should all
sure.
share.
But I was asking you, which again, is not a fair question to give to you. I have to wait for the government witnesses. I want to know if so many students had to quarantine, what did they do in the meantime? Or did they just come back to the same set of circumstances? But I understand that you're not in a position to answer that. In any case, I want to thank all the witnesses for coming forward. And I hope you stay around so that you can hear perhaps what the answers are from the government witnesses. So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember McDuffie, if you have questions for this round. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you, Chairman.
I don't have any questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you to the witnesses for your testimony.
Thank you. Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman White, and thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony. I'm going to start first with Kathy Riley. Kathy, we toured Roosevelt together, and I agree they've got a lot of persistent problems, particularly with their HVAC and leaks. And I know one of the things that came up during that is that they use a contractor for maintenance there, meaning I guess DGS doesn't do it or track it. And I'm just curious, do you think that approach is particularly problematic compared to having DGS handle it directly? I know DGS still uses contractors, but at Roosevelt, I think they've got a contractor who handles everything. So I just wanted your insight on whether that's something you think should happen more or something that is a little bit problematic and creates more issues than it solves issues.
So Spectrum seems to have been there for years, and I don't think they also have to go to DGS. Mm-hmm. I think they're essentially a subcontractor to DGS to see if they can, spot check some of the stuff and fix it quicker. But it has not been, nothing gets fixed either because it's not the money. But you can see even in DGS's, PowerPoint for today, they say Roosevelt needs further investigation to be determined. So having Spectrum there hasn't meant that there's a deeper understanding of the problem that gets passed along to DGS, and that the fix at least is the fix for that problem. The person I talked to during the walkthrough had just arrived. There is someone from Spectrum that had been there for a while, but it feels like the communication between, as I think Robert Henderson said, the communication between the different parties that are involved doesn't seem to be helping. It either isn't good, but I haven't seen that. Spectrum is also saying they can't do anything. Yeah. It's one more group that's saying they're helpless. And we don't have a full understanding if it's the money, the parts, but at the basis at Roosevelt, they don't understand the problem. And the building was handed over with significant problems that emerged. that haven't been adequately covered, and there hasn't been accountability for what happened.
Correct. Yeah. And I guess, I mean, and I'll ask this to DGS when we come on. I think, Roosevelt went through a modernization, and it seems like when that modernization was done, it created essentially either something wasn't addressed with the roof, or that causes a leak, which means there would basically need to be a re-renovation. And I guess instances when that happens, I think we need to determine whether the original contractor met its contract goals, right? And if the money is the issue there and they breach their contract, then it seems like we should be doing some liability, getting some more funding to be able for them to redo it, if that's the issue. So I will be asking to get to a
No, it is the, it's not the roof, it's the foundation.
Right.
The water comes in. So I think when you talk to him, and this is why I was thinking some kind of a thorough audit of what happened at Roosevelt. Because with the HVAC, they did go back to the architect and the construction people. And I don't know if they did do a whole summer of work, and they worked at night for a year, and it's still not fixed. So I don't know how else you're going to get to the bottom of it unless you have a real study of what went wrong.
Okay.
But yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention to this throughout all the problems. And the pool also, still it's 92 degrees right now. So now it's something wrong with the heating element.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you for that. I want to come to Regina Bell. Regina, I know two things. The WTU joined back-to-back school tours again this August. Can you say more about that process and how it was different from last fall, and sort of what's improved since 2020 and what problems persisted?
Well, one difference from last year was now we're in full capacity. So last year was much easier to social distance. And this year we're in full capacity and we have a more contagious variant. So I can't speak to all of what happened last school year since I wasn't in this position, but we expected DCPS to have buildings safer than they are. With the HVAC and the HEPA filters, they're just not in as many classrooms and spaces where students are as there needs to be.
Yeah. And I think that this may seem obvious, but can you say more about why we need real-time updates from DCPS indoor air quality sensors rather than monthly summaries?
Right, because those sensors tell you how good the air exchange is. So that tells you how well the HVAC is working. So I don't think we've gotten any reports from them.
Right. So that's the question. I know DGS is watching. That question is coming down the pike. So I just wanted to get, why that was so important. I'm going to go I got about 1 minute left. I'm going to go to ANC for our Ward 4 ANC Commissioner Vanessa Rubio, also president of PTA, also parent, DCPS parent. You're wearing several hats today, Commissioner, but I wanted to ask you, you asked a great question is she still here, by the way? I can't see her video. Maybe
I'm texting her.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Actually, let me see if I see her video screen. All right. All right. I texted you. I don't think she's still here. I'll ask this to, and then any other parent on here. I think you all asked a really good question sort of about the outdoor learning. Have your outdoor schools supplies still not arrived either, or did they say when they're scheduled to arrive? I know Mr. Hendricks said they got theirs last Friday. Has any other school parents gotten their outdoor equipment, or are you still waiting?
Council member, if I might just follow up on that. And what we got was incorrect. We got the wrong size bottoms for the tables. So there were 10 tables that couldn't be assembled because it was the wrong stuff. And so we had to contact the company. They said, oops, we'll come and get the wrong stuff. We'll send you the new stuff. So we've got to have another build day in order to finish the work.
Okay.
Vanessa's back.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Rubio, my time is up, but my question was about, you asked a question, I was wondering, have Brightwood's outdoor supplies still not arrived, or are they scheduled to arrive? What's the status of that?
The outdoor equipment is scheduled to arrive. It has not yet to arrive yet.
Okay, and did they give you all like a tentative date for arrival?
No.
Okay. And then you also asked a good question about, I think whether kids get to replace their mask after outdoor recess. Is that something that's been a concern that you've been hearing about?
Yes, it is a concern, as other schools have provided at least 3 masks per day. And that's not something that's happening over, on our DCPS side.
Okay. Thank you. I will follow up with DCPS on that, and thank you for all of the different roles that you carry within this space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you for the leeway, Chairman White.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. I know Councilmember Allen is still with us, but it let me know he didn't have any questions for this round. So let me thank all the witnesses from this panel. I really appreciate you all coming to testify today, and for the work and advocacy that you all do for our schools and students and staff. We will move to our next panel of public witness, James Waller, Ariel Merrick, Emily Roderer, Jacqueline Lyons, Chris Sharp, Taisha Andrews, Adrian McCann, and Alyssa Waski. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name. James Waller, welcome. You can begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the council. Thank you for creating this space to have this important discussion. My name is James Waller, and I'm the Chief of School Operations for Friendship Public Charter School. We value the health and safety of our students and staff before all else. So prior to reopening schools to 100% of our students this year, Friendship convened a group consisting of facility experts and consultants, then presented their recommendations for safe reopening to a group of parents, board members, staff, and other key internal stakeholders. Among the recommendations we implemented were ensuring that all HVAC systems at Friendship have been updated with MERV 13 filters and have been fully operational since the first day of the school year. Installing portable air purifiers in classrooms, meeting spaces, nursing suites, and offices. We created nurse-managed testing areas within each of our campuses to facilitate weekly testing of students and all staff. Constructed temporary outdoor learning spaces at all of our campuses within the Friendship Network. Investing in more frequent and intensive campus cleaning protocols, and setting up a structure to identify and respond quickly to issues raised by members of our school community, because this is hard work and we didn't get it always right the first time. Currently, there are thousands of tests administered each week. Friendship's positivity rate is 0.6%. The CDC's recommended community threshold is 5% or less. So we know that our reopening planning and execution has led Friendship to schools opening very safe. This is very difficult work. For example, 5 days before the start of school, a transformer blew, knocking out critical systems. We responded and fixed the issue within 24 hours, but at 4 times the typical cost. Like many schools in the District of Columbia, Friendship buildings are in various stages of aging, with our oldest building constructed 120 years ago. We have often borrowed tax-exempt bond financing to improve our buildings and bring them up to the standard our children and staff deserve. With that in mind, the two most important requests I have for council are these. First, I recognize your responsibility to identify challenges, to hold organizations and leaders accountable for addressing failures, and to provide resources when possible. And we are very grateful for your efforts. But I think you also have the responsibility to elevate and amplify examples of success, to give the public reasons to be hopeful and to have trust in institutions that are doing good work like Friendship. It is important that parents feel safe sending their children back to school, that they are doing a good job protecting their community. You play an important role in inspiring this trust. Secondly, schools have diverted significant resources to fortifying facilities against COVID. It is much more expensive to build, renovate, and repair in the District of Columbia than it was even 5 years ago. Funding for capital improvements must keep pace with the rising costs in the District of Columbia. Thank you for this opportunity, and be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. Ariel Merrick, welcome.
Hello. I want to start off by saying that I moved to Washington, D.C. 3 years ago to give my autistic son a better education, because we're from Norfolk, Virginia, which I don't know if you know the statistics, their school is not great. And so far that has been extremely successful and beneficial with the help of his CES teacher at Garrison Elementary School. My son has thrived since being taught by his teacher, and I would be devastated to the implication that a DCPS faculty member would be stripped of their First Amendment rights regarding freedom of religion. I understand and respect all who wish to get vaccinated against the coronavirus, but I also believe America is the best country because we accept all, regardless of their religious status and decision to do with their body as they please. I'm more than happy to accept non-vaccinated staff to simply undergo a weekly COVID test, along with all vaccinated staff and all students. I don't see why funding cannot be allocated in that area. They don't do temperature checks daily anymore. We don't know who is getting tested. So also, continue wearing masks, having school meals outside, which Garrison Elementary School does do. They have tents. I was not aware of the resources of other schools with the structure problem. But as a parent, it's my job to ensure that I am protected and my child is protected by wearing the proper mask fitted securely on their face and to teach my child to socially distance. But it's not right to punish faculty and disregard their personal religious beliefs. And I hope this is taken with consideration. Like I said, I don't know where funding is going on that level, because I don't think either one of my children have been tested so far this year. That's all I have. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for being with us. Next, Emily Roderer.
Thank you very much for having us here today to speak. I just left a meeting with Kenya McDuffie's office, so I'm sorry if I'm a little shaken. I just wanted to thank you again and say that I registered for this hearing as a public witness. I'm a former, as in yesterday, DCPS parent. Last night, my husband and I received our final notice that our daughter was being withdrawn from her school roster, and my family will be investigated by CFSA for educational neglect. We decided the very old, poorly ventilated elementary school building where there is no outdoor lunch was not safe, so we kept her home. Once upon a time, when DGS had failed to change the school fountain filters for months, possibly years, in spite of lead in the water, I was the parent who called DGS and happened to find the one staff member who had a nephew at our school. The water fountains were fixed that week. This year, I was the parent, in spite of my daughter's non-attendance, who learned that the classroom ceiling was collapsing and contacted Councilmember White's office almost daily. Perhaps parents testify before council to get their school's needs met. For some schools, the high poverty schools, the Spanish speaking schools, the schools east of the river, no one listens. For almost 18 months, many school buildings were closed or had very limited attendance. Some city governments might have taken this as an opportunity to fix crumbling school buildings when children and teachers were conveniently off-site. DGS seems to have done nothing. HVAC systems aren't working. For example, spot coolers at Marie Reed and a concurrent COVID outbreak, broken HVAC at Langdon Elementary, where a parent teacher is now home caring for her children who likely caught RSV at school. HEPA filters are broken and are replaced with louder versions that teachers struggle to speak over. At my daughter's former school, a kindergarten classroom lacks a functioning sink, and a preschool classroom has no functioning toilet. A ceiling leak, which has evicted a 5th grade class from their room, has not been repaired. Parts of classes are in COVID quarantine and neither teachers or students have devices. In the before times, many schools accepted this as normal. They had no other choice. However, at a time when children should stay safely in their classrooms and within their cohorts, the lack of timely repairs seems like neglect. Trust me, I know. I'm being investigated by CFSA. Building problems have become teacher retention problems. Because of the ceiling leak, a leak that had been reported many times over many years, a special teacher has given up her classroom. The teacher is on the verge of quitting. One council member said that that was a silly reason to quit. I would argue that during a pandemic, there are no silly reasons to quit. Everyone is at their limit. We are not treating teachers like the professionals they are when they have to teach in the hall, on the sidewalk, or in the auditorium. To you, these might be low priority repairs in low priority buildings belonging to low priority school communities without much money or political capital. But to us, parents, children, and families, they are the very heart of our communities. Our children learn to read in these buildings. They make their first lifelong friendships in these buildings. They bond with teachers they will remember their whole lives. Please invest in these buildings and come up with equitable strategies for prioritizing their repairs. When buildings are in disrepair, children, families, teachers know you don't care about them. During a pandemic, everyone else knows too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Cherish Sharp.
Hi. Thank you, Councilmember Robert White and the other council members and your staff for holding this roundtable today. My name is Kara Sharp, and I serve as the Executive Director of Latin American Montessori Public Charter School. Latin American Montessori Bilingual Public Charter School. It's a mouthful. LAM. LAM's mission is to create a self-directed learning environment in which children build a foundation of knowledge essential for a lifetime of learning with the goal of biliteracy in English and Spanish. We do this by using a Montessori model to foster independence and a love of learning through highly individualized instruction. LAM faculty and staff have worked tirelessly through the pandemic to provide our students instruction that is true to our model. We are currently providing instruction in person while maintaining the utmost safety protocols. As you have heard from many people who have testified today, one safety protocol that can be used is outdoor lunch and outdoor instruction. Currently, we're able to use this procedure on most days, but the seasons are changing. If we had the capacity to have even 2 more classrooms eat lunch safely at the same time outside the building, it would make a significant difference for us in terms of the logistics and student safety. The quick and easy solution is the ability to install large wedding-style tents. At this time, this requires a permit. For LAM, this has not been easy. The permitting process takes 6 to 8 months if you're lucky, and at LAM, we could not begin the permitting process earlier because we've been finishing the renovations on our new building. We've worked diligently to be good neighbors and ensure our neighborhood associations that we are following all the steps to complete the conditions of our BZA order. We simply could not take any steps that could possibly delay the completion of our current permit or put at risk our relationship with our neighborhood. One easy solution I hope the council members will consider, at least until the pandemic situation allows for DC Health and OSSI to remove social distancing guidelines, would be to waive the permitting process for students using large wedding-style tents for outdoor lunch purposes. Masks are important, but guidelines around social distancing and cohorts require our staff to ensure that student groups are kept separate and are adequately supervised. As you can imagine, creating the schedules for this is logistically challenging. Waiving the permitting process would allow all schools the ability to use their outdoor space to follow safety guidelines and ensure students are safe during all weather conditions. Thank you for allowing me the time to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Next public witness is Jacqueline Pogue Lyons. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I am Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, President of the Washington Teachers Union. Thank you, and I'm pleased you're holding this hearing and that I have the opportunity to describe the facility concerns that plague our schools. The issues that I will explain in detail come directly from DCPS teachers who responded to a Washington Teachers Union survey about the conditions at their facilities and in their schools. And many times our teachers don't feel free or safe to let their school leaders know, so they come to the union to let us know what's going on. Let me say first that after educators taught virtually for over a year and knowing that we were going to reopen for the fall of the 21-22 school year, every single school should have been evaluated even before the summer. Work orders filled and processed in a timely manner, and work completed in time for the first day of the new school year. That did not happen, and because of that, students, teachers, and other employees are struggling with conditions that are contrary to what is needed to curb the spread of the COVID-19 virus. And it is also contrary to providing a safe, healthy, and welcoming school environment for the educational process. The main concerns revolve around faulty HVAC systems, seriously overcrowded classrooms, issues with teacher preparation materials, a prime example being the $200 supply card. Let me run down a few examples. In many schools, there are serious HVAC issues. This is not acceptable because poor ventilation systems will spread COVID-19. That should have been a number one item when preparing our schools to reopen. Some classrooms have leaky air conditioning systems that cause ceiling tiles to fall on classroom floors where children should be learning. Some of these systems have caused classrooms to close and some schools to shut down areas completely until fixed. In addition, not all spaces where teachers meet with students have classes that have HEPA filters that clean the air. We have several schools that have broken sinks, multiple broken doors, and locks that don't work. Wi-Fi is not working in several schools. Some bathrooms are not functional. Key cards have yet to be programmed, so staff cannot safely access the buildings. In addition, there are leaky roofs and ceilings and HVAC systems. These are just a few examples of our facilities that should have been taken care of over the summer. We have too many open work orders that should have been resolved before September. There continues to be serious overcrowding problems at many schools, like Wilson and Deal. At Kimball Elementary, for example, at least 2 classrooms have 32 students enrolled, and teachers have been told more are on the way. Also at Kimball, special education caseloads are over the limit. At Plummer, 2 autism classrooms are over the cap, and there, too, teachers have been told more students are coming. At Thompson Elementary, PE classes are way overcrowded, with some classes having over 40 students. Each year, teachers receive a $200 supply card from DCPS to help prepare their classrooms for the start of the school year. Knowing how much money teachers spend out of their pockets every year, some researchers have shown that on average, teachers spend up to $900 of their own money on classroom supplies every year. $200 is a small amount, but teachers rely on it to supplement their classroom expenses. This school year, as you may be aware, there have been countless problems with this supply card. Some teachers have been completely unable to access their funds. Some have had their supply card balance reduced to zero, despite not having spent all the funds. And some teachers did not receive a supply card at all. DCPS has been unable to offer any timeline on when these problems will be resolved, nor have they proposed any alternate solutions. These funds are important to teachers during any school year, but particularly this year when schools have fully reopened for the first time in a year and a half. Teachers need as much support as possible, and they are not receiving it. This also underscores the lack of preparedness DCPS has shown in reopening schools. I urge the council to demand that DCPS do a full and comprehensive evaluation right away of every DCPS school and fix these problems. If the WTU can do a quick survey just to get a sense of things for this hearing, DCPS should be able to do a much more thorough survey of problems and fix them, so every DCPS school is safe for educators to teach and students to learn. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. The next public witness is Taisha Andrews.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm multitasking right now because I'm at work in the office. But my speech is really short, so I'll go ahead. Good morning, Council of the District of Columbia, Chairman Mendelson, all the district, family, and friends. Thanks to the Committee of the Whole for allowing me to speak this morning. My name is Taisha Andrews, and I am a current Ward 8 resident and mother of a student at Plummer Elementary and at Jefferson Middle Academy. I also serve as a Ward 8 PLE board member for Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. I will not be before you long, as I only have a few concerns. First, at Plummer Elementary, the HVAC system has been worked on for at least a week now. There is a concern because it periodically stops or AC in parts of the building. This is a serious health/COVID hazard. Small window units have been installed in each classroom and can be turned on as needed. Many teachers still can use AC as they need to and do not use the window units. The concern is the air quality. If it breaks, as it usually does, what will the air quality be in this age of COVID? In addition, at Jefferson Middle Academy, logistically within the building, they have enough filters and PPE. However, Jefferson is in serious need of rapid testing for students and staff, especially when students are sent to the isolation room. They need to find out as soon as possible if someone is COVID positive so that the necessary steps are taken. There's a large lag time between when someone tests positive and when the school community is notified. This is unsafe for all staff and students. Last, both Plummer Elementary and Jefferson Middle Academy have concerns about DCPS COVID policies. Who gets notified when a case exists at school? Do siblings quarantine? Sadly, that is not clear for all. Under the what conditions will a class quarantine? DCPS policies are very vague. With the 6 Jefferson COVID cases so far since August, no teacher has been identified as a close contact, even though the students were in their classrooms. One of the teachers at Jefferson was notified by a child's parent that the child was positive. This teacher teaches in a small classroom and never received notification about being a close contact. These are serious concerns that not only affect DCPS staff, but DCPS students and the families of those DCPS students. This puts the entire DCPS community at risk. Please consider the concerns of the staff at Plummer Elementary and Jefferson Middle Academy. Our children deserve a safe learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Andrews, you were breaking up just a little bit when you were talking about the HVAC at Plummer. Can you just tell me one more time, if you're able, what the issue is there?
Sure. So the HVAC system there has been worked on for about a little over a week now. It goes in and out. It stops working periodically. So they've placed AC window units in the classrooms, but there's still an air quality hazard, especially with COVID going around. They're really concerned about the quality of their air right now because this HVAC system keeps breaking down, and they only have these wall units to supplement when it does break down.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness for this panel is Adrienne McCann. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White, and all of the council members here today for the opportunity to speak with you on this really important subject and for you to listen to the public who is so critical to this, as well as our teachers. My name is Adrienne McCann, and I'm a proud and overwhelmed parent of a first grader at Maury Elementary. For those council members not familiar with our school, and hopefully were listening earlier when Councilmember Allen talked about us, we welcome you to come see this amazing space. It was just completed in 2019. It preserved a historic 1886 building, and it worked to maximize classroom space and outdoor space on a very limited footprint. I also welcome you to get to know our community, LSAT, and PTA, who have rallied around our teachers and our students and staff to give our kids the best learning experience they can. Let me first say that our Maury community is well aware of how fortunate we are to have this practically brand new building. It is amazing. I miss going in it. You know, it's also one that our full student body, now at an enrollment of 514 students, just shy of the building's capacity of 539, has really only been in for 7.5 months since it was reopened in 2019, when the mayor, several council members, and also DGS Director Anderson came to our ribbon cutting, which is why I'm dumbfounded to be here today to ask and plead for your help to address basic work orders to keep our students safe in a building that the district spent an amazing $52 million to, massive millions of dollars to rebuild. I would also be, Councilmember White, in your opening, you said one of your top goals was to ensure that every classroom is safe and comfortable. And I applaud you for that. But I also challenge you to take it a step further and think beyond individual traditional classrooms. We need to make sure that DGS and DCPS are also making our playgrounds, multi-purpose rooms, and cafeterias safe, particularly in this urban school setting where we have limited outdoor space and learning spaces and few indoor spaces for teachers to utilize outside of their classrooms. We need to make those spaces safe and well maintained. I raise this because at Maury, we have several outstanding work orders that are essential for our school's COVID defenses. The first of these is a long needed repair to our petition wall. If you haven't been to Maury, we have a big multi-purpose room. It's the PE space, it's the indoor space, it's also the cafeteria. I imagine a Saved by the Bell episode where some kickball is gonna hit, a first grader trying to drink their milk. But also, it was raining earlier and I thought, man, that's terrible because Miss Falls and Mr. Muha, the PE teachers, are gonna have to move PE inside. And that's a problem on rainy days. Also, an important piece that hasn't been mentioned yet today are fantastic aftercare providers. At Maury, we have the team at Polite Piggies that we utilize every day, and they need these indoor and outdoor spaces to maintain public distancing. We've talked a lot about the school day today, but for working parents like myself, the school day doesn't end when the bell rings at 3:15. I also just want to quickly get to ongoing construction projects on our playground that have been long overdue, especially when we have limited space. We also have security issues that haven't been addressed by DCPS and DGS with missing security cameras and a playground gate that was fixed by putting a lock on backwards. So then now the gate can't actually locked. I'm sure that was a work order that was closed and now we have to start over. Like many of the schools that many of you have visited, we have our own HVAC issues that are affecting our third floor with spotty functioning. I'm also really thankful that Councilmember Lewis George raised the winter heating issues. I hope the council and DCPS and DGS are thinking ahead to the winter months. Otherwise, I'm worried this committee will be right back here in 2 months talking about why our kids are wearing winter coats in the classroom. I'd also really like to thank my fellow witness, Emily, for raising the teacher retention issues. We have seen so many teachers retire and leave early, and we need to maintain them and give them a space they can help to foster learning and a love for learning in our students. I also really hope that DCPS and DGS witnesses and their staff have been online for the last 3 to 4 hours here listening to this hearing, this embarrassing hearing, if you've put it, and are prepared to answer your questions. Thank you for all you're doing to help our students, our teachers, and our staff keep our families safe. I also want to flag one other non-facility related issue on the testing protocol you should be aware of. Our school students are required to perform saliva tests, which for 5th, 4th, and middle schoolers and high schoolers, that's probably really easy to do. But try and ask a 3-year-old to put enough spit in a tiny little cup to get the right amount for a test. And it's really hurting our ability to get enough students tested. So thank you so much. And I look forward to any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Our final public witness for this panel is Elisa Waski.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Elisa Waski. I am a Powell parent at Powell Elementary of 3 children. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to share my story in regards to our collaboration with DGS back in May when we got together with them and the DCPS representative, council member. I wanted to address your earlier question in regards to how DGS works with DCPS. And it started out great. We had this representative from DCPS that was kind of acting as the interim project manager to give us updates on our HVAC issue because we knew that we've historically had the HVAC issue since the Powell renovation. And there'd been temporary fixes put in place, but it was just amplified in May because we had such hot days and it was very hot in the school. So we knew that we were going to have this problem and needed it to be fixed by the fall. So it started out well with the DCPS appointed representative, I assume, from DGS. And we were supposed to touch base monthly, but we just then did not get updates. We would email every month over the summer. And we did get one update saying that it's slotted, it's on time, it's going to work out. But then come the middle of August, the HVAC part was delayed. And thanks to council member Janice's walkthrough, that's how we got the news, right? We didn't get it from DGS. We didn't get it from our DCPS representative. We only got it because the council member walked through and then let us know that, it wasn't going to be ready. So there's definitely a failure in communication and actually just distrust with DGS because we repeatedly asked for updates. We were told it was on time. And then 2 weeks before school starts, it was a supply delay. So I know I'm echoing a lot of what a number of people have already said here today. Just wanted to share our story here at Powell, and wanted to also let you know that, we are eager to help in any way we can. We have our group of parents are looking not only at Powell, but how we can help the overall systematic process to make sure that all kids are safe and can, get the repairs that they need in their schools. So if there's a way that, this DCPS representative, who we did learn did step down from the position, I think that could be a question to look into, right? Like, is that still the plan with DGS? Is that they look to DCPS to prioritize, but what exactly is the job description of that role, right? And is that going to be a role that's going to continue? We really depended on that role. However, I don't think she got the information that she needed from DGS because she went silent on us a lot and just wasn't getting answers. So that was a little bit of an additional part to the process that I don't think I heard anyone else bring up. So I wanted to share that with you, Councilmember Robert. I also just want to share that we did set up outdoor lunch just through parent volunteers at Powell. we got some tables, got some chairs, got some tents. We had to do a GoFundMe to fundraise to reimburse the parents. That's obviously not the way it should work, but there were a few parents that just said, you know, we want to be able to minimize the risk as much as possible. And we are now talking with, I know, Councilmember Janice, your office in regards to learning if there's any way that we can figure out a plan for heat lamps. Because if we could forward plan and try and get some fundraising for heat lamps, then the kids could be outside more during the colder months. So these are things that we as a parent group are thinking about. I echo what Jeremy Joseph said, that it's frustrating that we have to get to this level as parents and hope that DGS and DCPS can work together, but we're happy to help in any way we can, and want to help, you know, throughout all the schools. Just wanted to share our experience and happy to answer any questions you have. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here, and I want to pass that thanks to everyone who testified on this panel. Ms. Waske, a couple of questions about Powell. Why did parents have to fundraise if the administration, others had testified that the administration offered each school $30,000 to accommodate outdoor lunch?
So I think our tables and chairs are on back order. So there was money allocated for that, but they're not here, right? So we just wanted to get something done.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you mentioned, I think, HVAC issues at Powell. That was the issue where you all were given a date. I think I'm pretty sure that happened with Powell, but it also happened with a number of schools. That's why they're kind of collapsing together. You know, one of the things I hope folks understand from the agencies is, you know, it's frustrating for parents and teachers to find out so close to the start of school that major systems aren't working. And then you're told it's going to be fixed before school starts. And then that date comes and you're told, oh, it's going to be fixed, you know, at some later date. Then that date comes and, you know, you feel like you're being jerked around a little bit. And it's frustrating, but it's also scary because you have your kids in these schools. Mm-hmm. Have you all had temperature issues at Powell where classrooms were just oppressively hot?
So not this year. They did implement a workaround and they're calling it a temporary workaround. So, you know, that's our concern is how long is this temporary workaround going to last? But they did make it a priority once there were about 3 different rooms that were pretty hot before the start of school. And they were in there very quickly to get them cooled down.
Okay. And do you, and I want to thank my colleague, Councilmember Lewis George, for staying on top of these Powell issues and really pushing the agencies on that. For the outdoor lunch, do you know how that is staffed? Are they staffing that with teachers and school staff, or are parents volunteering for that?
So during lunch, the staff goes out and does it just as they would indoor. Okay. Our principal has made it that if everyone eats outdoors, right? So if it's going to be outdoor lunch, everyone's going to eat outdoors. The parents volunteer every morning and afternoon for breakdown because some of the tables and tents or tables and chairs that we have set up are in the walkway to the parking lot. And so we want to have that cleared out before all the teachers and staff leave for the day. So okay. we go at 9:30 and set up and break down at 1:30 every afternoon.
Okay. And what about when it rains? What do you all do when it rains?
So unfortunately, like we just learned today, when it rains, they just stay inside. And it's something that we want to talk to our principal about because we do have the tent set up. And so we want to, you know, try and push for additional plans to eat outside unless it's, you know, a torrential downpour. But yeah. We do have tents set up so they could eat outside.
Okay. Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, you mentioned in your testimony that some teachers don't feel safe letting their school leaders know about facilities issues. What is their concern?
I guess their concern is retaliation And so that's why it's important that they can come to the Washington Teachers Union. It shouldn't be that way because teachers are mentioning issues that affect children and affect safety and health. So I won't say that's in all schools, but we get a lot of information that'll come to us and we'll say many times, well, did you let your administrator know? Or many times I have to say, well, I'm going to bring this issue up, but I won't use your name. And sometimes people are even reluctant to say school classrooms or anything for fear. And sometimes it's real and sometimes it's not. But when you have that type of culture, it's hard to let it go. Even if it's not real, it's a culture that's been created.
I appreciate that, and I do want to thank the teachers and other staff who have brought issues to my attention, because the official word is always good, and it really is only hearing from parents and teachers that we get a real sense of what's happening. Had I only followed official reports, I wouldn't have been going unannounced to schools to see what's happening. But because I've gotten notifications from teachers and families and others, it let me know that there was a serious gap between what I'm being told, the official word, and what the schools are actually seeing. So I want to thank those who have brought that up, but I also want to thank WTU for being a resource for the facilities issues. But this is not the way it should happen, and no one should fear retaliation for bringing these issues up. I've spoken to teachers who every day, just depending on the weather outside, how hot it is, they have to move their entire class. That is so disruptive and frustrating to teachers who already have enough on their plates. So if they feel like they can't report these things, then they don't get fixed, and we may very well lose more teachers. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
But Ms. Sharp, you were speaking in your testimony about the need to waive the permitting process, which I completely agree with. That shouldn't be a hard ask. But let me ask this: is that the only thing that you really need, or would have needed to get the outdoor space going? Would the waiver of the permitting process, along with the funding from the city, would that be sufficient to get you where you need to be?
Funding from the city would definitely help. We are one of a handful of the LEAs that are non-Title I, and so did not receive the ESSER 3 funding at the level that we were promised, even as late as mid-May. Funding is always helpful, but we are willing to prioritize our current funds in order to make it happen. One thing that I don't know if the council is aware of is that we were considering, and I think many educators were considering this year to be really critical in terms of addressing the instructional loss that occurred last year and in the spring the year before. At this point, I think that we will all be doing well just to have our students advance 1 year. It's going to take another 2 years on top of this in order to deal with the actual instructional loss, because of how much work we have to do on simply following the protocols to keep our students safe and in school.
I appreciate that. I'm out of time, so let me thank the parents who have testified on this panel. I did hear your concerns loud and clear, and as a fellow parent, I do get it. So thank you to everyone who testified. Let me turn it to my co-chair, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember and Chairman White. I'm just going to be a couple of minutes, and I'm going to have to excuse myself for a little bit for a meeting. I had one question. I wanted to note something. One of the last witnesses made some comments about teacher turnover, and the Committee of the Whole will be having a hearing. I believe we have filed the notice on December 16th on teacher and principal turnover. I would have had that hearing sooner, but we'll be getting some data, I believe, from OSSI with regard to a survey on teacher turnover last year. So anyone who's interested in that, and I think it's a critical issue, December 16th, the committee of the whole. I did have a question for Ms. Roeder. Could you say more with regard to the referral to CFSA?
That's codified in law, I believe, because
No,
of
I
what-
know that, but tell
Yeah.
me more your circumstances.
My circumstances are really pretty mild. Everyone has been very kind. It's been a very easy process, but there are parents who have been asked how much money they make, had their children's bodies checked for bruises, had their houses inspected while their children were present, and their children have been questioned about sexual abuse. I haven't gotten that far yet in the process. I'm a little behind some of the other parents, just out of luck, I guess. But I had a friend who had CFSA come yesterday. She happens to be a social worker with pretty high federal clearance, and it was very mild. But I know two other parents, one of whom happens to be in Ward 8, and it was incredibly emotional and humiliating. So I would say CFSA has been very kind to everyone involved. I suspect they don't think this is the best use of their time. But for some parents, this has been incredibly difficult.
But tell me again, why was it that you were referred to CFSA? Clearly, it had to do with unexcused absences.
Yes.
But explain this more, or explain this again.
After 20 days, the school has to do their due diligence and find out where your child is, put eyes on your child. They've come, we miss them. They've come to our house. DCPS has put door hangers on our house. They did a good job, and the school social worker has been incredibly kind. But they have to know that your child is safe. The stupid thing about all of this is I think we're trying not to lose our voice as DCPS parents and not to lose our connections to our school communities, which have been so important to us. We could fill out the homeschool paperwork. We'd lose our spots in out of boundary schools, and we would be forgotten. I would think that that is what the mayor wants, for us just to go away.
So you've, excuse me for interrupting, but so you've kept, how many children? Two children.
Neither are vaccinated. And we get a case notification from at least one of their schools every day.
And they're elementary school kids.
One sixth grader and one fourth grader.
Okay, so they're not eligible to be vaccinated, and you've kept them home because, in your words?
Because there was no outdoor lunch and no path for outdoor lunch at our school. We are up against some really huge hurdles. Also, the building, I've been there, particularly for my daughter for elementary school, I've been there for 8 years. I have seen everything. It's not safe. I don't even understand how it's going to be ventilated in winter. It's got radiators.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all of the witnesses. I appreciate your testimony. And Chairman White, I'm going to have to step away for a little bit, but I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Councilmember Che.
Thank you, Chairman. I also had to step away for a separate meeting, which is why I was off the grid or whatever it is. And I missed really this panel's testimony. So I'll just thank you for your testimony, but I have no questions for this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember McDuffie, do you have questions for this panel? Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman White. I will start with President Lyons of the Washington Teachers Union. President Lyons, has central office said anything about hiring additional teachers to help with large class sizes? Is there a point at which classes have to be split up because they're too big? And what kind of, I guess guidance is there given the Delta variant and COVID and sort of how that impacts class size and so what are you, I guess, what has central office said to you all about this?
We haven't gotten any report from central office regarding what they're going to do with the overcrowding. We've talked to some officials at DCPS about it. We know that there's a severe shortage of teachers. There's an inability, I guess, because of the pandemic to get subs. We know that DCPS has hired 1,200 teachers already this year, and that's a huge number. We're used to huge numbers, but that's the largest amount I've seen in a long time. I just kind of glanced at the vacancy list, and from last week in there up to about close to 160 vacancies. So a lot of times they do have to split the kids up and into different classrooms, which leads to overcrowding, or they have to ask, say, ELL teachers, related service providers, special ed teachers to cover classes. And when they're covering classes, they're not meeting the needs of their special needs students.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I'm going to follow up with central office and try to get some answers in that regards. Actually, Mr. Waller, I wanted to come to you, as I know you made some comments about, making sure that we do our part to share success, et cetera. But I also recognize that Friendship is actually situated differently, because you all have a virtual option. And I think you've always had a model for virtual option, which is something that DC parents are basically begging for at this moment, for a virtual option. So I wanted to know sort of how is enrollment this year in the Friendship online program? Are you have a large majority of students enrolled in Friendship online program? And I've heard from parents who pulled out of DCPS to enroll there instead because you have a virtual option. Have you seen shifts within Friendship where formerly in-person students moved to that program?
Yes, our online enrollment is the highest it has been. The K through 12 online has been an option for the past 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we've operated an online K through 12 school for 5 years. Our high school program began 3 years ago. So we've had 3 years of a high school experience, and both the elementary, middle, and the high school levels have increased their enrollment this particular year. We've given many of our parents options. Those who weren't ready to come back into a school building for various reasons. We allowed them, we educated them on our online program and what the online program was about. And they are enjoying the program. Their intent is, once they feel comfortable with coming back into a school, they'll be able to come back into a brick and mortar building.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think you all are an opportunity for, other LEAs to sort of be able to look at your model and see where improvements can be made, and see how, options can be actually helpful to continuing in the school within the school community space. I know you made a mention about rising costs over recent years, and I'm interested to hear sort of what costs are rising faster than the charter facilities allowance. Did the PPP grants help with some of those extra costs?
Yes, it did help with the new expenses related to COVID, the mask and things like that. But during the pandemic era, we've increased our facility protocols. For example, we do air duct cleaning twice a year, whereas previously we did it once a year. We increased the MERV 13 filters, and they're changed more regularly than we did previously. So those are built-in additional costs on a consistent basis, but also the cost of making sure the facilities are the best that we can provide and are meeting the needs of our families and students. We've looked at all of our HVAC systems. We've scheduled upgrades in systems. We're making sure that we are getting clean, fresh air into the classroom and it's circulating throughout the space. We've consulted with experts in the field on how to increase our air system. We're looking at, for example, UV lighting coming in through the air duct system to purify the air when it comes into the space. So those are options. We have temporary outdoor classrooms, but we want to build permanent outdoor classrooms because we know experiential learning for students is helpful in many ways. So making some of those best practices permanent is taking additional resources.
Some of the best practices costs are doing it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful information as well, and in understanding those additional costs. I wanted to go to Ms. Wask. I hope I'm saying that last name right, and I apologize. From our Ward 4 school, our PAL Padres. One, thank you and the PAL Padres for all the work you all are doing and consistently advocating for PAL students and families. I wanted to get a sense of, you spoke a little bit about the position that was used, that DCPS sort of had back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
Can you sort of describe what role that person played in the position? Do you think that would be useful in the future, or sort of what's been your experience, so we can sort of follow up with BGS and DCPS on this?
Yeah, so we had a meeting with her and our Powell administration and some parents that, wanted to stay involved and help with the communications back in May. And she was our point of contact. At that point, I didn't know whether, I thought she was with DGS, but she described herself as the project manager, and she would be updating us on the schedule, letting us know that things were, going on time. And she had committed to updating us every 2 weeks with progress.
Yeah.
And so that was her role. And so, we emailed about, every 2 weeks if we didn't hear, saying, what's the latest? Because we didn't hear unless we emailed her. And then before school let out last year, she, said things are on time and on schedule. But then through the summer, we did not hear more. We only heard once from her. And this was always repeatedly after asking, right? So at first we had a commitment that she was going to update us every 2 weeks, but it wasn't until a parent like me or one of my other friend parents that were on the committee would call, email and say, what's the latest? That then we got a response once back saying, things are still on schedule. There was a bit of a delay in building B, but it's supposed to be here before the start of the school year. And then we learned from you that, the week or so before school started that it was going to be a broader delay.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. All right. I think my time is up this round, so I appreciate and thank everyone for their testimony. And I did, let me slip one question in. Has DCPS said yet whether they'll allow the outdoor propane heaters? Have you all heard an official word yet? Ms. Wask, has Powell heard any official word?
No, I have not heard anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis Stewart. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks everybody to this panel. A couple of quick questions. Ms. McCann, I was going to start with you and appreciate your comments about Maury Elementary. And frankly, when you talked about the enrollment where it is today, it was only a handful of years ago. We were actually fighting really hard with DCPS to actually build the school at the capacity we have now. It was going to be much smaller, actually. And to hear that we're basically at full enrollment it's great to hear. And it's a testament to what I think we all knew was coming with that school. So I appreciate you sharing that. I mean, I'm infuriated that we spent tens and tens of millions of dollars on what is a beautiful school and is wonderful for our teachers and our students and our families there. But there's at least 2 or 3 places where the roof is leaking. There's places where the HVAC is not working. On top of the things that failed they never finished the job. There's still windows on the old building over on the west side that the contractor just never finished on the punch list. Like, I don't want to give somebody 1 penny to come in and fix the HVAC system or fix the roof when it's only been 1.5 years since we cut the ribbon.
And that makes me terrified too. I think of all of our middle schoolers who are at Elliott Hine, who, I'm sure they have a punch list twice as long for the size the building is. But I will share, on the point of building these buildings to size and maintaining them. In 2016, our enrollment was 386. It has grown, by leaps and bounds, and you see it when every time. throughout the city, but in our neighborhood district here, houses are on the market so quickly, and it's folks with kids and families moving in because it's a great school, because of not just the investment that the council has made, the DCPS has made, but also that the PTA has made. So I will also add, I hope all of you come to our Maury yard sale on Saturday, October 23rd. It is families exchanging stuff that you don't need to pay full price for, but it also helps to pay for 5 of our classroom, all of our classroom aides in pre-K, 3 and 4.
Don't tell people about the yard sale. It's where I get to find some really good bargains.
Our PTA needs to raise $42,000. That's on top of the $95,000 we pay for the pre-K aides. So, please all come. You're all welcome, whether you have kids or not. There's stuff for adults. And drop off your stuff.
I will put a plug in. It's one of the best neighborhood yard sales around. Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. McCann. Ms. Roeder, I wanted to ask you a quick question, because one of the things I am concerned about is the CFSA referrals that we've seen. And I appreciate you kind of sharing your experience was with a CFSA employee who, I think your words were, was respectful and kind and kind of, I think to your point, felt like there were probably other things they could be spending their time on. I can also recognize, if the report comes in that they're concerned about educational neglect, they kind of had their job to do, because obviously we don't want, in the event that someone is not coming to school because of health and safety COVID concerns, we do care about that child's welfare, and that's kind of the job to check and make sure that everyone's okay. Did they ask you about COVID? Like, did they ask you, for example, anything about the reasons why you were not having your kids go to school right now?
I would say that was not their primary concern. The first question they asked was, do you intend to fill out the homeschool application? Mm-hmm. And they will provide that paperwork. So I think there was a curiosity about why we were doing it, but that was not their primary concern. They just are concerned about the safety of the children.
Okay. So they didn't ask for reasons of the absence.
I told them it was about COVID safety.
Okay. I guess what I'm trying to make sure I understand is I assume that they've got, of course, the questions about welfare and safety they need to work their way through and ask, but trying to understand, are they asking about, what is the reason for your student not to be in school right now?
Yes, but I will say,
or maybe you volunteered that information right up front, so they
perhaps, because I will say the person who called me felt very badly about it. Mm-hmm. He had been on the phone all day. I was much farther in this process, and he had talked to many, many other parents. So he sort of knew what was going to be said. Mm-hmm. There weren't any surprises for either one of us. I had heard from other parents. He had talked to other parents. So that wasn't really the content of our conversation. Yeah. People at the beginning of this process may have had very different conversations with their CFSA intake person.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. And I appreciate that. And I think, I will wager that those interactions also versus families who have, agency and means probably have an interaction that is different than if you're already vulnerable. If you are, I think if you were, an undocumented family, if you were, any other, I can think of 100 reasons why that interaction would be one that you'd be very fearful of, even if the reason for your absence is because of COVID. Now, I've talked about this before. I'm concerned about the way in which DCPS set up the unexcused absences from the get-go. I think there's been a lot of problems with it. And I think that when it comes to our CFSA referrals, I'm also really concerned because we have seen through a pandemic that child welfare, instances of domestic violence, of abuse and neglect has gone up because of all the accumulated stressors over a year and a half. We've seen that across the board. And I want CFSA to be able to really focus on those actual cases of abuse and neglect to help that child welfare. And I am concerned about perhaps an unintended consequence, but a consequence of the unexcused absence policy, then actually making it harder for CFSA to be able to do their job in terms of being able to identify the actual abuse and neglect cases and the child welfare that we're really concerned about there. So we're working on legislation for October 5th, trying to get at that issue. So I appreciate you talking that through with me to help me understand what your experience was. So thank you. I'm now, so Councilmember White, thanks very much. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Allen. I'm glad we've been joined by Councilmember Vince Gray. Councilmember Gray, we're doing 7-minute rounds, but happy to give a few extra minutes if you have a statement as well. You're on mute, Councilmember Gray. Not yet. Well, I'm sorry, wait, you're still on mute, Councilmember Gray. Can't hear you yet.
About now.
There we are, perfect.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. I want to, first of all, I want to thank you for convening this hearing and giving, parents in particular the opportunity to be able to speak on the challenges that they have experienced already since our children have been back in school for these few weeks that they've been back. I want to turn to Ms. Andrews. Ms. Andrews, I missed part of your testimony, and I would appreciate if you could update me. I think you were talking about Plummer. Is that right? Are you there, Ms. Andrews? Well, I'm sorry if she's not still here. I unfortunately had to step away for part of the hearing, Mr. Chairman, and I want to follow up with Ms. Andrews also, who I think was talking about Plummer. And Plummer has been a school that has had some real challenges. It had investments that were made within the last year, if not before that, in the HVAC system at Plummer. So I'd like to be able to follow up with Mr. Anderson, Director Anderson today in his testimony to hear about what the status is of Plummer at this stage, because it was my impression, Mr. Chairman, and you would know that because of your role in chairing the committee, but you would know what investments have been made in the recent past around Plummer, because I thought there were investments that were being made in the HVAC system in Plummer. So I don't know. Again, I'm sorry, Ms. Andrews is not here at this point, but I certainly want to hear more. And I will ask.
Sorry, I'm still here.
Oh, you are? Okay. Can I ask you now, Ms. Andrews, about the issues around Plummer? Because I believe your testimony was about the condition of the HVAC system at Plummer. Is that correct?
That's correct, because their HVAC system is currently being worked on. It's been out for it's been being worked on for at least the last week, and it's been going in and out since the school year began, which is why they have placed the window units in the majority of the classroom, so they have that option. But there's still a concern over the air quality because the lack of or increase of the heat and AC back and forth due to the HVAC system breaking multiple times.
Yeah, it was my impression, because I try to get around to as many of the schools as I can to see what's happening. But it's been my impression, I believe, Ms. Andrews, that there have been investments made within at least the last year about the HVAC system at Plummer. Is that correct? Is that accurate? If you can correct me if I'm not stating that correctly.
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time, Mr. Gray?
Yeah, I'm really trying to understand what investments, from your perspective, have been made in Plummer, in the HVAC system at Plummer. So it's my impression that there were investments made at least within the last year, maybe even before that, to try to address some of the HVAC systems at Plummer. What is your impression about what investments have been made at Plummer?
I honestly do not know. This is my son's third year there. He is just in kindergarten, so he just finished preschool there. This is his kindergarten year. And, I've received these concerns from his current teacher. So I'm not aware of, the issues that they've had in the past, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. When Director Anderson comes before the committee today, I want to ask him about what investments have been made at Plummer. And it's my impression that there have been substantial investments made, certainly within the last year, maybe even before that. And I want to hear what they are. And if it continues to falter, which it appears that it does, I want to hear about what's been done to try to address, on a more permanent basis, what's being done at Plummer. So I hope you will stay around for Mr. Anderson's testimony, and we can hear from him exactly what has been done at Plummer. You have not been told about any investments that have been made in the HVAC systems at Plummer?
Unfortunately, no, I have not.
Okay, well, I hope you will stay around for Mr. Anderson's testimony, and that we can hear more about that, because I really was under the impression that over the summer, not this one, and maybe even the previous summer, that investments have been made heretofore. So I hope you will stay with us, and I hope you will, if there are additional questions that you and your colleagues may have at Plummer, I really want to know what they are, so that we can address those. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask those questions of Ms. Andrews, and I want to follow up with DGS just to see what they have done and what investments have been made over the last year plus, which I think they've been substantial. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gray. And I want to thank this entire panel for your time today and for being involved in these issues. I want to welcome up our next panel of public witnesses, which will also include advisory neighborhood commissioners. Public witnesses include Danica Patricius, State Ward 7, representative of the State Board of Education, Ebony Rose Thompson, and Ward 4, member of the State Board of Education, Fraser O'Leary. Also on this panel will be Commissioner Salima Adolfo, Commissioner Vincent Van, and Commissioner Tiffany L. Brown.
Okay. Sorry, it took me a minute to get settled. Hi.
No problem. Welcome.
Should I go ahead and start? Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Danica Patrocious, and I'm a parent of 2 children and DCPS, and I'm a leader of a household who has COVID spread throughout our household from the first week of school. I know firsthand that the city is not doing enough to keep educators and families COVID safer, and it's time to act now. I've attached to my testimony detailed documentation of how the system is not working and showing where the executive says, what the executive says is happening is wrong. We also give constructive solutions. Today, I ask you to break ranks with the executive on the narrative that everything is working just fine. When you take the executive's word for it, you're complicit in supporting transmission, spread, and unsafe practices in our schools. We can do COVID safer better. Resist being complicit, refuse to accept that you are powerless to act, and harness your superpowers and use them now. I've heard council talk for so many years about the bureaucratic obstacles in place that stop you from acting to make COVID safer schools, such as the mayor controls reprogramming funds, not us. Legislation takes too long and the mayor can just ignore what we say. Emergency legislation can have a cost, so it's so limiting. We have no real leverage because the mayor controls schools. Yet, when council wants to do something, none of those excuses matter. You find your power. Please find all of your superpowers now for us, for children, for families across the city. For example, sure, the executive that does submit reprogramming, but you have to approve it. That's a superpower. Yes, permanent legislation takes a long time, but the process of it alone can help lead change. You could have started last spring, 2 months ago, 1 month ago, and yet here we are. And yes, the executive does ignore you sometimes. What do you think? Why do you think that is? And what will you do to change it? There's no law that emergency legislation can have no fiscal impact. It's your practice. And we know that when council supports something, whatever fiscal impact there is can suddenly be absorbed in the agency's budget. These are not excuses. And finally, while the mayor controls DCPS and charter schools are on their own, you are our state legislature. You make the laws. You oversee mayoral control. And you have the power of media, social media, us, the community, in demanding transparency. You have so many superpowers here. We're asking them to use them now. If our calls for action last spring to better prepare for the fall weren't enough, last week's hearing should have propelled you into action, but it didn't, and I'm angry. Let me remind you just some of the untruths the executive told you last week. 1, last spring we had low cases in kids, so planning changed last minute when fall cases rose and we're adjusting. Come on, not a parent in the city buys that. Everyone knew when we go full capacity into schools that you have to do way, way more. The city failed. And number 2, in-person learning is the only learning we need. Wrong. Families with serious risks and those in quarantine need a virtual option. Untruth 3, DCPS has provided every school with the support they need for outdoor eating. False. Untruth 4, communications go to the classroom level about testing and positive cases. False. And possibly the most egregious untruth, this DCPS chancellor said, we are not unenrolling children at this time. Did you see what he did there? He said, not at this time. He wore pants. In fact, as he was testifying, as we heard earlier today, he was sending CFSA to homes on the path to unenrolling kids. The mayor is kicking kids out of school during a public health crisis. This is not a DC to be proud of. And today, whatever they tell you about those facilities, don't believe them. Believe every single parent that was talked here today, because that's what's actually happening. And it's not funny. It's not cute when they think of things to message. It's not funny when they duck phrases or just go after the hearing and say, ha ha, we got away with that. We answered their non-question or gave them a non-answer, and then they're not going to do any oversight. This time, I'm begging you, parents across the city are begging you, use your superpowers to actually change something. It is a public emergency, and this is when government should be at its best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Thompson.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm humbled to represent Ward 7 on the State Board of Education. My testimony today is informed by school visits, constituent conversations, and quite frankly, years of frustration. As a Ward 7 resident, I sit on the LSAT. I have helped modernize 2 schools as a SIT member. I have a mom that teaches and 2 cousins who are students. All 3 of them walk into Ward 7 schools every day. For me, for my family, and for my community, this comes down to fairness. Fairness. That's impartial and just treatment or behavior without favoritism or discrimination. I watched ribbon cuttings this year, and while I wanted to feel joy, I felt frustration and sadness. Why? Because it's not fair. It's not fair that work orders have gone unanswered and unaddressed. It's not fair that more buildings are modernized in the wealthiest, whitest ward of the city than any other part. It's not fair that I have schools in my ward that don't even start planning for a new building until 2026 with leaky roofs and broken HVACs. It's not fair that we found the money to purchase and modernize a school that wasn't even in the queue before we modernized schools that had been using pretty much spit and tape to hold their buildings together for years. Essentially, they bust. Cutting the line isn't fair. It's not fair that we keep opening new schools without fixing the old ones. It's not fair we continue to have spot coolers when it's hot and kids in coats when it's cold. It's not fair schools aren't 100% ADA compliant. It's not fair that school leaders are asking themselves, do I say something or will I get in trouble if I raise this? Will making this public affect my enrollment? It's not fair that we take the time to submit requests and then are left to wonder when or if things will be fixed. It's not fair that the federal government allotted millions for HVAC and we've paid millions into local coffers only to still have overwhelmingly reports of broken HVAC systems. It's not fair that schools are on their own or even have to deal with this at all. It's not fair that we've normalized dangerous conditions. It's not fair to our kids that they walk into spaces which show them just how much as a city we don't care every single day. It's not fair that our schools make them feel any less than loved, valued, and invested in. It's not fair to lack so little transparency, accessibility, and accountability. The conditions we are allowing our students and educators to walk into daily are just not fair. We need to lean on the DME to submit a plan to bring our facilities up to date, up to code, and up to the standards our students deserve. The master facilities plan is coming due again soon. We should use that data to inform our actions and chart a path forward. We need to revisit the PACE Act. I was grateful to have the opportunity to work with former Councilmember Grasso to try and put some guardrails into place for who went first, second, and third. It was well intended and the right thing to do. What resulted was a change in the rules that regulated many of the schools that would have been and needed to be in front of the line in my ward. Not only were pushed to the back of the line for a period, they fell off the list completely. It's legislation, and you all are lawmakers. So despite the limits of mayoral control, this ball is squarely in your court. We need to increase the transparency and public accountability for DGS. There should be school and city level dashboards that show progress and readiness. We should have a floor and a ceiling, both literally. We've seen some unconscionable conditions, and metaphorically, there should be a standard for our children. We have to lay out how work orders are prioritized, not just for DCPS, but across agencies. That includes recreation centers, libraries, and playgrounds. That formula should be more heavily weighted to building safety, security, and sanitary issues over vanity projects. Moreover, there should be a commitment for how long it takes to move a request from work order to resolution based on the type of request, just like they have for 311 reporting. Broken HVAC, clearly making this up, 7 days. Broken sink, 2 days, and so on and so forth. These transparency measures will begin to show us the scope of the problem, despite the unacceptable number of more than 450 plus outstanding work orders. We know it's actually worse than this, and we know there's more. I look forward to working with the council to move forward solutions that will address this broken system of broken HVACs. I respectfully submit this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative O'Leary, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm testifying today as an educator of 50 years and as a parent. Today, you've heard from many members of our community about how our city has failed to take care of our children in the places where they should be safe and healthy. Before I was elected to the DC State Board of Education, I had only testified in front of the City Council for 2 reasons. One of the reasons was for us to get a baseball team back into DC. The other was about the callous neglect that our government had for Cardozo High School and the plans for renovating our schools. We got a baseball team and a new park before Cardozo was even modernized. I am glad that both of these dreams were realized. In Ward 4, we are proud to have all of our DCPS secondary schools, Coolidge, Roosevelt, McFarland, and Ida B. Wells, as examples of what can be done when we all work together for our children. But what about the elementary schools that feed into those schools? LaSalle, Bacchus, and Whittier feed into Ida B. Wells, and Truesdale and Powell feed into McFarland. All of these schools have problems with their HVAC systems, which can only exacerbate problems for all people in the building during the pandemic. Whittier has had ongoing problems with its roof, which has caused major damage in the building, along with mold. Powell, which has been renovated, is still having HVAC problems, as is LaSalle Bacchus, which finally had its roof supposedly repaired when repairs on the HVAC system damaged the roof. These schools are last on the list in Ward 4 to be renovated. Whittier will begin its renovation in 2028. That means that the students for whom Whittier is their neighborhood school will still be going to a building that is in deplorable shape for another 7 years. This is unconscionable. As you drive around the city and go into a neighborhood that you used to recognize, you know that it doesn't take 7 or 6 or 5 or 4 years for an entire city block to change completely. We left Cardozo in December of 2011 and returned to a brand new Cardozo in August of 2013. All of the conversations about education come down to conversations about equity. There should be no students or educators who should have to learn or work in a building that is hazardous to their health. It is up to our leaders, elected or appointed by the mayor, to realize that we are in an emergency and commit themselves to do whatever it takes to solve this structural problem immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. Just to highlight one of the points that I think are particularly important from our two representatives from the State Board of Education. We certainly have seen a significant lack of equity in school modernizations, and when you have an inequity like the one we do, you're generally going to see outsized impacts in lower income and neighborhoods and neighborhoods where residents are predominantly people of color. There's an interesting working paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research a few years ago that estimated that disparities in classroom temperature control accounted for as much as 5% of the country's racial education gap. And we relate that to DC, knowing that nearly half of the DCPS facilities that haven't gotten a full modernization are east of the Anacostia River. So we have a lot of work to do. I agree, Representative Thompson, that there are flaws in the PACE Act. We have to figure out why a school like Whittier and others in your ward, why they are not further in line, why they're not closer in the queue than they are, particularly given the issues that we see when we go into those schools. So it is certainly a challenge for us. And Ms. Petrocius, I agree with you. We have to do more from the council. The administration sticks its finger in the eye of the council, and we have to change posture in the way that we address that. We have to get, unfortunately, more aggressive in our work and advocacy because we just can't take no for an answer sometimes. And often it seems like the seriousness of these issues is missed on the administration. I did not like the tone of the hearing last week. I didn't get the sense that the chancellor and others really took the issue seriously. A number of people commented to me about, the chancellor smiling during the hearing. I like the chancellor to smile, I like him to be happy, but when you hear the consistent testimonies from the residents that we represent saying you all aren't doing enough and we are very concerned about our health and safety, that's not when you come and smile and say, we're just going to stick to our script. That's when you come to the community and say, we're here to listen and we recognize things aren't perfect and we're going to work together to improve. So I do hear your challenge to the council, and I think it's a fair one. And we will do our part from the position of this committee and even beyond that. Let me turn it to my colleagues, starting with Councilmember Che.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I just want to extend my thanks to the witnesses for coming forward. We really appreciate it. But I have no questions for this panel. Thanks.
Councilmember Che. Councilmember Louis George.
I don't have any questions for this panel. I think Representative Ebony Rose Thompson and Ward 4 Representative Fraser O'Leary have spoke the truth and nothing but the truth. And I think right now we just need to get these answers from the government witnesses. So I'm ready to get those answers. And I thank you both for your service and for your testimony today.
Thank you. And I know that Councilmember Allen and probably other council members are multitasking and jumping in and out. So let me turn to Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses so much for their time and their energy and their commitment. Two things. Fraser, I just want to mention, first of all, I appreciate what you've done as an educator, as a sterling educator, and the work that you have done as a teacher, and all the work you've done with our kids, and the work that you're doing on the Board of Education at this stage. I do want to mention one thing, and that is you spoke about Cardozo High School, and you may recall that as the mayor of the District of Columbia, I was proud to be able to say I may have gone to Dunbar High School, but we are absolutely going to see that Cardozo High School gets the kind of investment and energy that is required. And as you will recall, that school became a showpiece for you and others, who are working so closely at the school. And I certainly appreciate your work, Fraser, at the school. I was glad to come to speak to some of those classes that you had at 8 o'clock in the morning as well. So thank you for what you've done to help us turn Cardozo into the kind of school that we know it should have been all along. And I appreciate it very much. So thank you for that. And I'm glad that we have been able to do that. So, Ebony Rose Thompson, I want to thank you for your work also. You probably heard the questions that I raised with Ms. Andrews, who is a parent at Plummer. Maybe you can elucidate some of the issues there, but because I was actually out of the room at the time. And she talked about the HVAC system at Plummer. And I swear, I feel like that I feel like we've been working on this HVAC system since dirt was created. It has been so long. So can you elucidate for us exactly where the issues are with respect to Plummer at this stage? I was trying to get her to provide some additional information, but she talked about, she hasn't been there that long as a parent, but from your perspective, as somebody who actually I know, because I've made some visits with you to schools, and I know Plummer is one of those that you care deeply about. So can you elucidate for us some of the issues around Plummer with the HVAC systems there?
Yeah, so Plummer's a great example of two things. One, yes, I know Plummer well. My cousins are a Plummer. I went to Plummer. My mom went to Plummer. So it's still my neighborhood school. It's across the street from my house. It is one of the great examples of DGS starting to do something or tackling something, but not necessarily resolving something. So I made the choice today to not talk about Plummer specifically because I know people came to talk about their individual schools.
Well, I'm happy to talk about
I've been before this committee, and it chokes me up to think about, literally, I have seen kids in coats sitting at Plummer. That has been true off and on for 4 years. And it is an off and on type of thing. So they come, they fix something, they do something. But two, it's a great example of why that building needs a full modernization. It is one, and it's the reason I raised the PACE Act specifically. Plummer received a phase 1 modernization. That means nothing. Phase 1 could mean anything and everything depending on what they came and did to your school. And unfortunately, when the PACE Act was passed, we weren't doing full modernizations. We were doing phase modernizations. Mm-hmm. And then the administration made the choice, which I understand, efficiency-wise makes perfect sense. You should do a school all at one time instead of these phase things over the summer. What it resulted in is schools like Plummer, schools like Burville, schools like Neville Thomas getting pushed to the back of the list, even though they had very, very little and overall cosmetic work done. So all the things inside their walls, like the HVAC, the leaky roof, the pipes, like those are the things that did not get addressed and need to be addressed. And because of the way that formula works now, they're behind school. There are other schools because it says they've had some work done. So I'm so glad you asked about Plummer, because it is a perfect example of how we have failed to maintain our schools, but also which schools need to be moved to that top of that list to be modernized, because these are safety issues, these are sanitary issues, like these are some serious issues that our kids and our educators are dealing with every day.
Well, it's unconscionable. You and I have been visiting schools, and I'm glad that we've been able to do those. You know, we were at Burville recently, and but for our intervention, imagine some of the conditions that would still be existing there. We were able to get DGS to move very quickly, and we're looking forward to them finishing the job very quickly also. So I hope that you will work with us to try to get the work done on Plummer. I know you live near Plummer, and again, having listened to the parent today about her woes with Plummer, it was just dispiriting to hear the concerns that were raised, and to have nothing but concerns at this stage about what is going to happen at Plummer. You know, we can't continue to deal with the problem with schools like Plummer, the physical plants like Plummer, without the attention being given to those. In fact, I know we've got additional visits that we are to make, as we talked about going to Woodson, but I think we need to elevate Plummer. I know you live near there, but that's okay. I know we are going to make additional visits, and I would suggest, instead of just being Woodson at this stage, that we make Plummer a number one list. I would invite you to join me. Let's do that. And let's try to address the issues that were raised by Ms. Andrews in her testimony today, so that when she sees that we come to that school, she knows that there's action is going to will be happening one way or the other. So I will look forward to making those visits with you. We'll move Woodson after the back of the list, but we're going to move Plummer. If you're okay with that, we'll move Plummer to very much to the top of the list of conditions that need to be addressed. And I want to hear more about what was supposedly done over this last year around the HVAC system, because the HVAC system, in my opinion, it was a problem before it just happened. When Ms. Andrews talked about it today. So we need to get on top of that one also, and make sure that we are looking at more than just some investments being made, and not putting Band-Aids on our schools, especially in a school like Plummer, which is not far from where I live either. So I'll look forward to working with you as we move forward on this, and so that we might even ask Ms. Andrews to come to the visit that we have as well. So it wouldn't hurt to have her there either, would it? So I'm delighted to reach out to her, and delighted to reach out to you, and to make it absolutely clear that a Band-Aid on Plummer is not going to get it. So thank you so much for your testimony today, Ms. Thompson, and thank you for your service. And we appreciate continuing to do as much as we possibly can to improve the conditions of our schools in a way that's going to make us feel better about what the environments that our children are going to school in every day. So I think I finished my questions on this, and we'll look forward to hearing more from you too, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. And I want to welcome Laura Fuchs, who is juggling a teaching schedule. So I'm glad you were able to join us and did want to permit you time to testify.
Thank you. Do you want me to go now?
Please.
I do really appreciate y'all letting me in real late. But yeah, I just got on lunch. All right. So I'll jump right in. In my 15 years as a teacher at HD Woodson, my experience with facilities and the complete lack of oversight provided by the council is emblematic of the problems facing our district as a whole. Firstly, I missed my testimony time slot because the hearing on facilities is being held while educators are in school. We know that under mayoral control, the district's higher ups consistently lie. Principals are under pressure to downplay reality, and it is the unionized teaching force that have consistently stepped up at great risk to ourselves and spoken truth to power alongside our parents. We are the ones who know firsthand what is going on in our buildings, yet we're consistently devalued as members of the public who can and should be able to testify because of when these hearings are held. In 2007, my first year at HD Woodson, I taught in the Tower of Power. I don't need to go over how much DCPS let that school go when they decided they were going to knock it down. But a school built in the 1970s to have completely fallen apart shows the systemic neglect that this district has shown students east of the river. Fires, flooding, mold, extreme heat, walking up 9 flights of stairs, you name it, we experience it every single day. DCPS did nothing to ameliorate the conditions. In our interim building, things were actually pretty good. As we came back to our brand new building, the first to be completely rebuilt in the wave of modernizations, we began to realize our problems were only just beginning. Done with almost zero oversight from the district and several principal turnovers and limited input from the community, we walked into a building that was 100% not built for us with our student body in mind. Instead, it was built with buzzwords and zero knowledge of a high school day. The hallways were larger than the classrooms, many classrooms had zero windows. The audio-visual system didn't work from day one. Our roof and windows leaked so badly that floors were warping. There were basically no trash cans, a cafeteria and auditorium that were not designed to hold our entire population if we hit our maximum numbers. We had Promethean boards, which were already on the verge of being outdated, and these teeny tiny laptops, which you could tell would barely last a year. I bring all this up because now we're in the pandemic, living the effects of not having done this building right in the first place and refusing to fix it in the interim. We were told that we had 1 year to put all the issues for the warranty, which we did with extreme diligence, only for basically all of them to be completely ignored, and so it began. DCPS and the council repeatedly forced us to be grateful for a building that wasn't built properly from day one. Our heating cooling system is almost impossible to run and leads to very uneven temperatures and air quality throughout the building. We've never had soap, like never. Our bathroom stalls are often broken. Work orders don't get fixed. I want to give a time range, but the fact is they just don't get fixed. Teachers supply basic needs more often than not from our own paychecks. There is no accountability anywhere. Those here at the council allow things to get out of control and awful, and then they try to act like it's only the mayor's fault. You take walkthroughs days before school starts as if that will make a difference, when we have been telling anyone who would listen what major problems have been happening. Frankly, everyone just goes along because what else can we do? Our schools don't get shut down, even if the conditions are awful, we just keep going. So is this on the mayor? Absolutely. This has been going on before Fenty and kept going on after him. This isn't just about Bowser. This is about a system of mayoral control and a council that is too small and too uninterested in touching the third rail of education to question the narrative. So I hope that we're going to do more than we've done. Sorry, I went over time.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to do an entire new round of questions, but I do want to make room if there are questions. One question I have for you that came up earlier, and I asked others. We have heard that some teachers are concerned about reporting facilities issues because they believe there may be backlash. Are you aware of teacher concerns, and are you aware of any instances of backlash to teachers who have raised these issues?
I mean, the backlash tends to be public because the only place we can go in the end is Twitter and the Washington Post, because you can file things within the channels forever and it's not going to happen. So it really takes public shaming. It takes Anacostia teachers walking out. It takes a librarian reporting that they have literally no books in support, who then gets fired after getting in the Post for that story. I mean, it's just that's just how it goes. Like, we have to blow things up. Like, the fact that I'm still standing is just kind of a miracle and a testament to principals with principles. Because, like, honestly, if I'd been at Dunbar, I would have been canned by Zaki. Canned. No questions asked. I would not be here. But I had a principal who had morals, and despite being told to fire me for my nonsense, kept me on. Like, that's the system we live in. And that's real, unfortunately. So I do get why people are afraid, because the principal might support you, but they're the one who's going to get the phone call from DCPS being like, why did that teacher post on Twitter? And they're going to blame the principal, and it's not their fault. And so, like, teachers also don't want to throw their school under the bus, because it's not just their school, but they're trying to show what's going on. And of course, like, at this point, I'm just beyond caring. Like, I just can't be bothered to be worried about my job, because it just doesn't change.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Councilmember Lewis George, did you have any questions for Ms. Fuchs?
No, I don't have any questions for Ms. Fuchs. I will say that, part of the reason I went to schools is because I wanted to, like, see it for myself, but also to protect my teachers and my principals, who I know if it came up that they got it, that somebody sent an email to me, then they would, I've heard the same remnant. So I just go because I want to be able to speak from a place of, like, from my teachers and from my principals' perspective, without them even me having to worry that there are going to be any repercussions to their jobs, because they're committed, and so I hear you on that 100%. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Gray, do you have any questions for Ms. Fuchs?
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony. And Laura, I would be appreciative because we're going to come and visit Woodson also. That's already we've already made the commitment to do that. What I would like, and I hope you're in a position to be able to share this information with us. I was the mayor when we built the new Woodson High School to replace the Tower of Power, which is, can't replace it, of course, but to build a new school that we built. And what I'm interested in knowing from you especially is what are the conditions of the physical plant at HD Woodson at this stage? We built that when I was the mayor, and I'd like to think that we're making the kinds of investments that are necessary to be able to preserve the proper condition of HD Woodson at this stage.
Sorry, do you want me to answer that right now, or just when you do the walkthrough?
Well, both. I mean, you can certainly put on the record now. I have no problem with that.
We have an auditorium that is leaked from day one, and the stage consistently gets warped to the point that we cannot use it safely. The gym floor warped once in the auxiliary gym because of flooding. The gym, our main gym, we have to sandbag in an attempt to protect the floors from warping because it floods. I've been in like 6 different classrooms in this building at this point. They move me like a little grasshopper, I don't know, but 3 of them have flooded. Like when it rains, it pours. And I'm on the 2nd floor. I'm not even on the top floor. So I'm not even sure how the water is getting into my room some of the time. But like, I set up plants in one of my windowsills to capture the water and try to put it to decent use. And even those would then flood onto the floor. Like, it's just, and it's been ongoing. Like, it's been years those problems have existed. And they started on day one, unfortunately. There wasn't enough oversight of the building management company who built our building, and we reported it all in the warranties that we were told, like, report year 1, and we're going to fix it. And like, that just did not happen. Audiovisual equipment didn't work from day one. I could hear someone's classroom stuff down the hall. I have to buy my own speakers because you really can't use the stuff that was put in. The visual like stuff that was supposed to be able to like show in different classrooms and in the hallways just never really worked, or I don't know if we just aren't trained right. So there's like a lot of cool stuff in here that we just can barely use or can't use at all. And then there's just like structural problems. And I know like for HVAC, one of the cooling systems doesn't work. So like there's supposed to be 2. As long as one's working, our building engineer works magic, the whole thing's all right. But like, if that one goes down, like there have been times where they had to send us home because it was so hot. Or I think you even helped get an external cooling system for us once because it was so bad. And we had to get, it hooked up to our building, and like our building's newish at least at this point. Like, so it's frustrating because it's like we are grateful for it, but like there are just a lot of issues that unfortunately began the first day we showed up. So it's been a struggle.
Well, I would ask you to work with us to make sure we continue to address the issues that exist at H.D. Woodson. The school is barely 5 years old, if that, maybe even not that old at this point. But anyway, have you been involved in requests of DGS to come out and look at the condition of H.D. Woodson?
I'm just told that like we're filed, like I asked the principal and the business manager, like, what have we done about these toilets, or what have we done about these sinks? And they tell me they filed reports. I probably need to start asking them for numbers so that I can like look them up or something, because I've not seen the reports myself. I'm told they've been filed, but I'm not quite sure how that works in the building.
Well, Massey has said that he files the reports and they get closed out. It's not, they're closing the tickets out, they're not addressing them, or they'll do like partial work or insufficient work and they're closing the tickets. And so that's what's happening with H.D. Woodson. He's told me that several times. So even if I ask him sometimes for outstanding work orders, they're closed. So it looks like the work has been done and it's not addressed.
Well, and I think we need to look at what orders have been closed out and why were they closed out. We've got Director Anderson who's coming before us today. So perhaps he can tell us some of those conditions that existed. And as you know, Ms. Thompson, we were in touch with Director Anderson just last week on some issues at one of our elementary schools, and hopefully the attention that's needed will be given to that school, and we'll get the work done finally. And I'd like to see the same thing, Laura, with H.D. Woodson also. To whatever extent you can help us with the conditions at H.D. Woodson, it's just completely unacceptable to close out a ticket. That doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, how can somebody close out a ticket and the work hasn't been done? That doesn't make any sense at all. And it's completely unacceptable. And we're going to work as hard as we can to make sure the issues at H.D. Woodson, as well as the other schools that we visited, that they're addressed. Doesn't make sense. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray, and thank you so much to this panel, and Ms. Fuchs, thank you for joining us. We are now going to turn to our government witnesses. I know we all have a lot of questions, so I want to welcome Director Keith Anderson of the Department of General Services and Amy Maestera, Deputy Chancellor for the District of Columbia Public Schools, who I understand is here to answer questions and won't be testifying independently. Welcome, Director Anderson and Deputy Chancellor Maestera. I want to welcome you both. Before we begin, we're going to put both of you under oath. So I would ask that you raise your right hand. And thank you to everyone on staff who's joining. There we are. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities and the Committee of the Whole is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. And I understand, Director Anderson, you will be testifying on behalf of the administration.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right, well, you can begin when you're ready. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, Chairperson White, council members, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. I am Keith Anderson, Director of Department of General Services. I'm here to testify on the agency's effort to position school facilities for school year 21-22 reopening. First, I want to recognize and thank our entire team, especially the dedicated staff in the Facilities Management Division and Capital Construction Division, who worked around the clock to make sure every school in the district opened on time for school year 21-2022. I also want to recognize Chancellor Louis Farabee and his District of Columbia Public Schools team who partner with us every day on school facilities maintenance and construction activity. As Chancellor Farabee stated at last week's school reopening hearing, we recognize there are families within our community who are anxious about the return to in-person learning. With those concerns in mind, I will start my testimony by covering the DGS effort to support DCPS in mitigating the spread of COVID-19 before turning to the agency's delivery of new school buildings this fall and an update on HVAC work orders. I will begin by highlighting the agency's special capital project to enhance air filtration across the DCPS portfolio, which was completed earlier this year and was an important part of Mayor Bowser's strategy to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. In March 2020, as Mayor Bowser declared a public health emergency, DGS began engaging consultants in planning for enhancements to air filtration systems, utilizing mobile HEPA units and upgraded MERV filters, which would allow students to safely return to in-person learning. After the DGS construction team put together a plan with DCPS, Mayor Bowser supported the agency with a $24 million project budget to ensure we could get the job done. With the mayor's commitment and strong coordination with our partners at DCPS, DGS went to work. Our construction team started with a previously unanticipated and unprecedented project, progressed through the planning and construction phases, and ended in completion and successful handoff to our facilities management team in less than a year. When DCPS students returned to in-person learning this past February, every student, teacher, and staff member walked into a school with enhanced air filtration. While the enhanced filtration project concluded in February of 2021, the enhancements remain in place at every DCPS school. Though the project has certainly been well received, over the last few weeks, we have heard concerns about air filtration in schools when HVAC systems are temporarily offline. While the DGS team takes great effort to keep DCPS HVAC systems operational, there are times when HVAC systems break down and we respond immediately with remediation efforts. As a precautionary practice, DGS deployed mobile HEPA units at every DCPS facility during the original project period. These mobile HEPA units can produce clean air exchange rates that meet or exceed standards set by the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, or ASHRAE. These are the same standards adopted by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for air exchange rates. If an HVAC system goes offline, the impacted classrooms continue to be serviced by the mobile HEPA unit, which is separate from the HVAC system. This means the risk of spreading COVID-19 is mitigated by an enhanced filtering system at all times, even when the HVAC system is temporarily offline. I also want to highlight that DGS deployed indoor air quality sensors at every DCPS facility over the summer. These sensors produce regular reports that allow DGS to continuously monitor air quality in schools for any changes that could indicate potential deterioration of air quality below ASHRAE or CDC standards. Today, I can report that air quality at all DCPS facilities has remained within ASHRAE and CDC standards. Finally, with regard to COVID-19, DGS procured special supplies to support DCPS in shifting its operations to account for the pandemic. DGS provided every DC public school with at least 10 plexiglass dividers to protect public-facing reception areas, as well as signage with standing easels and educational social distancing aids, such as carpet squares and painter's tape. Across the DCPS portfolio, DGS distributed over 35,000 floor decals for social distancing, 1,400 hand sanitizer stands and wall mounts, and 75,000 gallons of hand sanitizer, 600 stanchions, and 115 tower state washers. During the modernized facility construction, I am pleased to report that under Mayor Bowser's leadership and in strong partnership with DCPS, DGS delivered 4 high-quality school modernization projects on time for school year 21-22. And those schools were Eaton Elementary School in Ward 3, West Elementary School in Ward 4, Capitol Hill Montessori at Logan in Ward 6, and Banneker High School in Ward 6. I know council members were able to join Mayor Bowser at several ribbon cuttings over the last few weeks, so you already know these modernized buildings are truly breathtaking and innovative. We are very excited for our students and teachers to experience this school year and many years to come in these facilities. With regard to maintenance, I know there's a particular concern in school communities about HVAC work. I want to be clear that our goal is to have fully functioning HVAC systems in every school. We have had challenges this year due to a combination of heightened global demand and slower production of HVAC parts due to the pandemic's impact on the global supply chain. We face the same significant challenges as jurisdictions around the country in obtaining replacement parts. As parts are received, we expedite the necessary repairs to bring HVAC systems back online. I know there are also concerns about classroom temperatures in some schools. Just as DGS developed a contingency plan for air filtering, we also developed a contingency plan for addressing classroom temperature. Throughout the summer, the DGS F&D team searched the region for any available spot cooler and window air conditioning units to ensure all classrooms would be comfortable learning environments, even if HVAC repair was impacted by supply chain issues. By the first day of school, every classroom impacted by an offline HVAC system had spot coolers and/or window units installed and operating. In addition, DGS procured a backup supply of spot coolers and window units, which we are holding in storage. This backup supplies positions us to provide additional cooling units to classrooms as needed, as well as respond to any emergent HVAC issues with contingency cooling. While spot coolers and window units help keep classrooms comfortable, our top priority is to push through supply chain issues and continue working to place school HVAC systems online. We will continue providing updates to DCPS and school communities on our HVAC work order process. I want to thank Team DGS for their hard work over the past year and summer to position the district for successful reopening of all schools for school year 2022. I also want to recognize the extraordinary efforts of DCPS principals and school custodial staff in partnering with us to make classrooms ready for our students and teachers. Finally, I want to thank the DCPS school communities, students, and families who are critical partners in all of our efforts. We know this school year will be unlike any other in our lifetimes, and we are committed to doing everything we can to make the learning environment as safe as it can be for all of our students and teachers. This concludes my testimony. I'm able to answer any questions that you or the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Director. We're going to do 7-minute rounds of questions. So you mentioned, Director, in your testimony that there's an enhanced filtration in every school. I'm having trouble reconciling this with the fact that about 30% of schools are having HVAC system failure. So how is it that we have enhanced filtration in every school, but we also have a substantial percentage of our HVAC systems that are partially or completely inoperable?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So when you look at the $24 million project that I described in the testimony, that project addressed three things in schools, and not every school is different. So I want to make that, not every school is the same. So I want to make that very clear. The goal was to, one, increase air intake that is coming into the building, fresh air intake. Two, to upgrade the filter systems to MERV 13 or a higher standard. And three, to ensure that every classroom had a mobile HEPA unit to increase air exchange within that classroom. And so that $24 million project addressed those three things, not preventive maintenance or anything of that nature. So if a system goes offline within a school facility that has let's say, central cooling and heating, and we have to implement a temporary measure like a spot cooler, the HEPA filter in that classroom continues to work and is that redundant measure to ensure that we have a proper flow of air or exchange of air within that classroom. So to ensure that that is happening, even in situations where we may have a temporary solution in place, we didn't install air quality monitors within the schools that let us know and alert us that there's a proper amount of air exchange within the classrooms or the building pursuant to the ASHRAE or CDC standards for air exchanges.
The classrooms that have working HVAC system, do they have HEPA filters?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Classrooms that don't have working HVAC, their only source of air filtration is the HEPA filter?
Yes.
Okay, so classrooms with working HVACs, they have two systems for air filtration. In the classrooms that have temporary fixes, spot coolers or window units, they only have one source of air filtration.
Now, we do have some schools that do not have central air conditioning, and all they have are window units as their cooling and heating. So those schools, they have the window units and they have the mobile unit, the mobile HEPA unit. And schools that are experiencing a temporary, that the HVAC is temporary offline, they also would have essentially the same schools, the schools that do not have central air conditioning. They'll have the window unit or spot cooler, as well as a HEPA filter. Those HEPA filters could.
So it sounds like the classrooms that have working HVACs have an additional air filtration.
Well, so for schools that have HVAC systems, I'll call them central units for the purpose of this conversation, there are returns that return the air and it does go through a filtration system. So in a sense, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And how are you measuring air quality?
We have
in classrooms.
So as part of this project, we work very hard with ASHRAE and our other consultants. And so we installed air quality monitors in every school to ensure that there's a proper exchange of airflow within the school so that we can ensure that the HEPA filters are working, as well as we're monitoring particulate matter and things of that nature.
Right. I guess my concern here is that we are seeing classrooms where the thermostat is reading an inaccurate temperature, and so if we are relying solely on some central measurement of air quality, how are we to be confident that that is correct when it seems that some of the temperature readings are not correct?
So where we have we did have some rooms where the temperatures did reach the 80s, because when you look at spot coolers, sometimes we had to bring in an additional spot cooler for a classroom because the classroom may have a 12-foot ceiling, maybe a little bigger. It may have 20 to 25 children, so you had to bring in additional support to ensure the cooling of that room. When we do have temperatures of that nature, that mobile filter is still in use, sir.
Okay, but I guess the point I'm making is that if several of the thermostat readings are incorrect, then I don't have confidence that some of the air quality measurements are not incorrect.
I'm sorry, were you saying the thermostat on the spot cooler was incorrect?
Well, yes. Yeah, so we have heard from principals and teachers who are saying, look, our class, the thermostat is reading, 70 degrees, but the classroom is blazing hot. So, clearly we're having some issues with thermostat readings, so which makes me concerned about the readings that we're having on the air quality. I recognize these are two separate systems, but if one is not fully correct, then we have to assume that the other is probably not fully correct.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is the first I've heard about, I'm sorry, we echo somewhere. This is the first I'm hearing about thermostats being incorrect on the spot coolers. What we have discussed with DCPS is that sometimes the spot coolers aren't cooling correctly. And there could be different reasons for that. One, the spot coolers have reservoirs where they collect condensation. Once that reaches a certain level, it must be emptied or else the spot cooler will not cool correctly. There have been some spot coolers that were set to different temperatures or turned off, and they were not cooling correctly. We have noticed that sometimes in certain classrooms, we have to vent the spot cooler through the ceiling because we cannot do it through the window, and sometimes those temperatures aren't optimal. So I am not aware of the temperatures on this actual spot coolers being incorrect. I do know that some of the classrooms did reach temperatures that were a bit uncomfortable, but I was not aware of the spot coolers having incorrect temperatures, and I will look into that.
Thank you. For my colleagues, you'll see I'm going to go 3 minutes over time because of the number of questions. I think we're going to just do 10-minute rounds. That might be easier for folks. So I'll put everyone on a 10-minute clock to make sure we get to everyone's questions. The spot coolers themselves, Director. So the goal, when classrooms have HVAC systems that are not working, the end goal is not to get a spot cooler into the classroom. The end goal is to get the classroom to a cool temperature. And we certainly fell short there in a lot of classrooms. I am still hearing from teachers that are having to move classrooms day after day, just depending on how hot it is outside. Are spot coolers the best market solution for cooling our classrooms on a temporary basis where window units can't be used?
At this time, it is the best solution, and we'll continue to. So the goal is to not have to use spot coolers in the first place, and to ensure that there's proper cooling and heating within all our inventory. But when HVAC systems do break down, and they do, unfortunately, right now the best solution that we have for those types of facilities would be a window unit, if the window is compatible, and to drop in a spot cooler.
How many DCPS schools do not have fully functioning HVAC systems right now?
Right now, I think we have 34.
I think that's the most recent number we have as well.
That is correct. All of which have estimated completion dates. The overwhelming majority are slated to close out next week, but they're currently 34 as of today, sir.
How realistic is that? We have gotten a lot of moving dates, and this is 34 HVAC. I mean, HVAC is not a small repair, so there's a significant repairs at a significant percentage of schools. It seems unrealistic that we're going to get these done within a week. Why do you have confidence that these will get done?
Well, we talk to our contractors every day about the status of the parts that are coming in. So with the latest information that we have from our contractors, this is the latest information we have in terms of when we can expect the part and when we can get it. Not only when can we expect the part, but when we can close out the job. And so I'm confident that if the part is received, that we can have this, that we will meet these dates. But unfortunately, we have been dealing with delays in supplies for HVAC. Which is why we are sitting at 34 schools today. None of the issues at the school are something that are new or something we haven't dealt with before. In the past, we've been able to source the overwhelming majority of parts within 24 hours. Now it's taking us a significant amount of time to source parts, compressors, different other components when it comes to the HVAC units for these large commercial systems.
Okay. The most recent update the committee had gotten had a lot of TBDs on the estimated completion date, and now we're hearing that most of these are going to be fixed within a week. Given the issues that we've seen these past couple months, I'm not confident at this point that those are going to get done in the next week. But if that is the date that you've given the public, then I hope that all, if not the vast majority of those, will be met by this early October deadline.
Yes, that's the date we gave the public, sir. That's the date we've been communicating with DCPS, and those are the dates that we're striving for.
Thank you. Let me turn over to my co-chair, Chairman Mendelson.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. I just do want to make clear that there's 7 of the schools have TBDs where we're waiting for that estimated completion date. The remainder have hard dates.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Director Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
So let me see, how do I want to approach this? There's a lot of attention to HVAC, but there are other problems in our schools with the facilities. I'm thinking, for example, Mr. Joseph, who testified about the roof that's been leaking at Key for years. But let me focus on HVAC first and then maybe go to other issues. To me, the issue here is fundamental, or it's more fundamental than what we've been talking about. So we've been talking about, or you've been talking about, how there's a problem with the supply chain, problems with specific parts like thermostats. And I think it's more fundamental. So I sent you a letter September 3rd, and I'm going to read from part of it. As we reach the end of the first week of the new school year, I'm struck by the volume of complaints across the city about the HVAC systems in our DCPS school buildings. I'm writing to request an explanation how this could be. I sent this letter September 3rd. It is my general impression that every school and most classrooms have adequate cooling. However, this is because window units and spot coolers have had to be utilized. What this means is that HVAC systems are not working properly in a number of school buildings. Then I cite a number of schools. Watkins, completely modernized only a few years ago, was a last-minute fix before opening day. I personally saw the problem at Johnson Middle School on opening day. Yesterday, I was getting complaints about Cleveland Elementary, Bancroft, and Langdon, and today at this hearing, we got complaints from other schools. With school buildings only partially open last year, DGS had ample time to identify HVAC problems and fix them. Then the council rushed funding early this summer. We did a supplemental budget act in June to ensure there was enough time and money to have every school's HVAC system working properly by opening day, yet that did not happen. I request an explanation how this could be. To be clear, I am not asking why classrooms were not cooled. I am asking why so many HVAC systems were not properly repaired and functioning this week after so much time has passed. So 3 weeks later, I got a response. It's a little bit weird, the response, because it's not on letterhead. I'm not quite sure why, but I got a response. And in the first paragraph, you talk about COVID air filtration enhancements in every school, got an award from EPA. In the second paragraph, you talk about how in the first few weeks of the school, some schools experienced HVAC going offline during the first weeks of school and received contingency cooling. And then the third paragraph, you say, while spot coolers and window units help keep classrooms comfortable, our top priority is to push through the supply chain issues. And then you talk about the specific schools I mentioned, that Watkins was working the first day of school, which I acknowledged in my letter. The point was that it was a last minute rush. And Bancroft, you said, would be 2 weeks after schools opened, and Johnson was fixed during the first week of school. Langdon will be in October, Cleveland will be in October. And so you never did answer the question, how, when you had all of last year and this summer, was it that by the first day of school, not all the HVAC systems were working? And I'd still like an answer to that question.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, and you deserve one. And I apologize. I thought I definitely want to make sure we answer your question. So, Mr. Chairman, I just like to take a step back and say say that during the pandemic and even before, the Education Committee, along with Chairman White, we were very keen on that. We knew that we had an issue with work orders. We knew it was something we had to address. There were some issues of communication issues that we had between DCPS and DGS, and we attacked those issues. And we meet bi-monthly to speak about work orders and capital projects. And if you recall, Mr. Chairman, during the pandemic, at one point, DGS was down almost 50% in our work order management process. And that was the meetings we had with you and DCPS where we discussed those work orders. Now, when DCPS returned to programming in February of 2021, obviously we saw a significant uptick in the amount of work orders that were coming in. We were addressing them as they came in, and closing those out. Now, this summer, we ran into an unprecedented amount of HVAC systems that were failing. And in normal times, when something like of these measures come up, a compressor, an ancillary component, we're able to source these components very quickly within DGS, utilizing our small local businesses to perform the work. Usually we're able to source these parts within 24 hours. So nothing that has happened over the summer is new. These things happen as we PM systems, we find things that are wrong that needs to be replaced. Sometimes we'll replace a compressor, but the inverter board will go out. But these things happen, and this is nothing new to us. But what is new to us, and which makes this year very interesting, is that we've never had to deal with the supply chain in this manner, where we absolutely could not get parts. So,
but I think that's still avoiding the issue.
I'm not trying to avoid the issue.
You know, if the HVAC system at Cleveland Elementary isn't working now, that means it wasn't working right last year. Apart with
that may or may not be the case.
So you talk about, hold on. So you talk about work orders, which are reactive. When somebody at the school gets around to sending you a work order that the system isn't working right, proactive, you'd have regular maintenance schedule and you would catch the problem before the work order. I know that a school HVAC is much, much different than a home HVAC, but I know I have somebody come out twice a year to look at my HVAC system and to check everything. So they see whether parts are failing. I want to emphasize, the Cleveland HVAC didn't fail this year and it was working perfectly fine and wonderful last year. I mean, it just doesn't happen that way. At school after school after school. And even if I'm wrong, DGS's responsibility is to have everything working by the first day of school. So I don't see the difference here between the HVAC and the roof at Key, which apparently has been leaking like a sieve for years. You want to try again on the HVAC?
I think we have to agree to disagree, because there are instances when something can be working perfectly and then not work so well in a year's time. You can buy a new refrigerator in 2 years from now on the night before Thanksgiving, it breaks down. It's a lot of.
Yeah, but who said? I don't think it's ideal. I don't think it's ideal to wait a year. You said it was working perfectly, and then.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to explain that winter begins for DGS in April, and summer begins in November for DGS. And so, in April, after the heating season is over, that's when we start breaking down all our boilers and heating systems, because they have to pass inspection every year. They have to pass inspection and they have to, by DCRI every year, in order for the building to remain operational. The same happens with our HVAC systems, where we start cleaning the components greasing the belts and all the rest of it. That starts November of every year. And so, DGS does do these things, but for whatever reason, well, I do know the reason, but things do break down. These are large, complex systems that are getting, that get a lot of use. And so when in normal situations, we dealt with this before, when we'll have a compressor go out, when we'll have certain ancillary components that fail on an HVAC system, we're able to get that system back online very quickly. So
we do disagree.
But this year, and I want to be very clear, as a parent of DCPS children, as someone who graduated from DCPS, I take this very personal because I understand the importance of getting a good education, and I want to ensure that all our children are in comfortable environments. Now,
I have 9 seconds left.
Okay, sir.
So we do disagree, and I think that's unfortunate. Do you currently have, let me see, can you provide the average timeline for responding to HVAC issues at schools? And if you have to supply that, would you provide that?
I'd be happy to.
Okay, the average timeline for responding to HVAC issues. Are HVAC issues elevated to a priority over other issues? If not, which work orders are prioritized?
So HVAC issues are prioritized, and they do elevate over other work orders because we do consider that a health and safety matter. So if an HVAC system goes out of a school, that could potentially close the school for the day or the next day. So those matters are normally within normal times with DGS responded to within 2 hours. We do have contractors, IDIQ vendors at the ready that have emergency contracts in the event that a HVAC system goes out or a boiler goes down. Those vendors are contractually responsible for responding within 2 hours.
All right, so you'll get back to me on the average timeline for responding to HVAC or issues. And when you get back, you should send it to Chairman White with a copy to me.
Happy to do so, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask a quick clarifying question? When you ask DGS the response, what do you mean by response? Is that the time it takes them to look at it or the time it takes them to fix it? I want to make sure they get what you need.
Maybe both.
I think.
Well, I see it, Mr. Chairman, there are different levels to that question. There may be a time when the system goes completely down. I can tell you that response is under 2 hours. But for other work orders for HVAC, there may be different response times, and I'll be happy to supply that to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Che.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Director Anderson. I'm going to start first with outdoor learning and lunch and that sort of thing, and the variety of things that would be needed, furniture, tents, heating units, Wi-Fi, all the rest of it. Who made the assessment of each school's need for outdoor equipment?
I think I'm gonna have to turn to DCPS on that one.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Director Anderson, and good afternoon, Chairperson Che.
Good afternoon.
DCPS is responsible for that scope and work stream. And so we work to assess needs through a centralized process, working with our schools to determine what they felt was needed to be helpful in this instance, and then facilitating the procurement process.
Can I ask when you did that?
Yes, we began that early this summer. And we were also impacted, as I think the Chancellor mentioned last week, by the similar supply chain challenges that Director Anderson spoke to. I do think the Chancellor noted that we have been working really closely with all of the vendors to ensure that we're expediting delivery and looking at every option there. And
but
so
since the decision was made to go back full-time even prior to that, why wasn't that begun immediately? Well, it wasn't, so.
We began the process in May and worked with schools to develop their requests, their request of options through June. And then in June began the procurements with each of the vendors.
Okay, and then
ESSER dollars.
But you said you touched base with all the schools. My understanding is that all schools got 2 tents and all schools got 2 of the large filters and then these smaller filters, but just for classrooms.
So the tents and other equipment related to outdoor learning, I want to speak to that separately from the HVAC enhancements, which Director Anderson touched on. So the outdoor learning equipment was what I was speaking to in terms of beginning that review process with schools this past spring, and then again using ESSER dollars to begin that procurement process. We are pleased to note that although there have been supply chain delays, the equipment is starting to come in. In fact, I think as we spoke to last week, the pop-up tents and chairs and tables have begun to come in, and we just received an update that the next deliveries will occur within the next 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay, can I ask you, because we do have a time limit here.
Delivery process.
What has yet to be made available, and in particular heaters and Wi-Fi and someone to put it all together, particularly the furniture?
Sure. Yep. So I'll start with your last question first. In terms of the equipment, we do have a labor contract that supports schools and supports our custodial team. So in any instance where the school needs additional staff support, we do dispatch that support from our central services. In terms of heaters, we are looking to use the remainder of our unallocated dollars for this investment for outdoor heating systems. We're currently working on those requirements right now to make sure that we are meeting code and prioritizing student safety.
Excuse me, have they actually been ordered?
They have not been ordered yet. We're working right now to determine code requirements and make sure we're going to be in compliance with those safety requirements.
Okay, but that's a little late in the game, forgive me. I mean, you should have anticipated heaters would be necessary when the weather turned cooler. And since you're talking about supply difficulties, I think you better get that order in right away, or we're in the same situation that we were in before. And do you know the status of Octo's ability to connect classrooms to electricity and to Wi-Fi and all the rest of that?
Sure. Yes. So touching on the outdoor heating systems, we are absolutely preparing that procurement right now, and we're closing out those specifications I spoke to this week. On outdoor Wi-Fi, I think the Chancellor touched on the fact that about 40 of our schools did not have outdoor Wi-Fi as of last spring. So that is also part of the investment in that $9 million bucket that we've spoken to. And we're working closely with our partners at Octo to start to make those installations. In fact, Wilson's Wi-Fi installation, the outdoor Wi-Fi was completed last week. And we continue to, again, go through the portfolio with.
Okay, I would like a list of the outstanding needs of each school and when they will be met, because some of the things when you say we're starting to do this or we haven't ordered it yet, that's kind of concerning to me because it's going to be a while. I want to go back to the director and talk about Key Elementary, which has come up a couple of times. It's in my ward. I've been over there. I know what the situation is with the roof and the leaks. Can you give me an update on the leaks there and when they will be fixed?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for asking. And there's no question there have been longstanding issues with the leaks at Key. It was part of the first phase or round of repairs in which one section of that roof was repaired. However, we're dealing with another section that is leaking and affecting some of the programming a bit, from what I heard from the testimony earlier. I am pleased to say that repair has been scheduled for October, and I do anticipate that to be complete by November 1.
Okay. I do want to speak about repairs generally.
Mhm.
I do go to the schools, have done so for 15 years or something like that. And
Yes.
more recently with you as the director of DGS, and the former director too, used to come out to some of those every single time. And now the principals know it. I get their list of work orders that have not been done. And sometimes they're big, sometimes they're little. In your assessment, being on top of the agency, what is the problem? Money, contractors, what? What is the problem with our being able to get to these repairs more efficiently and effectively? Because it doesn't seem to get better. So what do you think we could do to have a better system?
So, and I appreciate your comments, Madam Chair. And yes, we have done the walkthroughs in my capacity at DPR and DGS. And recently we did a walkthrough at Hearst, and that's one walkthrough I remember vividly because there were some issues that were outstanding and needed to be taken care of. I think first and foremost, and I've heard many folks testify to it today, that there needs to be better communication between DGS and the school principals. I can say, and I really do appreciate Amy and her team, because I think if we don't talk every day, our teams don't talk every day, they talk 2 or 3 times a day. And so that piece is there. I just want to work with Amy and her team on how there's maybe a clearer line with the school staff, and we can work on that together. However, what happens in many cases with the work orders, someone will put a work order in for a leaking roof, or at Hearst, we had windows that were leaking during rain events. That's something I'm tracking, or maybe a light bulb or something. And so what happens is the work order may not be considered a work order. We need to put it in the pipeline for a small cap project or a capital project. And I think that's where sometimes the confusion comes in, because when you put a work order in, you expect it to be completed within 45 to 60 days, depending on what the SLA is for that asset. But I think we need to do a better job of when it becomes a project or capital project, communicating that with our constituents at DCPS, mainly the principals and everyone else who testified here today, so they can understand what we're dealing with, how we're going to address it, more importantly, when we're going to address it. And I think it starts there.
Okay. Hold up, okay, because I do want to ask you one thing. There's more to this answer, I know, and I'll follow up with you when I get some other chance.
Yes, ma'am.
But the school blitzes, ever since I came on the council, which now is quite some time, there's always this last minute blitz, to get everything in order. And that's great, but you start way too late. And you started way too late this year because of the whole COVID situation and coming back into school. Why do you do that?
This year again was an anomaly. We were dealing with fighting the pandemic, and we picked up additional responsibilities in and around our shelters and around our first responders facilities, and in other locations. Now, I will say that DGS never stopped work. Every 6 to 8 weeks, we meet with the chairman, Chairman Mendelson now, and then Chairman Grosso, but Chairman Mendelson now, and Chairman White, where we discuss work orders at line by line at some points, where we discuss capital projects. Now, I'm pleased to say, Madam Chair, that at certain points during the pandemic, DGS hit historic low levels of work orders that we've never hit before. So we worked through the pandemic. So that's why we felt that we could, close out some other jobs and then begin our summer blitz. But unfortunately, there were some unforeseen issues with HVAC that required us ordering parts, which is why we're in this situation today with contingency measures in place in about 34 buildings.
I'm sorry, Chairman White.
But I also want to, just before we close out, I also want to just say that the blitz is necessary in many instances because a lot of the work we do is very intrusive. and will disrupt programming if we did it in September or October or even May. So for some of the things for the blitz, like if we have to paint an entire corridor, if we have to replace an HVAC system, that means we're ripping out pipes and things of that nature. So some of that work makes sense to happen in the summer months or during when we know that school's gonna be closed for a week like spring break or over the winter break.
Thank you, but not 2 weeks before school starts. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Councilmember Che. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, Director Anderson.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you heard in my opening statement, but I did thank you and your staff for coordinating the visits to all of our Ward 4 schools and for your staff who showed up to every visit. And I was there as long as I was there asking questions. So I wanted to share my appreciation for that. City Administrator Donahue shared a list of 30 schools with open HVAC related work orders as of Friday, September 24th, some of which no estimated completion date. And even those with hard dates, it's hard to trust those. You understand, because we've talked about PAL, right? We've gotten 3 different dates. So Ward 4, PAL parents specifically, we have trust issues with DGS because we've gotten 3 different dates. And now we're on a further date. So I guess, what are you doing to change how you're getting parts, right? Because we're hearing parts are on back order, parts are there. Have you changed contractors? Are you changing suppliers at all over this? We keep trying the same things and we're surprised we're having delays. So I just want to hear about what you're doing to change and how you plan on fixing the trust issues, given that we got so many different dates.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for visiting the schools, and we do appreciate you visiting us and telling us what we've done well, and quite frankly, letting us know where we need additional work to roll our sleeves up. Councilmember, I know, and I listened to all the testimony. I know that 2 of your biggest concerns are Powell, and then you did have concerns about Tacoma Elementary School. Now, and I'd be happy to discuss both. Powell Elementary School, as was testified, as I think at least 3 folks testified here today, had issues from as soon as the modernization was complete with the HVAC. This is something that I've had many conversations with the chairman about, as well as DCPS, which is how it ended up to be a small cap project over the summer. When I say small cap, I mean small capital project where we replaced we're replacing the HVAC system to a new system so that we can have a fully functioning system for those for the kids at Powell and the teachers and staff. So with Powell, right now, we are waiting on the piping for the HVAC system, which has been delayed, council member. Yes, I do know we gave you, we had an August completion date. Yes. We moved that to September. And now we are looking to October. I'm not denying that at all. But that is 100% due from the parts coming from overseas. And so, so I don't think it's a matter of the contractor or the supplier.
Okay. Okay.
I do not.
You don't think we need to change them?
No, I do not. They have done very well in the work that they were supposed to do in following the scope. I do understand. I understand the supply issue piece. That is a real issue that many jurisdictions are dealing with, and unfortunately, the District of Columbia is not exempt. So I do not think it's a contractor issue. It wasn't that they should have ordered 6 months ago. They did everything according to schedule, but we did get caught in the supply chain. And I know I think I was not able to make it to Tacoma with you, but I do know that you visited Tacoma at least 3 times. And so Tacoma again had some legacy issues with the HVAC system. That is a system, another small capital project that was to be completed in the summer. Now Tacoma is normally with like Powell, normally is a 10 to 12 week job. We completed that job in 5 weeks. And I know when you visited the school, you were Director Anderson, this section isn't.
It was the day. It was the day before the first day of school.
That is correct.
That was my last visit.
And it went to the 11th hour, and that's absolutely correct because we condensed the 10-week job into 5 weeks. We did put temporary measures in place in the event that we were not able to complete the job, but we were able to have that online for the first day of school. So to answer your question, I don't think it's a contractor issue. I don't think it's an issue with them not adhering to the schedule or sequencing during the construction phase. It is a supply chain issue, and that's what we're dealing with. Council.
Okay. One of the things we've heard, and one of the reasons why we have the trust issue, so we got contractor supplies out the way. I think one of the issues, the trust issues, come from the transparency, and a few things would make, I think, parents' life easier, also the council members' life and staff easier, is a dashboard, right? And you heard some of those suggestions today. Is there a dashboard that DGS uses to monitor a few things? One, to monitor temperature and air quality in schools. If so, is that something we can make available to the public? What about a DGS work order manager system being made available to the public? Is that something, a dashboard you can make available to the public? Because right now, I think everything's on Salesforce, but that's only visible to DGS or DCPS, which means every time I get a constituent email, I have to come to you all and go through that same process. So where are we in creating a dashboard? One, to monitor temperature, air quality. Two, to monitor the work order management system. Why not include DGS maintenance requests maybe in the broader 311 system? Actually, I mean, with 311 has its issues, but I'm just trying to figure out, transparency is a part of the trust. So what are you all doing to change that?
Right. And so I've heard the testimony, and I want to be clear that the chairman has made it clear on several attempts that he's interested in having more transparency when it comes to the work order system in several of my council hearings with Chairman White. And we've attempted to do that through the DGS maintains QR code. And we piloted the system during the pandemic, but we're going to move into a phase 2 of the pilot. It allows you, if you're at the park with the kids, if you're in a school, it allows you to do the QR system, report and enter into a work order, and then you would then get updates on the status of that specific work order. That's something that we're looking to enhance throughout the portfolio, and we'd be happy to work with you and in the committee on as we move forward. Right now, we're not there yet. Salesforce is very technical and not user friendly, and so I want to make sure that as we move forward, we build something that is obviously not too technical, user friendly, but can really hone in on what the information that our constituents want.
Okay. When's that decision going to be made about expanding the QR system? I think I told you during performance oversight, you need to look at like Domino's. Okay. When you order the pizza,
tracker,
it's bacon, it's red, it's cooking, it's in the oven, it's out, it's ready. That's what I'm talking about. So when, when who has to make that decision? Can you designate a staff person to get this ball rolling?
Yeah, so I've designated, so we have a team internally that has gotten the ball rolling thus far, and I look to get the ball rolling even faster. But it's technology, the things that we want to look at. We're looking at other jurisdictions, who has the best system out there. So we're doing our research and homework now, and I do look forward to presenting that to the committee in short order.
Okay. The other issue I keep hearing, speaking of that, is there were several work orders that I guess keep getting closed out. I think Representative Ebony Rose talked about this a little bit in her testimony, but that's what I heard consistently when I visited schools, is that work orders that aren't actually done were being closed out. What are the consequences for doing this? What are the checks to make sure work is completed satisfactorily before a work order is closed out?
Right. So there are serious consequences, quite frankly. If you're a contractor and you're closing out a work order that hasn't been completed, you may not be doing business with the city again. Internally, with our internal team, if that is happening, there are levers that we have pursuant to the district personnel manual. But I want to, if it's okay with you, I don't want to dig into this. I want to dig into this a little deeper. and have conversations with folks who haven't had this experience. I wanna like look at, I wanna research certain or those individual work orders that were put in and closed out that'll help me tell the story. I know this is something I've dealt with in the past. I thought we were on a good track here, but to hear the testimony today, it looks like we need to revisit, and I will, Councilmember.
Awesome. Okay. It looks like my first round is done. Next, it's going to be rapid fire updates on Ward 4 schools. And then I have some follow-up questions from our pre-hearing questions. So I'm just setting the board.
Oh, okay.
I do agree with Councilmember Che that we need to order the heaters now. And I want to note with the chairman's question about the turnaround times, I would ask that you please also break out work orders by priority level, because it's my understanding that you have three: emergency, high priority, and routine.
That's correct.
Separate those out, average actual response times by those categories too, if you could. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. And Director Anderson, good to see you and your team.
Good to see you as well too, Councilmember.
Let me just jump right in. I'm going to focus on HVAC for a little bit here, but I'm not going to be going school by school. I'm really trying to understand some of the systems related to this. So when I'd asked in my pre-hearing questions, the response back, you noted that our HVAC systems generally are under warranty for only 1 year, and in some parts, kind of a manufacturer's warranty up to 10 years. So I'm interpreting that, but I want to make sure you can correct me if I'm not interpreting this correctly. But essentially, it's like a labor warranty for 1 year, a parts warranty for 10 years. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Some are up to 10 years. They're usually 5, but that's correct. You're interpreting that correct.
Okay. Is a 1 year warranty from an HVAC subcontractor industry standard?
It's pretty industry standard, yes.
What do we mean when we say it's pretty industry standard? When I look around and look at HVAC systems,
well, I should have said it is standard.
They come with a longer labor warranty.
There are a lot of warranties on a lot of things, but for HVAC systems, commercial HVAC systems that we're talking about for these schools, it is typical that they come with a 1 year warranty. I think there may be options where you can extend that warranty that comes with a price tag, but the standard manufacturer's warranty is 1 year on those systems.
That's a really expensive system to get 1 year's worth of operations out of.
I agree, but that's the industry standard.
I mean, just digging around, you can find examples of longer labor warranties and longer parts warranties. I mean, the parts warranties, you can kind of see what that is, right? That's going to be whatever your system is. The parts pieces, did the part fail or did they put the wrong part in, right? So you kind of put that off, in my mind, a different side. Your labor and operations warranty is really about, did you have somebody know what they were doing to put it together? In only 1 year, you can find examples in a lot of places where it's at least 2 years, 5 years, and even longer.
We can look into that.
I mean, that is a huge amount of money we spend.
It's my experience that these are 1 year warranties. Now, there may be opportunities for you to extend that for a price. As you can imagine, that would be a hefty price, and that's something that we could look into. But it's my experience that the overwhelming majority of these HVAC components come with a 1 year warranty.
In what ways have you done the cost benefit analysis then of how much we spend on Maury, a system that's not but a year and a half old that we're now having to go and pay for? Maybe 2 years, but not more than definitely not more than 2 years, because I remember we were cutting the ribbon with our masks on when we opened the school. So if it's, how much do we spend versus how much would we have with a service agreement? I get it that the contractor would love to try to find ways to create steady flow of income coming in, but how do you do the cost benefit analysis on that?
So we historically at DGS gone with the 1 year warranty. Now, that cost of benefit analysis will probably change every 3 to 5 years as these systems become ever more complex. and they are very complex. So I think if, given where we are now with the technology that we're using, we can look into that cost benefit analysis and circle back to the committee.
All right, I'm interpreting that as you're not doing that cost benefit analysis currently, but you would do that cost benefit analysis.
That is correct.
Okay. I mean, that seems like the type of thing we need to be doing constantly. What about when we have a contractor? I mean, are we hiring the same HVAC subs over and over again? I mean, if you've got the HVAC sub that can't get the job done correctly at Maury, I sure hope they're not working in any other school, right?
Well, so Maury was a complete modernization. So the sub would not have been a sub that DGS hired. We would have hired the general contractor. The general contractor would have been responsible for hiring and managing the subs. And so we are aware of the sub that worked at Maury, but unfortunately, we're out of the warranty period. And so we're having, our maintenance division is having to pick up the slack there.
But after 1 year, after 12 months, you inherit the work of that sub, right? So if we only got a 1-year warranty on it, if it was pretty crap work, it's yours now, though, after 12 months. So
but I can't say that it's
interest
crap.
in maintaining a list of exactly who does
a system.
You can tell your contractors, I don't want so-and-so on here because I'm going to have to end up paying through the nose to get the whole system fixed again.
So refrigerant leaks and certain failures within HVAC system does not necessarily correlate to shoddy work. It's the system.
But that's where the 5 or the 10-year.
But see, and I understand exactly. That's where we get the 5 or 10-year warranty. But that's where we also look at what systems we're using and which are performing better than others, as we look to standardize our specs within our schools. And so we're also taking a look at that from that aspect as well. But I will be happy to look into the cost benefit analysis.
I definitely think we should be doing cost benefit analysis, but let's think about, I don't know which sub it was, but we had an HVAC sub that at Ludlow Taylor Elementary.
That's correct.
A whole bunch of money. We paid a whole, not the one that we just redid, the one before that, just a few years ago, where we did a whole system. They couldn't regulate anything. You had mold and water leaking through. And so you had to go do, the summer, you did a whole, basically a brand new modernized HVAC system in the school, right? So the system we had done just a few years ago only lasted a handful of years, and you had to go back and redo the whole thing. Right. Maybe there's a failure of a part somewhere, and under that, you've got the parts warranty, right? But if an entire, if you can't, I mean, I'd have the principal contact me all the time with one room to be 88 degrees, the other room being 68 degrees. The system didn't work. That tells me it's not just they didn't build the system right back in the factory, that it was the work, it was the craftsmanship.
It was two things. There's two things with Ludlow Taylor that we corrected over the summer. It was the actual design of the HVAC system, and then we replaced the HVAC system. The design of the HVAC system is just as important as installing it. Because if you don't have a system that's designed correctly, you'll never have proper heating and cooling.
Right. But all that to say, do you, from a systems perspective, when you have a big failure like that, costs a lot of money to fix, right? Takes a lot of time. You had to spend a lot of time getting it done. Spend a lot of money on it. And when you'd rather be spending your time somewhere else. In what ways do you create essentially a no-go list? I mean, shouldn't there be
now there
a list of our subs that you say this work is crap?
Yeah, well, when we do have
rebuild the whole damn thing.
When we do have instances like that, we do have measures in place through our contracts and procurement office to ensure that we don't get into another situation with a bad act. And so we do have those levers in place.
All right. So who's on that no-go list then, from our HVAC perspective? Who'd we?
If I read the no-go list, it would probably end up in.
That's probably not a correct technical term.
Yeah, it'll probably end up in litigation. But I'll be happy. I'll be happy to update the committee.
Have we added anybody in the last year to that list?
No, because not in the last year. There were some bad actors years ago. What you'll find is a lot of those companies go out of business, they move, they close shop. But currently, I'm very confident in the work that's being performed by the current contractors that we're using now. We're using more local businesses than ever that really have skin in the game and actually care.
Is the sub from Maury out there working on a school right now?
I cannot recall the sub from Maury. I could get that before the.
I mean, we can't have confidence in that, right? Like the system lasted maybe.
But I don't know if it's just a part that failed or if it's a workmanship issue. I just don't know that off the top of my head.
The information your office has gotten back to me is it's not a part that failed. It is that you're outside the 1-year warranty. But it's not a parts warranty. It's outside of that would have been covered under the 5 or 10-year warranty.
Let me figure out what the issue is.
Different. All that to say, Director, I feel like, sure, HVAC systems are complicated. Anybody that's got HVAC in their house knows it's complicated. It's why you get the servicing every couple of, 6 months, 12 months, make sure you got the thing running, right? But I expect that the HVAC in my house is going to last more than 18 months. I put a lot of money into it, so I'm expecting it to last that long. Commercial HVAC is a different system, but I should be able to expect more than a year or two out of it. And we seem to habitually having this problem over and over and over again. And I can't blame global supply chain issues. This is a workmanship and craft issue that I think we've got to think about. How do we address it system-wide in a very different way so that when we invest the tens of millions, we can get what we need for it. My time is Mr. Chairman, so sorry, Director.
No worries. I'm fine.
Okay. I appreciate the follow-up on the items that we talked about, but my time's up, so I'll yield to the chair. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Gray, are you with us? May have had to step away. So we will come back to Councilmember Gray in the next round.
I think I'm back, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I almost started.
Okay.
Councilman, please proceed, Councilmember Gray. Your camera is off, but that's not.
How's
there
that?
we are.
Okay.
There we are. Perfect.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Director Anderson, for being here to be a part of this discussion.
My pleasure.
You heard some of the testimony, I suspect, from earlier as well. Some of that was around the situation at Plummer, the HVAC system that was addressed by one parent in particular who talked about the HVAC systems at Plummer. And it's my impression, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my impression that there had been work done within the last 2 to 3 years to address the HVAC systems at Plummer. Is that correct, Mr. Director?
I'm gonna ask my staff to get me the historical information on the work that was done at Plummer, but I do know as of today, we're installing a VRF system there, which is the work that is happening right now, which is what I believe we had to correct from 2 or 3 years ago. But I'm going to ask this team to get me the update on that work. But right now, as we speak, we're installing a VRF HVAC system in Plummer.
Yeah, well, we're going to go to visit Plummer in a matter of the next few days. And I'd like to be in a position to really give a detailed response to the principal and others at Plummer about the condition of the HVAC system and what is it they can expect immediately in the near term, in the next few days. In other words, what is it Plummer can expect, the parents, the families who have their children at Plummer. And again, I'm sure that I've heard within the last couple of years, not longer than that, that there were issues with the HVAC system at Plummer and investments were being made. So I don't know.
Investments are being made. That's the VRF system that we're speaking of that's being installed for Plummer. This was a planned project, but then it's going to be followed by a small cap project for Plummer, where we have to do some intrusive work with the piping in and around the school. Now, I do need to get from the team what the schedule will be for that phase 2 of the project, but the VRF system is being installed as we speak. And if you would allow me to get back to you shortly on when we can expect Plummer to be fully functional.
Is that what your staff is researching right now, Mr. Director?
Yeah, we're looking at it. We're looking into it right now.
Yes, council member. This is going to be a two-phased approach for Plummer. We're in the process of installing the VRF system as we speak, but there's going to be a significant amount of plumbing replacement. This is going to be intrusive. It's going to impact the entire school. So we expect to schedule that work next summer. But with the VRF system and the upgrades and replacements of the piping system, we should be in a much stronger position at Plummer.
Okay, Donnie, thank you very much for that information, along with you too, Mr. Director. But exactly what are people going to be subjected to, let's say over the next year to get this done? What are people going to be subjected to? What are those children and those families going to be subjected to in that building at this point?
Can you use some of the VRFs? So right now, Mr. Council Member, we have temporary solutions in place. Part of that is the VRF. Is that the VRF system? Temporary. Part of that is the temporary VRF system for heating and cooling. While we work hard to get the second phase completed, that will have to begin once school ends in the summer, because that will be very intrusive and affect programming. So temporary measures will be in place this school year. The permanent fix, meaning the piping that we have to go into the walls and all the rest of it, will happen over the summer.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely not clear about exactly what those families and those children are going to be subjected to between now and when you get it fixed, which could be, if I understand correctly, could be next summer. Is that right?
That is correct.
Well,
So
what happens in the meantime?
So what happens in the meantime, like we have in other education facilities, we'll have to put temporary measures in place until we have the permanent fix resolved. Those temporary measures could be, and we spoke about them earlier, spot coolers, window units, hanging heaters. In this instance, we're putting in a VRF system. So we do intend and want to make sure that the staff and students at Plummer are cool in the warm months and warm in the cooler months. And that's what we aim to make happen, sir.
Well, I guess I'm frustrated by the possibility that these kids, those families and others are going to be subjected to a set of atmospheric conditions that are going to be untoward. I'm not understanding what people are going to be expected to be subjected to. What kind of conditions are they going to expect to have to deal with in order to be able to function between now and the end of the school year?
Again, temporary measures that we have in place in other facilities, like window units, like spot coolers. And in this instance, again, VRF units hang in the ceiling and provide heating and cooling. And so that's what we're installing as we speak. We look to have that work complete within the next week or so. But the phase 2 of the project for the permanent fix will be this summer. So there will be, we will ensure adequate cooling and heating in that building and have the permanent fix completed in the summer, because it takes several weeks and it is extremely intrusive, and that will affect disrupt program.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your candor, Mr. Director, but I'll tell you, man, it's just absolutely, it's unconscionable to subject these children, these families, these teachers to a set of conditions that sounds to me like it could be protracted well into the winter and next summer.
Yep.
I mean,
Councilman, I'm very confident that the temperatures will be in range. The VRF system that was installed addresses 75% of the cooling and heating needs of that building. The rest of the work that is intrusive is to get us the best possible condition in terms of HVAC. But where there are any gaps, we will work quickly to identify those and put in supplemental heating and cooling to maintain adequate temperatures in those classrooms. We're committed to that.
Well, Mr. Director, would you send to the chairman, to Councilmember White, a detailed statement for exactly what is going to happen, so we come back to this it'll be something that we can look at immediately around what it is that is was supposed to happen, so that there's some accountability in this process.
Yes, Councilmember, I'd be happy to. And because we're not going to run from this, and please by all means hold us accountable. But we are going to perform that work at Plummer, and I'd be happy to supply that to the chairman.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to getting from Chairman White about these conditions that you're now going to further document. You know, I appreciate it, and this is a compliment. It's meant to be. Let's put it that way, and that is Burrville, where we were
yes.
as we visited Burrville just last week, and
Right.
of course we encountered a principal who had been there for some time now. And you will recall, Mr. Director, that we tried, we went back. This was after 3 years. I don't know how long it was, but it was a while. A room that had been untouched, despite the promises of DGS previously. And so when is that going to be addressed? When can I go back there and look at the conditions of that room and see that they've been corrected, because it was in pretty bad shape.
Yes, I haven't gotten I do know, I spoke to the team about it. I do know we went out there, we spoke to the principal, they did an assessment of the room. I do not know if they did the walkthrough yet. They may have, but let me check with the team, because if they've done the walkthrough, then I should be able to get updates on that very shortly, on where we are and what it will take to get the room to what the principal is looking. I'm not sure what she's looking to program it for. But I do know we've been in contact with the principal and we've done the walkthrough. So we should be able to get you an update on that very quickly.
Okay, how quickly is very quickly? Because you see how quickly it was the last time, right?
If we're not able to, if I'm not able to circle back to you by the end of this today's discussion, I will be in contact with you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
This is a separate issue that we were dealing with. So
Okay,
I can give you an update on where we are there.
I'll look to get a response from you within the day, within the next couple of days, right?
You'll hear back from me within 24 hours.
Okay, all right.
Right.
The last thing I want to mention is we heard this from a faculty member at H.D. Woodson, and that was, and the principal at H.D. Woodson, that they have had tickets, for repairs to be done, and tickets have been closed out, and the work has never been done. Have you followed up with some of these issues?
No, not the ones that were discussed today. I do intend on following up on these specifically at H.D. Woodson. There were, I think Plummer was mentioned as well as maybe 2 other schools. So I'm going to follow up on those work orders in those schools personally. I heard about the HD issue in the auditorium, I believe it was, and in the gymnasium. I did look during the hearing. There are 2 work orders for roofs, and I'm going to look into those as well. But the closing out of work orders without the work being performed concerns me. So I'm going to follow the trail on that and hold folks accountable if they were doing something incorrectly. But there may be a different story. That work order maybe have been turned into a project. That work order maybe have been turned into a small cap project, and perhaps maybe we did not communicate that well with our client agency. So I do need to do some homework on that, and I will be sure to update the committee.
What is the tracking system?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gray, you're a bit over time on this round.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Gray. Director Anderson, let me go back to the HVAC systems. Are there any HVAC system malfunctions that DGS will not be able to fix without additional capital funding?
Not be able to fix without additional capital funding in this fiscal year? Well, I guess we have 1 week left. All our capital projects are planned for in FY22 and have been planned and funded. if that answers your question.
So I think the most recent number of HVAC problems is 34. There are 34 HVAC systems that are malfunctioning. Will all of those be fixed with existing capital dollars?
So these aren't capital projects. This comes from operating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have the funding you need?
I'm sorry. With the exception of King, this is all operational and not capital. I'm sorry, with the exception of King. To answer your plumber. Are there any more? I don't want to misspeak. Okay. My apologies. All these are operational dollars, except with the exception of King and Plumber. To answer your question, yes, we do have the funding for this. We've already, we do have the funding in place to finish these jobs out.
Okay. And what about King and Plumber? How are they differently situated?
It looks like we're requesting capital, or making a capital request for King for FY22, and I presume the same for Plumber. Is that where we are?
So should those dollars, if you get those dollars for fiscal year 22, what would be the timeline for HVAC repairs on King and Plumber?
We would begin the work in 22. Okay. I don't have the exact scope, so I don't want to throw out a timeline in terms of it'll take a week. It'll be a 1 week job or 2 week job, but we will certainly begin the work immediately after the funds are received in the FY22.
Okay, I mean that's concerning because that's more than a year away. But
FY22 starts
for FY22. I'm sorry.
FY22, yeah.
So you have money in the FY22 budget for both King and Plumber.
We're making a request for money, FY22 capital request for King and Plumber. Presuming we get those dollars, we will begin the work in FY22 shortly after the funds are received.
Okay, so what type of request do you need to make? Because the FY22 budget is done already. So what is it you have to do?
It would be an enhancement to our current budget. What's the? Oh, no, that's so DCPS controls a small accounts.
Yeah, council member, this in terms of the capital budget, my understanding is that we'll likely be reallocating the capital funding from various capital projects. So where they exist now, we'll be working with DCPS to move it from one of the DCPS capital projects and into the HVAC capital project.
Okay. Do you have a rough timeline for when we will know whether you've been able to do that? Just roughly.
We'll be sure to update you, but that's typically around the supplemental budget.
Okay.
Or
we are moving into the winter months, and one concern I have, and concern for many people, is that classrooms that were unbearably hot on the warmer days are going to be unbearably cold on the colder days. Should we be expecting that there will be schools or classrooms where kids are going to have to wear coats indoors this winter?
So, Mr. Chairman, as I testified to earlier, our winter begins in April, where in many of the buildings that we serve, the boilers have to be broken down and serviced, put back together, inspected by DCRA so that we could fire the boilers up and and heat the buildings. Thus far, we have completed about what percentage have we completed DCPS? I know the entire inventory is 73%. We're about 68%. We've completed about 68% of DCPS's inventory, and we're confident that we'll have that work completed by November 15th, which is the official turnover day. Some buildings ask for turnover to be a little earlier. I guess climate change in some instances makes it colder earlier. But the official date to have the entire DC government inventory turned over to heating is November 15th.
So you will know within the next month and a half whether there are any failures that would result in schools without working heat.
Yeah, we're 68 complete through our our turnover process that includes inspections, whether they pass or fail. And so we're confident that we'll be able to meet the mark on November 15th.
Okay, and that's 68%. That's 68% of DCPS facilities, right?
That is correct. And we're about 70, a little over 75% of the entire inventory of the 684 buildings that we manage.
And this is our readiness effort. We switch over to heating season normally between October 15th and November 15th. Temperature, outside ambient temperatures usually impact, but that's typically the time frame, October 15th to November 15th when we switch over.
Okay. So I know Councilmember Che had mentioned concern about the summer blitz process, and I have a few questions about that as well. How did you go about gathering information on the necessary repairs? Did you engage teachers, families? How did you identify the issues you need to address in the summer blitz?
So we work very closely with DCPS's facility team to understand and DCPS's priorities when it comes to summer readiness. The chancellor's made it clear his priorities are fire, life, and safety, HVAC, and water intrusion. So we make sure that we prioritize those work orders within the entire DCPS inventory and address those as needed. We do not necessarily work with the individual principals or staff within the facilities. We work with DCPS facility team that's located at the headquarters.
So Deputy Chancellor Mastera, how did you identify the priorities for the summer blitz?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember White. We work very closely with the DGS team, as Director Anderson just indicated. We have a cluster-based support model, which I know you are familiar with, the Chancellor has touched on. It includes a operations and facilities management component. So it is those team members who work directly with our school leaders and with the operations teams on the ground, who then support the collaboration with the DGS team and with their counterparts. And we, as Director Anderson spoke to, are in touch almost daily in typical times and several times a day, of course, throughout the summer and into the fall, as well as having those bi-monthly touch points with leadership, both myself and the Chancellor leaning in and just, again, to the Chancellor's priority around safety and safe and ready opening for the school year.
But how more specifically do you identify the needs within each school?
Sure. Yep. So we work with our team on the ground in each school. Our custodians, our the foremen. We have operations POCs within each school, directors and managers of operations and strategy and logistics. Those individuals are the individuals who identify the need for maintenance, for repairs, all issues that happen at the school level. And then we use the Salesforce system to support the creation of work orders that then the DCPS team and the DGS team can review live to then, again, categorize based on the 3 buckets that the director spoke to. So emergency, priority, and routine, again, with a focus on health and safety and prevention of imminent harm.
All right. Well, and so I'm concerned and confused because when I visit schools and I talk to the custodians, and my colleagues have had this experience as well, they're exacerbated. So it doesn't seem like their concerns are making it to DGS. Why is that?
So we do use Salesforce as the system of record. And when those work orders are entered, of course, they're assigned a number. And then we work with the DGS team to review the work orders, bring to light specific challenges or concerns, and support communication back to the school in terms of status. Again, we work closely with the DGS team based on those categories I just defined.
All right, I'm going to switch to Chairman Mendelson, but I do want to note that the process isn't working because you're saying that you're hearing from custodians, you're putting these issues in Salesforce and pushing those to DGS, and DGS says they're fixing the things that DCPS is identifying, but I'm talking to custodians and consistently they're showing me all these issues that they've been reporting over and over again. So I understand from your answer how the process is supposed to work, but it is not working that way. And we can.
If I may, Councilmember White, one thing to add is that we've been working on that quality control and verification process between teams. And so we're now actively involving the individuals at the school to again confirm that the work has been done and that closure means closure, to Director Anderson's point. So we're raising that bar to make sure that our contracted partners are actually closing out the work as described. And I think that's definitely helped move the system forward.
And Amy, I'd like to thank you and your team for that process because it has worked very well since implemented.
I'm not as confident in how well it's working, but we can get back to that in my next round. Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Chairman White. I realize that Councilmember White's experience might be unique and different, except the problem is that it's my experience as well. And I think if you talk to other council members, it's their experience as well. So when we go to schools, we ask the principals or maybe the janitorial staff. In my case, I asked the principals, is everything okay? And without exception, every school, they have work orders and they have work orders that have been longstanding. So I was at Garrison a couple of weeks ago, and there's a leak. Every time it rains, it leaks into the office, and the school was modernized just a couple of years ago. When I say modernized, I mean it was a complete cut job, but the office is leaking. When I went to Johnson Middle School, the third floor was not cooling. Now that was an HVAC issue, and it presumably has been addressed. And there were some other work orders at Johnson, which I don't remember offhand. They weren't as serious. But my point is with Councilmember White was just asking about schools he visits and why it is that these work orders aren't getting fixed. And there's an answer, except that I have the same experience and there's an answer. And the next Councilmember Nadeau, there was some correspondence concerning Marie Reed. The classroom was 80 degrees, maybe it was like 82 degrees before the first day of school. And it's still 80 some degrees, and it was going to get fixed on September 10th, but it wasn't. So it was going to get fixed on September 24th, but it wasn't. And I don't know when it's going to get fixed now. Without exception, school after school after school. There was testimony. This was the key parent who testified. He was complaining about DCPS, and then he said DGS is worse. DGS is non-responsive, non-communicative, and provides no information to the principal. The principal requested a status meeting with DGS personnel, and his request was ignored. Director, can you speak to that?
I'm honestly not familiar with the request from the principal to meet with the staff, but I'm happy to reach out to the principal directly and meet with them myself. You said that was Key Elementary School?
Yeah.
And I'm
well,
happy
I'd like
to
you to do that, but
I will do that. And I'm happy to report that I was listening to the testimony from earlier about the roof leaks at Key. One has been resolved, but unfortunately there's another one that I believe the gentleman was testifying earlier today. I am pleased to report that has been scheduled to be completed by the end of October. But I will reach out to the principal at Key and have a conversation with them as soon as possible.
I appreciate that. I think it's good that you're going to do that. And I also think it's good that we meet, we're trying to meet, every 2 months to go over DGS issues.
That's correct.
Work orders, but the system should be more efficient than this. And it shouldn't be every school. And it shouldn't be that the exception, which actually I've never seen, is the school that doesn't have work orders that haven't been filled. So let me understand something still on the HVAC system, but I will repeat what I said before. I think the HVAC system is simply symptomatic of other maintenance issues at schools that are not getting addressed. So my understanding is that Ludlow Taylor is getting a new HVAC system.
That work was completed over the summertime.
Okay, and it got a new one about 5 years ago.
The Councilmember Allen spoke to that. I need to verify when that happened and the contractor that installed the system. By the way, I'm getting reports that the roof leak at Garrison was fixed on 9/20. I will confirm that as well.
That would be great. At some point, I'll be back at the school or the principal will reach out to my office. We'll find out if that fix holds.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
But I visited it before September 20th. I appreciate that your office was responsive to my office. So Ludlow, according to Councilmember Allen, was replaced 5 years ago, and according to you, was replaced this summer. Again,
That is correct. Yes.
Maury Elementary School, brand new. I think Charles Allen said it was the ribbon cutting was during the pandemic. So
We opened Maury, I believe it was the beginning of 2019-2020 school year.
And the third floor is not working now.
It is not, and we have an estimated completion date of, I believe, October.
I want to say I don't care about the fixing date. Of course, I care about the when it'll be repaired, but in a sense, I don't care, because why is it a brand new system, an entire floor is not working? So plumber is going to be getting a new system.
We're installing a VRF system in Plummer as we speak.
And when was the last system put in?
I do not know that. I have to get that information for you.
Because I thought I heard from Councilmember Gray that long ago that
I believe he mentioned 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
If my memory serves me correctly. So again, I need to check into whether, with the contractor, whether it was a workmanship issue or, we have had some issues with systems that weren't good from the jump. We talked about Roosevelt. We talked about a couple other schools where they had a ref block system, which is an aluminum piping system, which was not, it never worked.
Director, this is a systemic problem. This is like broad. We're not talking about one school. I'm just sitting here at this hearing. I didn't come in here with these schools. And you're now mentioning Roosevelt, and I mentioned Maury, and Vince Gray brought up Plummer, and we talked about Ludlow Taylor, and
these are the schools that we have communicated to the council that have issues. I'm going over the same schools, and I understand one is too many, but Maury, Roosevelt, these are all schools that we've dealt with, and we've communicated to the council that we're working on.
But Mr. Anderson, you're missing my point here. Earlier, I was asking why so many HVAC systems, and earlier I was asking why you had a year and a half, given the pandemic last year and schools weren't open. Well, you had a year and a half to get these things fixed for the first day, but now I'm asking a different question. Is that these are new systems that are failing, new systems that are being replaced after 2 or 3 years. That is alarming. A new system costs millions of dollars, right, for these schools? Right, one school is probably over $1 million, couple million, 3 million?
I would have to verify what the cost of these systems are.
$100,000?
It's more than it's more than $100,000, but I don't want to give you a number.
It's more than $1 million.
It can be, depending on the size of the school. It can be.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't think we have any schools that are that small. So I don't want to belabor this, but I think you're.
Well, when I say, we have a school like Cardozo, which is 300,000 square feet. It's going to need a different system than a Ludlow Taylor. But
yeah, totally.
But we have to dig into this a little bit, because I don't know if it's one of the biggest issues I'm finding with the HVAC system is not the HVAC system itself; it's the design of the system wasn't done correctly. Also, there are issues.
No, don't brush over that. That's kind of fundamental here. I don't know much about HVAC systems, but I do know this: they have to be sized properly.
That is correct, and even in your own
that's
home.
like fundamental. If it's not sized correctly, we've just wasted a lot of money. And so I can't tell whether it's not sized correctly, which in my view means somebody ought to be fired, or it's not being installed correctly, which in my view means somebody ought to be fired. But as far as I can tell, all that's happening here is that DGS is repeating the same pattern in too many schools.
Well, I can assure you that is not what we're aiming to do here, but that we have seen several situations where that has happened. And I would like to, if you'd be so kind, look into exactly how we ended up with a system replacement within 5 years or whatever the case may. I do not have the answer right here.
Go for it. Go for it. I'll wait for the response. Go for it.
Yeah, I think Ludlow Taylor.
I came to this hearing without a list, and I got a list here of Ludlow Taylor, Plummer, Morey, Roosevelt. That's 5 right there. I'm forgetting one that was mentioned in the last few minutes.
Right. And we're aware of all these, and this has been on our list.
What else do I want to ask you? We've heard reports from multiple schools that they have had work orders dating back years, and those work orders have continued to go unaddressed. Schools often resubmit work orders multiple times until an issue is addressed. On average, how long does it take for DCPS to address and close out work orders at schools?
I think we reported to the council in the questions that we're about 65 days.
So that's over 2 months to, on average, to repair a broken sink in the boys' bathroom of an elementary school, or
63
repair
days,
a
I'm
leak
sorry.
in a school office.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Is that an acceptable timeline for you?
I would like to get that timeline down, but that's where we are right now.
What's preventing you from getting it down?
A lot of our focus has changed to COVID. A lot of our change over the last year. And so that is something I look to get back on track and renegotiate SLAs with our client agencies. I think 63 days, we can do better, and we will.
Couldn't it be that part of why it takes so long is because the process is so inefficient? If a school is submitting multiple work orders, if nothing else.
Well, there could be
work
several
orders.
reasons. It could be several reasons, because sometimes we get requests for work orders that we just absolutely cannot do during September, October, and November. We'll have to wait till the summertime because the work is intrusive. There's some work orders that go from a work order to a project. If you want to paint an entire corridor, that's not a work order, that's a project. So that is then moved to a different tier and addressed maybe over spring break or during the winter break. So
Sure.
There's no one size fits answer to why a work order takes 5 days, 60 days, or what have you. So there are different layers to this. So it's not fair to say, all work orders should take 10 days. That's just not how it works. But so there's more context there. But on average, I would like to be quicker with our work orders. But you just have to understand that they're not, there's no one size fits approach to it.
I think I'm getting a lot of story here. Sorry, but I think I'm getting a lot of story here. The average is 65 days, you said. And I said, so on average, that means 2 months for a sink. You said yes. 2 months to fix the leak in the office. You said yes. I don't think the average work order is to paint a hallway. And I also don't think the average work order is some large system repair that's actually a capital project. I don't think those are the average work orders.
But if a work order had to stay in the system until the summertime, it's going to increase our daily average.
Well, my suggestion was that maybe the business process has become very inefficient. And as an example, that schools resort to multiple work orders, which can do nothing else but burden the system, because now you've got, for every work order, you got 2 or 3. And that's got to be a burden right there. And if you fix something, but you don't really fix it, so you have to come back out to fix it, that contributes to the delay. I'm speaking to inefficiencies. Was there an analysis done?
Chairman, I'm sorry, we're about 2.5 minutes over. I apologize. The clock had a glitch, so we're trying to get it back up.
Can I have a glitch and finish my sentence?
Certainly.
Where I was going was, did DGS have the benefit of some outside consulting to suggest how you could improve your processes, turn things around more quickly, like a quick response team and so forth?
We did. It was called the first team, and it's one of the first things that we worked on when I got here, so we could better manage and triage the work order process. So now the first team, who meets every day at 9:30 to discuss the work orders that have come in within the previous 24 hours, their job and responsibility for every work order that comes in for our facilities is to triage it. Is it a tier 1 work order? Is it a tier 2 work order? Is it a routine work order? Is it a project? Is it a capital project? Is it a duplicate? Do we need to accept it or reject this work order? And then once that work order has gone through the triage process, we would then discuss the current work orders in batches with our client agencies. So there may be a batch that contains fire, life, and safety work orders, HVAC work orders, water intrusion, and so on and so forth. Those work orders are then prioritized, and then we execute completing those work orders.
I would follow up on that, but apparently my time has expired, even though without a clock, arguably there's no such thing as time. But thank you, Chairman White, and thank you, Director Anderson.
Thank you for your philosophical analysis on time, Chairman. Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I want to follow up on a few of our pre-hearing questions. The 24 million investment for HVAC retrofits, HEPA filters, and air quality sensor, is that all from last school year, as in before summer 2021? Like, basically, what was the budget for this summer's blitz?
So that happened between, I think it was February of 20 and February of 2021. That we completed it by February 21 for the $24 million project. I'm actually maybe off on when we started. And we started in the fall. Fall of 20. I apologize. And we completed it by February of 21. And your next question, my apologies.
The budget for the summer. So what was the budget for summer blitz?
We have $9 million of funding for summer blitz this fiscal year.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, I'm gonna follow up on that. Earlier, I wanted to, there's a conversation about communication between DCPS and DGS, especially some communication issues, I guess, from this summer. Can you sort of say more about what communication issues between DCPS and DGS occurred like this summer? And what do you need from DCPS to get things fixed quickly?
Again, actually, I would like to commend DCPS and Amy and her team, because the communication has gotten better between DCPS and DGS. Our facilities teams speak on a very consistent basis, more often probably in the summer months, but on a very consistent basis. They have a regular cadence of meetings. We also have a regular cadence of meetings with leadership, to include council to discuss all things work orders and capital projects. So I think the communication has been better since over the last couple of years. But given the testimony today and some of the concerns from the other council members, I want to put my head together with Amy to figure out how we can maybe do more. Because
I know you heard the one of our parents from Powell, and they talked about there was a position between the DCPS and DGS, this hybrid position. What is that position called? I mean, what is that position? And does every school get the benefit of that hybrid position?
So I'm glad you brought that up, because I believe, Amy, was she talking about Amanda?
Yes, exactly. Okay. And I was just going to jump in if you like, Director Anderson.
Sure.
Sure. So Councilmember Lewis George, that position is one of the positions I spoke to earlier as part of our cluster support model, and that is a facilities management specialist. In that case, we did have a transition, as I think the witness testified to, and we have addressed that and really shored up, when there is a staff transition, making sure that the communication continues to manage that. But that is a DCPS facility specialist.
Okay, and is that per cluster? So that person covers a lot of schools. What's that cluster size look like? So how many do I have in Ward 4, for example?
So you would have in more, well, I'd have to look because our cluster overlay and the ward overlay is not exact, but every cluster has an operations specialist and a facilities management specialist, and we have 10 clusters in the cluster support model.
Okay. Okay. So later on, I'll just try to ask for a breakdown so I can kind of get a sense of how many of those individuals we have working, so that could help the conversation between communication.
Yes, and we'd be happy to provide you that list.
Awesome. Thank you. I know we testified earlier that DGS, I know, prioritize indoor air quality and COVID readiness. But as we mentioned, only 30% of HVAC orders were closed before the start of school on August 30th. And as of last week, we still have 44% of HVAC work orders open. So those are the kind of the worst categories of any, I guess, category of work. Who's responsible for this within DGS? Like, whose job is it to make sure our schools are ready on day one?
The gentleman said to my left, Donnie Gonzalez. But ultimately, I'm responsible for it all, Councilman.
Okay. So what's the explanation for non-HVAC work orders still being open? Like, why are there 37% of fire life safety work orders unresolved? Why are 34% of roof issues left unfixed? It's not just HVAC, supply chain issues, right? So correct. Why is it that work orders may open indefinitely like this?
I'll let Donnie speak to the fire life and safety work orders, but in terms of the HVAC work orders, you'll see that production close significantly as the parts do come in and we're able to complete the multiple tickets that we have shared with the council. Those 34 schools, and you'll see once we're able to close those jobs out, you'll see the work orders reduce significantly. And I'll turn it down on fire life and safety.
Thank you, Director. In terms of fire life safety, council member, it's important to note that there were no fire life safety showstoppers for schools, and that is because throughout the year we proactively do inspections. Out of those inspections, those proactive inspections, we create work orders along the way. Those might be as simple as an alarm issue on a panel or a pull station that needs to be replaced. It could be a ceiling tile issue that has been identified by the fire department as a fire life safety issue. But the completions are underway, and we complete them throughout the year. And none of the open work tickets, again, for the first day of school, was a showstopper, something that would require a school not to open.
I guess I know in the pre-hearing responses, and I think Chairman Mendelson talked about this a little bit. I think DGS said their average time to complete all DCPS work orders is 63 days. And then DGS's official service level agreement, or SLA, is that high priority work orders are to be completed within 10 days. How many high priority work orders are completed within 10 days? And what about emergency work orders? Is there like a percentage?
I'd have to gather that information for you, Councilmember, and send it to the committee. I don't have that at the ready.
Okay. And I think the exception to the 10-day SLA for high priority work orders is that they can be placed on hold due to various reasons, including, I guess, insufficient funding. Do you track why things get put on hold, and can you share that data?
Yes, we do keep notes on our work orders and the status of them, so that we can be clear internally and with our clients exactly where we are with the work order and what the issue may be. So that is something that we can share with the committee.
Okay. I want to do a quick rapid updates on Ward 4 schools in my last minutes here. So Powell Elementary, has the temporary fix been tested for providing heat, right? So I know there's a temporary fix right now for cooling. Has that been tested for providing heat? It could be pretty cold by late October when the part arrives. And then there's installation time into November, best case scenario. Do we know if the system with this part can provide heat?
Are you up?
How?
For Powell, I believe we have hanging heaters there that were in place since last winter that can provide heat to that building. But once the part does arrive, the system will be able to provide both heating and cooling.
Okay, want to go to Barnard, AC issues in the bathrooms and the trailers, and the trailer part is falling into the ground. Has there been any update on, and you all are with me with that, so has there been any update to the condition of the bathrooms and the trailers and the AC issues that were also in the trailers at Barnard?
I do not, I'm not showing AC issues at Barnard. I would have to look into that. I don't have that off the top of my head. I mean, in my notes here.
They're in
the
trailer. Well, there was actually some in the building, but there was also some in the trailer.
So the HVAC issues in the trailer.
Yes, and there were some on the floors, and on the floors that were noted. And then there was the bathrooms in the trailers that were falling into the ground. It's in my picture behind me, I think. Pretty sure. Yeah, there it is. So I need an update on that. Tacoma Elementary School, are there any classes Tacoma still using spot coolers?
There were never classes using spot coolers because we were able to get that system online before the first day of school. So we removed the spot coolers once that system was online. I believe there's maybe a couple of spot coolers were there Monday and Tuesday, but
yeah, they were.
All of those.
Okay, Whittier, there were multiple rooms with plaster falling from the ceiling and visible mildew. Has that been addressed?
I believe so. There were several folks that testified to the roof issue at Whittier. That roof issue has been addressed. And I believe once we address the roofing issue, we are now going to back in to fix the plaster and the paint. So
okay, I'm almost done, Councilmember White. Give me 30 more seconds here.
I always do.
Brightwood Elementary School. Brightwood Elementary School, do they have AC in all the trailers yet?
Brightwood Elementary School. I do not have that on my list. I need to look into the trailers.
It was hot in those trailers.
In the trailers? So this is the second trailer issue, Barnard and Brightwood.
Yep. I'm Miss McFarland. Y'all have that beautiful library. Everyone saw it. It's wonderful. There is still a trash can in the middle of the library, and it's still leaking. Also, the signage from the front still has the letter missing, and I was trying to get the letter replaced before the first day of school, so it just reads McFarland instead of McFarland. What's the update on McFarland?
I know we have several roofing issues prioritized, and so McFarland looks like the roof is on schedule for Q1 of FY22.
Okay, so what does that mean?
We're scheduled to repair the roof the first quarter of fiscal year 22. My apologies.
Oh, so next month.
Between October and December.
Okay.
The first quarter of the fiscal year.
And I will forego the last one because I've run out of time. It was Roosevelt High School, but it looks like Chairman Mendelson has that on his list. But something has to be done with the issues at Roosevelt, and I think it probably needs to be a deeper conversation. And the Roosevelt pool being open to the students in public, I will coordinate. That's another interagency conversation between you and Director Hunter.
But that job has been completed, the entrance.
Okay.
To Roosevelt.
So it's just,
that has been completed.
Okay, it's just not open to the students in the public yet, and that's because there's apparently some issue with the pool.
Oh. Do you know what the issue is?
The pool is broken. That's what I'm told. The pool is broken.
That's the first I'm hearing about an issue with the pool at Roosevelt, so I'll look into that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for my additional 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're welcome. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you. But we measure 30 seconds differently in Ward 6 and in Ward 14. But I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Director Anderson. All right, thanks. All right, let me try to run through a couple other issues here. I'm concerned at Eastern High School with I believe it was 64 open work orders that are more than 30 days old. That seems, we asked for the full work order pending list essentially for Ward 6. And I mean, none of them are good, but Eastern really jumped out. What's going on at Eastern from the standpoint of having that many get stacked up?
I'd have to take a look at the work orders there. I do know one of the biggest issues I was working on at Eastern was HVAC. We have been able to have the permanent fix installed there. And I do understand there was concern about no water in the stadium area, and as well as a couple other issues. But to your point, you mentioned 64, and I'd like to be able to research those 64 work orders and give you an update.
Okay. Director, I say this as somebody, you and I've worked together for years, so in no way am I trying to come at this in a disrespectful way. But I mean, we have a hearing specifically on this issue. We send questions in advance of the hearing, which is kind of like where we're trying to telegraph, hey, these are the types of things we want to talk about. To have 64 open work orders and then say, well, I'm gonna have to go back and take a look at it. That is difficult for me. I'm sure
Well, I can tell you, I can
Eastern
get you
PTO that's listening in, like that's hard for us to hear.
I can get you some updates while we're on this, while we're in this discussion. But let's see here.
I mean, I know you've got a great team around you. Is there somebody from your team who can jump in and tell us what's going on at Eastern? Ramblers need some help.
So do you want information on all 64 work orders, or are there some?
How does
specific
64
ones?
get stacked up? I mean, I could spend this whole hearing and go after, one work order after another work order, right?
Right, I can. So
I want to ask, why do we have 64 that get stacked up?
Not knowing exactly what the work orders are, I am aware of some priorities that are some concerns that have come our way, like water, there being no water in the sports complex, like the HVAC issues at Eastern. Those were the high ones on my priority. By the way, the HVAC has been resolved, and the water issue will be resolved by the end of this week. But in terms of the work orders, again, we will sit down with DCPS. We will prioritize those.
So that's where I'm going to go next. Is that is this a DCPS issue? Is it a
I'm not going to say it's a DCPS issue, but I do need to sit down with DCPS, go over those work orders, prioritize them, and then then update.
But who should I be looking at when dozens and dozens of open work orders stack up?
You can look at me. You can look at me.
I'm looking at DGS, or is it DCPS? Why does DCPS get off the hook? Why is it just you?
No, it's not just me, but I know we talk about many things and issues, and we work on them. And so what I need to do is I need to huddle with DCPS, go through those work orders. Some may have been prioritized. They may be in the coffers to be completed. I just don't know at this time exactly what they are.
All right.
I do know that the biggest priority for DCPS at Eastern was that having the HVAC fully functional, and it is. We were able to complete that work. Again, I do know
that that's like when we're triaging. I mean, that's when we're at 64 open work orders. At that point, we're really triaging like, all right, all of them are important, but here's the things that are really, really important.
That is correct. And
not enough to say, well, all these other things are not really a big deal.
And I'm not saying that not a big deal, but there may be a
let me keep moving if I can, Director. We'd also sent you a question around Seton Elementary School, where we've got an aging HVAC system, continue to have problems at Seton Elementary. The response I got back was just that we're going to basically look to fix the system during the modernization in 2026. Is that the answer? We in advance. The long-term plan is for the system to be included in a facility modernization starting in FY 2026. So essentially, modernize Seton.
So right now, there's no capital project planned for replacement of the Seton HVAC system. So we're going to have to continue to maintain the system as it is, and work with DCPS to ensure that we're on track for the modernization in 2026. But we want to make sure that until that happens, that we continue to keep that building.
But there are over 20 HVAC work orders at Seton Elementary right now. And if the plan,
right, and a part of that,
2026 feels like a long way away.
Yeah, but the 20 work orders, council member, tied to the permanent fix that is scheduled to be done by October 1st. So once we're able to complete that permanent fix, when the part comes in, you'll see that work order number go down, and we'll continue to monitor Seton again until 2026, or unless another plan comes our way.
All right. I'm just going to add one quick piece on Eastern because I want to make sure this doesn't get lost in the mix. There's no water in the stadium for many months now.
And that is slated to be resolved by the end of this month. Excuse me, end of this week.
Visitor locker room, unusable. Still no air conditioning in some of the West building. Most of the security doors not working. We're at a triage standpoint at this point with that many open work orders. And that is why I think you're going to feel from myself and from others that it's not, listen, I know Director Anderson. I mean, you pick up the phone when I call about a problem, you try to get your team to work on things. I appreciate that very much. But there's something that's not working right from the systems perspective. And that's what I'm really concerned about. When we have them stack up like that, I have no doubt you're going to work with DCPS, say, all right, here's the bandwidth I got. What's the most important thing that we can get knocked out? But we're triaging an emergency at that point, and we should never have found ourselves in the emergency in the first place. That is what I'm about from a systems perspective. Speaking of another emergency, I got to tell you, and I know you and I talked about it. I've walked through a lot of schools the couple of weeks before school starts. Been doing that for years. When I walked into Amadon Bowen Elementary a week out from school this year, I don't think I've ever felt like I walked into a school as unprepared for opening day as I have when I walked through at Amadon Bowen. The construction taking place in the middle of the lobby, the extra room. I think everyone hustled for the last several days, got it to a workable state to be able to open day, but it was not there. The ceiling, the gymnasium, I don't believe the floor has been replaced yet, but we had leaking water from the roof coming down, the wood buckled. I think the entire floor has to be replaced. That now impacts everything else. These are the types of things that feel like something's happening that is leading us into the place where we're then forced into triage moments, where we're having to say, well, let's pick what are the most important things that have to happen. Amadon, I think, still has 34 open work orders right now. If I'm just going to single out that one school as an example, and I'm not asking you to go tell me, we're changing this on the left wall on this one piece. I'm just saying from a systems perspective, what happened at Amadon Bowen this year that it wasn't ready earlier for a successful first day?
Sure. I remember working with you as well, Councilmember, on Amadon. I remember seeing text messages about the concerns in the auditorium. Going back to our original statement about how work orders are not all created equally. Some of them do require a good amount of triage. And so, for example, at Amadon, there was a work order in the system for a roof leak, but it turns out that roof leak was really an HVAC ductwork related issue on the roof. And so going back and forth, identifying roof repairs, trying to address those, but still, having an issue, we ended up really getting clear about what needed to be done, which was the ductwork repair. And that was repaired before school started. But as you noted, the damage to the auditorium floor had already been done. So now that auditorium floor, it will be addressed as well. But it took us a while to get to the actual core of the issue. And sometimes open work orders don't tell the full extent of the story. I know within the facilities management team, this year alone, we completed 9,120 work orders. And so that's a tremendous amount of work. And when you compare it to some of the open work tickets at schools, that can provide some context. But it is important to triage those issues. And sometimes work orders are an indication of a larger issue or a different problem. And that's why the first team is so critical in really triaging those open work tickets and coming up with a permanent solution.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, if I can just borrow some of that Ward 4 clock just for a second to kind of wrap up my thoughts here. I appreciate that, Mr. Gonzalez. And the frustrating part that I'm going to hear, I know from my Amadon community, for example, there is going to be that, and I know when I talked with the school staff, they were saying that there was a problem months ago, saying we got a problem here with the HVAC system, with a leak, and then we end up here. The part, I mean, I don't mean to like open a hornet's nest here, but I feel like I know that there are good people. I'm looking at them right now. Like I know there's really good people that are responsive when I pick up the phone and call, that try to help solve every problem. And so I deeply appreciate that. If I'm trying to take a step back from a systems perspective though, I don't know if we need to be trying to think about, do we need to look at going back to like an OPEFM type of focus on our schools? Like how much does also this schools piece take away from all the other demands on DGS time for all that, because you have so many different responsibilities. I struggle with that of trying to think how do we get the system right to be able to have the right type of work order responsiveness, be able to help triage when we got a triage, be able to get this done. But I know that it's not for a shortage of effort, right? I know you're putting a lot of effort in, especially in that summer as you're building up towards school. But I struggle with where we fix the broader systems. And that's just me thinking out loud a little bit. I know I'm using up all my time, but
those are fair comments. I know there's a lot of systems that we've put in place, like the first team since I've gotten here. And there's some other areas where we can talk about systems that we've put in place so we can manage smarter, so we can manage things quicker. But we clearly have a lot of ground to still cover. And so we'll continue to look at this overall from an overall perspective, continue to work with the chairman, continue to work with DCPS, and continue to make sure that we are putting DGS and DCPS in the best position possible to address some of these work orders and things that we've talked about for a couple of years now, put us in the best position to close the gap and close out these work orders much faster. Because like you said there were at the Amadon community, although we did resolve the issue, you were saying they were knocking on the door maybe a few weeks, months before that. So I hear your concern. I hear you loud and clear. We have made progress, but clearly we have more ground to cover, and we aim to do that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. You get that Ward 6 30 seconds.
It worked out. Thank you.
Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
you are.
You are.
Good. Thank you very much. I just really have a few more questions I wanted to ask. I'm going to go back to Woodson. We started to talk about Woodson a little bit earlier. The witness talked about the fact that and acknowledged that the school was built, after the Tower of Power was torn down, and that the school was built, let's say 5-6 years ago, which I was mayor when we did that. But what I got the impression was also, Mr. Director, was that there are lots of work orders, as acknowledged by the principal and as acknowledged by the faculty at Woodson. There are lots of work orders that just get closed out, that really the work hasn't been done, or that there are situations in which there should have been followed through and there was not. So how many work orders are there outstanding at Woodson at this point, Mr. Director?
Let me get that for you. But while we get the number of outstanding work orders, I've had several conversations with the council members today about instances where work orders were closed out without the work being performed.
Right.
That is something that I think, if my notes correctly, we talked about at Plummer, we talked about it Johnson Middle, Garrison, and now H.D. Woodson. I have committed to looking into this matter specifically with the team and DCPS to see what exactly the story is with those work orders.
Well, who's responsible? Is there a tracking system that somebody follows, Mr. Director?
So right now,
these work orders?
Yeah, work orders are tracked in our Salesforce system. So for the HVAC component, what's happening now, we send a contractor out to complete a job at a school. It could be, let's say, at Beers to complete the permanent fix at the HVAC system. The vendor will then Once their work is complete, alert these DGS that they've completed the work. We'll go inspect it. DCPS will do a QA/QC to ensure that they are satisfied with the work. Then the work order is now been closed. So that is something that we've been doing this summer as we prepare for school opening. And I look to enhance that effort so we're not talking about work orders being closed out and the work hasn't been formed moving forward.
Well, that's one of my concerns, and that is that, we have people who come in and testify, complaining about the situation, and then there's allegations that the work orders that were filed were never fulfilled in the first place. That's what I'm trying to understand. What is the tracking system that ensures that these work orders actually are fulfilled by anybody? That it isn't just somebody who says, well, that's done, and people just put
The
it
tracking
somewhere,
system that we use
that's
is
where it goes.
the tracking system that we use is Salesforce, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
The tracking system that we use is Salesforce. If you know that.
Yeah, well,
the work order management system that we use is Salesforce. And that is a system that first team looks at whenever we receive work orders and to triage. And so a canceled work order could very well be duplicate work orders that the first team is simplifying into one work order, especially when they're all related to the same issue. And going back to the improvement in communication, and we've seen a tremendous amount of that from DCPS. Sometimes the information we receive, the work orders, are really, they have layman descriptions, whereas we have engineers and contractors that are a lot more technical. And so sometimes it's merging the information so that we have a merger of the concerns we're getting from the student or staff stakeholders with what the issues are. So an example may be at Maury, there may be 10 to 13 classrooms out on a floor. Individual work tickets come in, but it's really related to one system leak in that refrigerant line and impacting the entire floor. So it's really about merging those two issues, the technical and the layman. And that triaging process is something that first team does. The other critical piece to this process is the final piece. We talk about QA/QC. So how do we improve that? And really partnering with DCPS and some of our building management staff that have been assigned schools to work inside the facilities and really confirm when the work orders are complete. The director also made it a requirement to make sure there's a picture in the work order system to verify that. So we have actual, proof of work, so to speak, as part of that QA/QC process.
So how many, I'm gonna go back to my question. How many work orders are there outstanding at present at Woodson High School?
65.
I'll be going there. I'm going in the next few days to see exactly where we are at that point. So I'm going to ask the principal, how many work orders does he have? Mr. Massey, how many work orders does he have outstanding at this point? And my fear is that we're going to get a number that's very different than what is that DGS has at this point. So tell me exactly right now, how many work orders there are outstanding at Woodson High School?
65.
65.
That is correct.
And what are you basing that on?
The information we pulled from Salesforce.
And my concern too is, Mr. Director, is that we're going to get a number that's different, and I'm not sure how to reconcile that at this stage. What do I do? Who do I talk to at that point? Who is responsible for the system that you just alluded to? And exactly how do I get to the answer of, okay, you said, how was the number? What was the number again?
Currently, we have 65 work orders in the system for HD Woodson Senior High School. This is the system that we use to communicate issues backline between DGS and DCPS. So theoretically, the majority of those work orders were entered by someone at DCPS. They have access to the same system. We train our client agencies twice a year on Salesforce on how to use it, how to enter work orders, and all the rest of it. So when you arrive at HD Woodson and they pull up Salesforce, if you were to go there right now, the numbers should be the same unless we've by that time closed a job out or entered in a new work order.
Yeah, well, I have an unfortunate feeling that those numbers won't coincide. And I will be happy to reach back out to you in the aftermath of our visit to HD Woodson to report to you on exactly how many work orders Mr. Massey says that they have.
Certainly, so I look forward to it.
All right, and we'll follow up immediately on that as well, Mr.
Okay.
Director. What about Plummer? We talked about Plummer earlier, and that was one where we have a dispute. At least we do anyway. A dispute of how many. What's the condition of the HVAC system at Plummer?
Like we discussed earlier, Mr. Councilmember, Plummer is a school where we are currently in the process of replacing the VRF system.
Yeah.
We look forward to having that system replaced within the next week or so, Donnie. But then we will be requesting funding in the FY22 supplemental for a small cap project to update the piping that goes with that system. We look to perform that work over the summertime. So we're currently in the process of changing the VRF system that will provide cooling and heating for the staff and the students. And then through the FY22 supplemental, we'll be requesting additional funding to finish to replace the piping around the school that goes with that system.
Okay, and you're going to get back to me. When are you going to get back to me on Burville so we know where that situation is? That's not a piping situation.
We discussed getting back to you within 24 hours.
Okay. All right. I'm not going to ask for any additional time. I'm going to just assume that my time is up on this round. So,
but I would like to let you know, Mr. Councilmember, depending on what the principal wants to do in that room, if it's a paint job, put a carpet down, that's one thing. But if there's a bigger idea in mind, it may require funding, which we have to plan for. So once I have a clear idea of what the principal wants to program in that room, I'll be able to give you a clear answer of what it will take to get there.
Well, I'm almost certain that anybody that says it's going to be a paint job that's required is really using a misnomer. Okay,
I'm just using that as an example. Yeah. I'm just not sure exactly what he or she wants to do with that programmatic space.
Thank you, Director.
Well, and you're going to wait for a further report from your staff and the people at Burville.
Well, I know
exactly what's next.
I know that my staff has communicated with the principal on what the principal wants for that space. I just don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Once I know what that is, either we can plan to have it done in-house, or we may have to look at additional funding. I just don't know right now.
Okay.
So I don't want to give you the impression that we made an agreement and it'll be done next week. We're not there. I just don't know yet. But
I think that's clear, Director. I appreciate it. Let me move to Councilmember Bonds. I'm going to move more expeditiously. I still have 17 pages of questions, so I'm going to move a little bit more expeditiously. Councilmember Bonds, very glad to have you with us.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the panel, Mr. Anderson and his crew who are here with us today, and of course, I think we have a couple of representatives from DC Public Schools. Thank you very much. You're right. If it had not been for COVID, you would not be the center of attention. but you are the center of attention. And thank goodness for that, because when we think about the number of schools in this city, and we think about, just as an example, Woodson Senior High School, 65 work orders outstanding. Okay, that's a lot. And so my first question is, Mr. Anderson, what is the total number of work orders for DC public schools that are in your system?
So for FY21 to date, we have received 13,547 work orders.
13,500?
And 47 work orders.
47, wow, okay.
To date, in FY21, we have rejected and canceled 1,473 work orders.
And so the balance is outstanding?
We've completed 9,120 work orders to date.
Okay.
And so that leaves us about 4,419 to complete.
Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, thank you very much for that. I think you said earlier that it takes about 65 days to reply and fix whatever it is that's broken. Is that, I believe you said that, you shared that with us earlier?
I did. I believe it's 63 days.
Okay, 63. So 63 times 4,000. Okay, that's a lot of person hours, right? But I know you don't look at the work orders in that fashion. You mentioned something about your triage system and how you decide. I'm assuming you prioritize that triage system.
That is
Can
correct.
you tell us a little bit about how that works? And I'm sorry, Councilmember White, I really want to understand this, and I want the public to understand what we're really facing, because 13,000, 9,000, that's a lot of numbers and a lot of work that has to be done by somebody. And you're going to tell us about that too. I hope you have time to do that.
Correct. So work orders, work orders come in our Salesforce system through our client agency, or in some cases, we may put them in ourselves if we see something if we're on site. So a work order may be put in for a ceiling tile that's missing or a door that's off the hinges. So that work order is put into the Salesforce system. It's received by the first team. The first team then prioritizes that work order as a tier 1, 2, or routine maintenance. And then that work order is then prioritized and scheduled to be completed. There are some work orders that obviously have higher priority than others. And so depending on the priority of that work order is when we schedule it. And again, we talked a lot about work orders, and sometimes a work order it's put in that we necessarily cannot get to during regular school, during school hours, because school's and we have to wait for spring break or winter break or summer break in order to complete that work order. That's part of what sometimes drives that number to be 63.
Okay.
But so there's essentially a work order is put in the system. The work order is then triaged internally by DGS. Then it is put into we make sure it's triaged by DGS. Then it is tiered 1, 2 routine. And then we prioritize that work, further prioritize that work order with our client.
Okay, and so I guess when we decided we were going to open the schools for in-person learning, that's when this system became very important and focused on the schools. Am I correct?
Yeah, the system, yes,
Okay.
It did, and the system has been
so
important, yeah.
In other words, these school buildings have been in existence on this land across the city, and somehow they were just sitting there until we decided we were going to do in-person learning, correct?
That's not correct. So
okay, all right.
Okay, so
straighten me out here.
So no, I mean, but it's a very good question. So when we went to the pandemic, one of the first things DGS, obviously we had to support the entire city, but we knew that one of the mayor's biggest priority was to ensure that kids return to school, and not only return to school, return safely. So one of the first things we did, we put a plan together to ensure that there was proper and adequate air infiltration in the schools. We did that by increasing air infiltration. We did that by upgrading filters to MERV 13 and higher. We also did that by ensuring and helping DCPS put a mobile HEPA unit in every classroom and two, I'll say large mobile units in cafeterias and auditoriums and things.
Okay, and I understand that. So in other words, you really had to move expeditiously to get the systems in each school so that we would have adequate air filtration, and we would have all of those things that relate to fighting COVID in place. Am I correct? Is that what that's what you're explaining? So
that is what we had in
leaking
place
roof.
for.
Yeah, well, my question then is, so a leaking roof or a broken door was then put in category 2 or not considered an emergency at least initially?
Not at all, because what I was going to say simultaneously, while we were undertaking that effort for air infiltration or an increased air take and air quality, we then began addressing work orders within DCPS's inventory. And, you know, at one point during the pandemic, we had DCPS's work orders at a historic low, and we should have, because the buildings were empty. And so we utilized in-house crews to address the work orders that we could do within the buildings. And we had our work orders down by 50% at one point during the pandemic.
Okay.
Now, so to prepare for in-student learning. Now that happened February, Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, but programming started in February of 21. And then we obviously saw an uptick in work orders once people started going back into the buildings, doing the summer programming and things of that such. So we never stopped working. We never stopped addressing work orders. We actually pivoted to our in-house crews to address the work orders, because it's,
okay.
You know, we could do that.
Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry, but you're eating up my few little minutes.
My apologies.
So sorry. I appreciate the elaborate, response. Thank you so much. I want to ask you rather quickly, when will you check for heat repairs? Because I grew up here, product of the school system, and there's always been issues with heat. So what have you started that as well?
Yeah,
is there a third group of staff that's doing that? I'm trying to understand how your organization has the capacity to do these many different tasks, which are required to, maintain the buildings and get them ready on a yearly basis, and then COVID, and then you've got these other things that are going to happen with winter.
Yes, another very good question, council member. So at DGS, our winter begins in April and our summer begins in November. So when we come out of the heating season at the end of March, we then immediately in April start breaking down our boilers to prepare them for inspection and certification from DCRA, because if our boilers don't pass inspection, we're not going to be able to heat the school. So that process starts for the heating season in April. Once we fully convert everything over from cooling to heating, we will then start our cooling season again in November. So it's a process that happens.
So, Mr. Anderson, is it that you have a team of employees that are doing these various tasks, or are you contracting out? Is there a master contractor for the summer program, a master for the winter. I'm trying to understand that because unless you have 1,000 employees or more, maybe 20,000, I'm trying to understand this because the volume of work orders and the days it takes to do a work order based on your testimony is extraordinary. So I'm just trying to understand the work itself.
We do have, and I'll let Donnie elaborate on how many folks it is, but we do have in-house crews that address our boilers. We have an entire BPO division that addresses the boilers in our schools. We do have in-house crews that also address HVAC, but we largely rely on contract support for a majority of this HVAC work because there are so many buildings. DGS is responsible for managing and maintaining 684 buildings. DCPS is only 117.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And I know to Councilmember White, I don't have a ward. I just have the whole city like you. So if I can have I just want to understand, if I could, Mr. Anderson, are you suggesting that someone who had a contract 10 years ago to do these services is still that contractor? Or do you switch up contractors? I'm trying to understand where we might have a little bit of a problem here.
So our contracts are, we have several different contracts, but I'll speak to the IDIQ contracts, is which we utilize this summer, and we're utilizing to get these HVAC systems completed. Those contracts are good for, I believe it's 1 year, 4 years with one option. Taking that right? 1 year, 4 options.
1 year, 4 options.
1 year, 4 options. I'm sorry. Those contracts are good for 1 year with 4 option years. So we compete those contracts on a regular every 5 years.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sure Councilmember White will cue me in as to what you are telling us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. So I want to continue where I left off in the last round with Deputy Chancellor Mastera. And I want to use Whittier as sort of our sort of example for us to kind of figure out what's happening. Can you let us know what were the Summer Blitz projects for Whittier for this year?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember White. I'm pulling up the details for Whittier right now.
Thank you.
Give me one moment if you would. So I know that we have some roof issues there and there's some mold that was identified. We're just trying to sort out what components were addressed during the blitz and which are still outstanding. Okay, it looks like the team is taking a look at your question and sorting through the details. So we'll be happy to get back to you on that.
All right, I'll come back to that in about three or 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Would that be enough time for your team?
Yes, they're looking at it now and pulling the data. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Director Anderson, so what does DGS plan to change its approach to the summer HVAC work at all based on what we saw this year?
So we are, to be clear, I believe there will always have to be summer work that takes place in the schools because there's some work that you just cannot do with programming going on in the school. And it's just too intrusive with dust and things of that nature. So there'll always be a need to perform some activities in the summer. But as we look at as we bring new systems online, as we look at technology, as we continue to get smarter about how we manage our assets, I think you'll see less of a push during the year. But there'll always be a need for summer blitz, in my belief, for schools. Maybe not as much.
But I'm not asking if we'll need to do a summer blitz, but what I'm suggesting is that the execution this year was not good, didn't meet the needs. And so something about that process is going to change. Teachers kind of entering into a classroom the week before schools start, or families entering on the first day, should not be surprised that a classroom is 84 degrees. That's something that is known or knowable long before school starts. So, something systematic, something systemic broke down if people are walking into surprises. So why were so many people surprised that they had hot classrooms when school started?
So, and that's where I have to work with DCS a little more, because we were in constant communication about the state of each building and where we were with the repair. So in my view, there shouldn't have been any surprises, but obviously there were. So I think, again, Mr. Chairman, one thing, if you take this year's school opening and juxtapose it against, I guess, can't say last year, 2019, there's a night and day difference. And that is, and the biggest thing we've talked about, obviously, today has been HVAC. And I assure you, the biggest reason why we were in this position this year was not because of the work that needed to be done or the type of work or the complexity of the work. It boiled down to getting the parts in hand to complete the job. But there's always room for improvement. And so,
let me pitch it to Deputy Chancellor. Why were teachers and families surprised to find hot classrooms on the first day of school?
Well, I think as the director spoke to, the pandemic, I think, impacted us in a lot of ways in terms of just lead time and delays of all sorts of supplies that we saw nationally. So I think that is a big part of it in terms of the context, and really appreciate that that everyone is working in these very challenging circumstances. And that we were working as quickly as possible to address some of these unexpected delays that started to pop up over the summer. So we've been working diligently on that.
Okay.
I can come back to the Whittier question, Councilmember White.
Yes.
The team has clarified that there were 39 work orders that were addressed during the blitz. The vast majority are related to HVAC, as we've been talking about broadly.
Okay, and those were a part of the summer blitz?
Yes, there were window repairs, lighting, landscape, and the PA system as well. Okay,
so if those were on the summer blitz, I went to Whittier the second week of school, and what I saw was a roof leak in the gym, air going on and off in one of the classrooms, a window in the stairwell where the water leaks in a classroom with a recurring issue of plaster falling. Recently fell on the teacher when he was getting the classroom ready for school. Saw ceiling damage on the third floor where the ceiling tiles had just been replaced. A classroom where rainwater comes in through the window where the spot cooler was installed. The kitchen floods when it rains. There's flooding in the cafeteria separate from the kitchen issue from an exterior door. 2 toilets in the second floor girls' bathroom had to be shut off because they leak into the bathroom below. A sewage leak in the pre-K 3 classroom. That classroom was also very hot and humid. Clear water damage in stairwell 2. And this was the second week of school. So there's some breakdown between the work orders or the summer blitz and what's actually happening. How many current open work orders do we have for Whittier?
We see 44 in the system. And I think some of the issues you've raised, Councilmember White, were, as you noted, not part of that summer readiness work and are ongoing issues that do need to be addressed.
So
I would just jump in with an update. The sewage leak you referenced was completed, as well as the toilets leaking in the second floor girls' bathroom. So even though these may not have been on the blitz list, we're still addressing them.
Okay. So, but let me come back to the issue of people being surprised. So, certainly, supply chain issues, and this has been a challenging time, but I still don't know why teachers and families would be surprised when of a hot classroom on the first day of school. Is there an issue that you see with our communication process to school faculty and to families? Or do you think they were all aware of what they were walking into?
Councilmember White, I will touch on communication from our perspective. We definitely work to keep our school communities informed, and again, work closely with DGS to ensure that we're getting those regular updates. I know Director Anderson had spoken to that earlier. We think we do have a strong communication infrastructure in place between agencies through those many touch points that he addressed. And we again do try to ensure that our school leaders and communities are updated as we are updated on the status of the circumstances for our schools.
So you think that DCPS did a good job of communicating expectations ahead of the school year?
Well, we did work to ensure that schools that needed temporary support in terms of cooling measures, that they were updated. And again, did that in partnership with the DGS team.
DGS, do you think that you all did a good job keeping DCPS informed of expectations leading into the school year?
I believe we did, sir.
All right. Well, everybody did a great communications job.
What I said earlier, given the testimony that we heard earlier, there's still room for improvement.
Okay. I appreciate that. I want us to get a
it's-
little clearer about what those improvements are going to be, because I don't want any of us to be here next year with the same set of circumstances. I mean, the grade that I think the agencies would give themselves is very different than the grades that teachers and families would give, and that's something we have to take seriously. So I appreciate the recognition that there's room to grow. What we have to figure out is specifically what that growth is going to mean, what that change is going to mean. Let me pass it to I think Chairman Mendelson has another meeting, so Councilmember Lewis George.
Thank you. I want to start with DCPS here. I have a few questions to follow up on. One, can you please add Whittier Elementary School to the list of schools with work orders that were incorrectly closed out? We got a lengthy list of items that didn't get done, even though they got closed out. I want to also go, the DCPS Reopen Strong website has a list online of over 100 schools that ordered outdoor learning and lunch supplies. Can we get a breakdown of how DCPS spent the $9 million for in-person learning innovation? So I'm talking about how many of these schools order equipment to support outdoor lunch, support outdoor learning. Is there a breakdown of that?
Certainly, we can provide a summary of that. We would be happy to give you that overview.
Okay. Do you have a percentage of how many of these schools received their orders before the start of school?
I do not have that on hand. We can certainly look at that and follow up.
Okay.
Again, as I noted earlier, Councilmember Lewis George, we are now starting to see delivery of the bulk of the items. We did have that delay that we spoke about and had some kind of temporary supports in place, but we're now starting to see the materials roll in, which we're really excited about.
Okay. And so if you can give like do you have a percentage of how many schools are still waiting on their supplies to arrive?
So it's by category. We have confirmation that certain materials have been delivered to all of the schools who selected them. And then there are others that are en route. And we can give you kind of where things are in terms of the different categories of items.
Okay. There was testimony today that we heard that charter schools have to obtain permits to put up outdoor tents. Is that also the case for DCPS? And if so, who's handling that within DCPS? Is that up to each principal again?
No, we have a wonderful central operations team that supports that work, and we do have permits as needed for our sites.
Okay. And so there's a team ready to handle that. In the last week's hearing, Chancellor Farabee said DCPS is exploring the feasibility of heaters to support learning and lunch outside. And Councilmember Che asked about this earlier, but I'd also like to know specifically when DCPS is making the decision on whether or not to procure heaters. It's going to start getting cold in the next few weeks.
Yes, absolutely. And we are closing out essentially the review of the specifications that we need to have in place to ensure we're compliant with code and ensuring that our students and staff are safe this week.
Okay, so the win is the win by close of business Friday?
Close of business Friday. We expect to have a final understanding of what we can order, and then we'll start moving forward with the procurement process itself.
Okay, procurement historically takes long as well. So how long will it take to get them once you place the order?
Well, we can follow up with you once we have a sense of timeline, but certainly we will be moving very quickly to get that order in place. And we have the benefit of the ESSER dollars so that we're able to do that rather expeditiously.
Okay. In last week's hearing, Chancellor Farabee said DCPS is evaluating the need to add HEPA filters to non-classroom spaces currently without filters. When will DCPS make a decision on whether to add HEPA filters to these spaces, many of which are used by students with special needs as well as ELL students? This is something that came up, and also social workers and counselors as well. This is something that we saw when we toured the schools together, and mostly every school said those spaces. So when is that decision going to be made by DCPS?
Yes, so we're closing out the review right now, looking at each school's particular needs in terms of their footprint. And we should be able to provide an update in the next week or so. We're finalizing that kind of environmental scan. I do also want to note that in addition to placing the units in classrooms and in the large spaces, as you noted, we also have placed HEPA units in the nurses suite, the health isolation room, and some other small spaces. So it is beyond the classroom, but certainly doing that assessment now, it's a priority for him.
Okay, do you think there's going to be a supply issue with the HEPA filters, like and a procurement issue with those?
Well, that's always an unknown in these days and times, but we do have some contingency units in place. So we're going to be starting there, working with DGS to utilize some of our contingency units as we plan forward. But we will keep you updated on timeline and any hiccups that we foresee.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I look forward to hearing Friday or next Friday regarding the other spaces. I think I heard Director Anderson give the number of DGS portfolio is how many buildings you have to take care of?
We're responsible for managing 684 buildings.
Okay, and then you said 100, and how many of those are DCPS?
117.
117. So a question here. And just wondering, do you all feel that is there a special team in DGS who is responsible just for those 117 buildings? Let me ask that first.
Yeah, I'll let Donnie let you know how it's organized, but yes, we have our teams broken up to handle certain assets, but in many of the assets, the work is essentially the same, and we do rely on contracts.
I guess I'm trying to understand if the system that you have set up is enough for you all to take on the 117 DCS buildings. So I'm trying to get a sense of if that's a problem, if capacity of DGS is a problem in addressing the 116 and 17, whichever one.
No, I'm not concerned about capacity. I think we are adequately staffed, and we do have a adequate amount of contract support. Again, I think the reason we're here today is because of the supply chain. Yes, there are other things that we could have done better. There's a lot of things we could have done better, but capacity is not my concern.
And then let me ask you something. Kathy Riley spoke a little bit, and we talked about Roosevelt. And there is a separate question of whether Roosevelt, I think they have a contractor, a subcontractor, I guess it is.
Right. For some of our.
What is that? Can you explain, like, when you guys have this subcontractor situation, that those persons report directly to you all, and how do you decide who gets like a subcontractor relationship versus a regular DGS relationship? Right. So what you're referring to is called a consolidated maintenance contractor. And so there's one in the Wilson building, there's one in the Berry building. We use them in several of our assets. We're using it at Banneker as well as West, because those are very complicated systems that we have in those buildings. And those are two buildings where we are currently applying for a net zero certification. So in buildings that are larger, more complicated, have very complex mechanical systems, have a high usage, we do utilize consolidated maintenance contractors that are essentially responsible for the building envelope. So they cut the grass, they pick up the trash, they clean the bathrooms, they PM the mechanical systems. If there is a small fix that needs to be made, let's say a kid knocks a water fountain off the wall, they'll replace that. It would be yeah, and so they're on site. They're in our larger, more complicated facilities to help assist us with making sure we're keeping the building up. So is that a model that you all plan on doing? So for example, I think Councilmember Allen talked about Eastern, maybe is that like, do you consider where you'll put those? I only have a few seconds, so. We do consider that based on size and complexity of the building, usage and things of that nature. Okay. I do support the model, but we do utilize those services, and that is a direct contract to DGS. Okay, got it. I think Councilmember White asked a pretty, I think, simple question, which was, will kids be wearing coats this winter? And I thought it was a really simple and get to the point question. And I thought the answer to that question should have been no, just flat out no. But your answer to that question wasn't flat out no. And so that concerns me, because then I feel like we're going to be back here in 2 months. And you know what the term gaslighting is? I feel like I used it. You know what gaslighting means? It's like you make someone feel like that their thoughts and memories or events occurring around them aren't real, based on like the idea that what they're experiencing didn't happen. So I just want to make sure we're not going to gaslight the community here in this situation. And I want to see what changes you guys are going to be willing to make, so that you can actually say to them, no, there will be no kids wearing coats in classrooms. I think that's I have no intention of gaslighting anyone. Right now, as we spoke about earlier, we are underway with our heating season, which actually began in April. And we are making progress on that effort. As a matter of fact, I've authorized our FMD team to also use contractor support, just so we can double down on that effort to ensure that every child is warm this winter. And so it's my goal to have fully functional systems in our education facilities, so our children can concentrate on learning and not getting their coat. All right. Thank you. I look forward to seeing it happen, and I trust that you all will make it happen.
Thank you. Councilmember Gray, is he with us? Councilmember Bonds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't realize I'd have a second round, but this is great. And it's kind of important. I just want to make sure that we all understand the contracting process that is used in order to make these repairs, these changes, new equipment, replacement, et cetera, happen. And my first question is to, I guess, the public schools system. You mentioned earlier that once the season is upon us, you'll know based on something that will tell you what you need to know in order to know how much you'll need to put forward in the way of resources for any repairs in the winter. How do you make a determination as to what you will be spending, let's say, for heating, as an example? Through the procurement process,
Yes,
of course.
Councilmember Bonds, thank you. I think that might be more a question for DGS in terms of the assessment around the heating costs. If I'm understanding, I want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly.
Yes, I thought I understood that you do the procurement through the communications with DGS. You are advised as to what is needed at a school. They do the inspection, and then you order the parts. Did I miss that? Or you just pay for the parts? Or you don't pay anything?
Councilmember Bonds, are you speaking to like how we utilize contractors to fix an HVAC system or install an HVAC system or build a school?
Yes, it is. It's really, I'm trying to understand the issue of parts being delayed.
Okay.
We all know that parts are delayed now. I mean,
right.
We know where they come from. We know they're sitting in shipping containers and what have you. So I'm just trying to understand, when do we begin the process of trying to get parts? For instance, if we still have schools with the old boiler system, we know that those systems have been around since the 40s to 50s. And we therefore know, if there are any schools, I don't know that there are, but there may be. So we know those parts are constantly going to give out. So do we plan ahead and sort of order them? Or is there something else, some other system that we use? I'm trying to understand why we may end up with complaints about no heat in any school.
So two things, and I think this can relate to both heating and cooling. So for, you asked about the contract piece. So
yes.
Let's look at it. If we take a small cap project or small capital project, this summer we replaced the HVAC system at Tacoma Elementary School. DGS went through our RFP process to select a vendor to replace the HVAC system at Tacoma Elementary School. So we put out an RFP. We had multiple companies bid on that RFP. We selected we selected a vendor that won the contract. Once that vendor receives a notice to proceed during the process, that's when they start ordering parts and things of that nature. So the contractor for Tacoma probably started ordering parts in about maybe the spring of last year, which is, in normal circumstances, more than enough time to order parts, have them delivered for install. Now, we also have situations where we have emergencies where the HVAC system just goes down. And once we assess the system, see what's going on, we may find that it needs a compressor, it may need an inverter board, several things. We then have to order those parts right then and there. That's where we run into a lot of issues that we're discussing today with the supply chain, when we have a breakdown in the system and we have to order parts. In normal times, I can normally source HVAC parts, the overwhelming majority of HVAC parts within 24 hours. What's taking me 24 hours today is now taking me 12 weeks, which is why
Yes.
we're here today. And
Yes.
so
Okay.
none of the HVAC issues that we faced over the summer are new. There's things that we deal with all the time. We just don't deal with parts taking 12 weeks all the time.
Okay.
And so there's planned projects that we had in the pipeline that, once that procurement process is started and completed and the contractor is on board, once they're issued a purchase order, they immediately order parts. That's usually a couple of months before the job begins, that they had that ready. But then there's the emergencies where you have to, or something goes out today and we have to order the part. And again,
And I thank you, and I get it. I understand that. What I'm really trying to understand is this process of who pays for what, who has the purchase, who does the purchase order, you or the schools?
For the Department of General Services does the purchase, does the procurement on behalf of DPR.
All right.
For facilities related issues as well as organizations.
All right. That was really where I was trying to go with that. And through discovery. So thank you very much for that. What are the other kinks in the purchase order process? You just mentioned that there are parts that, are taking a long time to be delivered. Sounds like there are some other things that are happening, particularly when I think earlier, the school, it was either, you said that at Whittier, it was 39 HVAC issues. Now, DC Public Schools says it's 44 issues. Repair, these are work orders. Remember we're talking work orders today. So to me, that's a kink. I mean, you're saying.
I believe DCPS reported there were 39 priority work order issues that we prioritized for the summer blitz at Whittier. Although there are 45 work orders in total, 39 were prioritized for school opening.
Well, my colleague, Councilmember Robert White, went on to talk about when he was there, he discovered falling plaster, roof leaks. So if we're not all working, if both sides of this communication, process isn't working with the same numbers, it concerns me. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a kink in the system. And how is it that you have on your board one number and public schools may have a different number? I'm trying to understand that.
Yeah, Councilmember Bonds, if I may, we talked about two categories of work orders. One was the category of work orders addressed during the summer blitz, and that was the 39 that I referenced. And as Director Anderson noted, there are 44 in addition to that are currently open and being worked on. So 39 for summer blitz, and then we talked about the second category of 44. And that's across both agencies.
All right, so we're now talking about 39 plus 44, correct?
39 plus 44.
All right, so you both have those numbers and that's what you're working on, correct?
That is correct.
So there are no kinks in this system. This system is working seamless. The only problem we have is that it takes forever for parts to be delivered once they're ordered. Is there an issue with maybe not anticipating problems through your inspection process? You should have a sense of how long some of the parts are going to last. So are we being proactive and sort of moving forward to order some of these parts? In other words, Mr. Anderson, I'm trying really hard to understand how it is today. We have opened our schools. We have many beautiful schools, brand new schools, relatively new, And we're working every minute, all the time on our schools, but then we have so many complaints. And I'm just trying to understand what's going on here, and how can we at the council assist in trying to, untangle this, whatever it is.
Right. Council member, thank you for that. So as we speak, DGS is, working very hard to address the issues that you've heard a lot about, especially the HVAC issue. We've worked very hard since November of last year, April of last year, to prepare for this heating season. And we work very hard through the year to ensure that we have proper cooling at the sites for the upcoming school year. The schools were ready in February 21, and they opened on August 30. If I juxtapose this school opening against FY19, school year 19/20, we did not see this level of concern around HVAC. Now, I'm not saying we did not have our issues with HVAC. We did have some. Chairman White and I have discussed many. Ludlow Taylor, we've discussed power, we've discussed Tacoma, and a couple other projects, which all have become small cap projects we addressed. The supply chain really affected our ability to have fully functioning HVAC systems online for school. I am proud to say that we had contingency plans in place to ensure that the children could return to the classrooms. But because of these issues, we were not able to have fully functioning systems that we've had in previous years.
Okay, well, I thank you. I'm out of my time. And so you've answered my 39 HVAC issues at Whitaker, but you haven't really spoken to the 44 other issues. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
okay?
the 44.
I'm out of time. Thank you so very
I'll send you an
much.
update. I'll send you an update on some of those issues.
Well, you can send an update, sir, but the real issue remains that there are still, the schools were not ready. They were not in excellent condition. If it had not, yes, you had to do extra work with the HVAC system, true, but we still had, falling plaster, water damage, things like that. And that is a big concern. So thank you very much, Councilmember Wright. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Director Anderson, are you aware of the roof leak in the gymnasium at Whittier?
Is
DGS aware?
DGS is aware, and it was just reporting me that the roof at Whittier has been resolved. Donnie, is that correct?
That's correct.
What does resolved mean?
It was part of a phase 2 roofing project, and that was completed this week, actually.
Okay. Do you know how long that work order had been open?
I have to verify the exact date, but I do believe that these issues were prioritized at some point early this summer.
Okay. But my understanding is that this has been going on for years. I'm glad to hear that it has been resolved, but I am concerned about reports that work orders are closed out or just given TBD timelines. The HVAC systems director that you don't have a date for. I think there are 7 of them. What is the reason that there's not a completion date assigned to those yet?
Well, for King and Plummer, we need to request supplemental funding, supplemental capital funding for those 2 projects. For Bruce Monroe, we're not confident right now that we have a solid date for the parts to be delivered.
Reed had a refrigerant leak impacting 2 zones of the building. And that is work in progress. But when it comes to those leaks, sometimes you have to pressurize the system and additional leaks will be identified. So rather than facing a definite date, we're moving through making repairs until we're essentially comfortable that we've identified and repaired all the leaks. We'll be able to close that out. So at this point, it's to be determined, but we are working on it.
We mentioned Plummer, Roosevelt. We're still investigating that system. We've had issues there, obviously, and so we're not comfortable with giving a completion date. In Turner, we don't have not confident in the date that we have for parts being delivered.
Okay, so the issue for the last two are just issues of understanding when the parts will be delivered?
For Bruce Monroe, Turner, and Turner, for King and Plummer, again, we have to request funding, and for Marie Reed and Roosevelt, we need to do further investigating of the system.
Okay. Remind me, you had mentioned a couple rounds ago how many open work orders we have in Salesforce?
For DCPS,
Yes.
4,419. We have received to date 13,547 work orders. We've rejected 1,473. That means we've approved 12,074 work orders, and we've completed 9,120.
What is do you have a timeline for when you think you will be through these work orders? I recognize others will come in, but do you know roughly how long it'll take to get through these remaining 4,400 roughly work orders?
I do not have a timeline on all of them. We do try to complete work orders out again within our 63-day window. But I would need to speak to and go through each work order because each work order is different. And so it would not be, I don't want to give you an answer on all of them to say they'll all be done by the end of the fiscal year, but that's just not correct. But I do know the priority right now is to close out as soon as possible these HVAC work orders for these buildings.
Okay. The spot coolers. I went to see some of the spot coolers just because I heard reports that they were loud. What I found was, yes, that they were loud, and also that they were so loud that some teachers had to turn them off in order to teach, which obviously is not ideal if we're buying a spot cooler. You were saying this is the best sort of option that we have right now for classrooms that don't have windows that can open?
That's correct. Either the spot cooler or window AC unit, if it's not compatible for that. We do understand there is the spot coolers do make noise. That is why it's imperative for us to ensure that we get these permanent fixes done immediately.
Now, I went to one of the schools I did an unannounced visit to. I'd seen concerns about hot classrooms. This would have been the third week of school. And they indicated that DGS had come out the day before to install window units. That surprised me because my understanding was that every classroom that could accommodate a window unit, so any classroom that had windows that could open, had gotten those instead of spot coolers. And I don't know how widespread this is, but this school could have had window units, but they were given spot coolers. Why would this have happened?
Do you know what school this is or was?
Give me one moment. It was in Ward 8, right around the corner from Anacostia.
Kelly Miller?
Kelly Miller. I think it is.
Kelly Miller?
Kramer. Sorry.
Kramer.
Yes.
Kelly Miller is Northeast. I'm sorry. Yeah. Kramer. Let me see if someone on the team can give me an answer on that while we're.
When we look at whether a classroom is compatible with a window unit, we look at if physically the window allows for a window unit. We also consider if the classroom is on the first floor for security purposes. Putting a window unit could compromise security. So we look at different factors before determining a spot cooler.
Okay. I would check the process on this because there were third floor classrooms that I went into that had been given spot coolers, and then after widespread complaints, DGS showed up with window units. I'm glad that DGS showed up with window units, but it really was not congruent with my understanding of what was happening in buildings and classrooms. So DGS has some projects that schools complain about that go into kind of small cap and large cap buckets, right? Depending on how much it costs to make the necessary repairs.
That is correct. That is how we end up with small cap projects at Harriet Tubman, at Powell, at Ludlow Taylor, as well as Tacoma Elementary School
And
education campus.
DCPS determines the order in which those projects get addressed.
I think when you start talking about large modernizations is when the PACE, I'll say, algorithm comes into place in determining what school gets a modernization versus another school or a tier 1 or full modernization. Small cap projects, as you can see with King and Plummer, can happen much quicker because we know there's an immediate need for that school. But a large modernization takes a different process.
Okay. So with King, their HVAC system is busted. Why were they not already kind of on the list to be funded? Why are you looking for reprogramming? I'm trying to understand the process here.
Because at King, our facilities team said we can no longer put another Band-Aid on the system. It has to be replaced.
Okay.
And that's essentially with some of the capital projects that you'll see requesting funding for through the supplemental. It's because we're at a point where we can no longer put a Band-Aid on it. We've made as many fixes as we possibly can. The asset needs to be replaced.
Some of those items are informed by the work orders. She's absolutely beautiful. Some of the work orders can be, some of the small caps projects can be informed by work orders. Sometimes it's DCPS priorities. And sometimes our border plan operators unit will identify an issue that is more complex than a regular work order repair and require capital funding. It may be something that's capital eligible. And so at that time, we would work with DCPS on approving the reallocation of those resources.
So when a large cap project is necessary, and so that's anytime it's going to cost above $1 million, it's a large cap project. Is that right?
I think it's threshold's $5 million. The small cap.
Well, regardless,
yes, small caps can be a little more than $1 million, but you have small cap, which are usually roof replacements, HVAC replacements, things of that nature. But then you have modernizations, which are your much larger project.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is the funding priority. Thanks for coming to see me, girls.
Come on, Candy. No.
Sorry. I'm trying to figure out how how DCPS and DGS work together to determine the order and what the budget constraints are. All right. So if I ask you, is the problem that we're seeing so many issues. And one of the questions is this a money problem? I'm guessing the answer is going to be no. Is that right? Is one of the reasons we're seeing so many issues, is this a funding problem? Does DGS need more facilities funding?
Well, as you'll
for
see,
schools?
As you'll see in the 6-year CIP, based on the facilities condition assessments that we do based on PACE, we are planning to replace assets across DCPS's inventory on many fronts. So I think we have a plan to replace assets on a consistent basis. So I cannot say that it's a money issue because we do have plans in place and we are executing them. Mr. Chairman, when we first took these jobs on, or we took this committee on, we had several conversations about Harriet Tubman, about Ludlow Taylor, about many other issues that were chronic in DCPS's inventory, and we worked together. Now we're replacing those things. So I think we have a process in place that works, and I think DCPS and DGS need to continue that very open and honest communication and to identify needs. But there will be cases where something needs to be replaced that we didn't plan on, like King, like Plummer. And that's just the nature of dealing with facilities. But I think through the 6-year CIP, DCPS, DGS has done a very good job of planning small cap projects in areas or within facilities that have had chronic issues that we can no longer put a Band-Aid on.
But when I see things like what I saw at Whittier or MLK, or hear about the issues that we heard about today for Burrville, those make me wonder about the process. Because you're right, there are a lot of things that DGS is getting on top of, but then there seem to be, some schools that, rightfully feel like they are just kind of, left dangling. And many of them are years away from a modernization and wondering what the next few years is going to look like for them. So some of the processes are working well, but, the number of issues I saw at Whittier, for example, it made me very concerned. And I don't know if it's, of course I leave there wondering, is this a money problem? Is this a staff problem? Is this a problem with what's it called? Salesforce. I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. Is it a communications problem? Is it an internal communications problem? Something's going on at some of these schools where there are just too many issues for us to consider it to be reasonable. So, what is your thought on why we see some schools that have so many facilities issues?
Some of our facilities, like Whittier, they're aging. And the more they age, the more they take to maintain. And unfortunately, I think Whittier's, you said 2028?
Somebody said 28 or 26. Yeah, 28. Somebody said 2028.
But some of the matters that you brought up during today's discussion do concern me, and I'm going to look into those. And because again, the chancellor's priority for DCPS has been fire, life, and safety, HVAC, and water intrusion. You spoke about several areas where we had water issues, but some of our aging facilities are challenges to maintain. And no matter how many times I go back and replace the pipe, it burst, the roof, and various issues, not making excuses, but that's just the reality of some of our assets. But we will continue to work on those. We will continue to work with DCPS to ensure safety first, and that they're able to continue their programming. And so until such time that school is deemed for a larger renovation.
And I do, in fairness, recognize some of these buildings are at or past their useful life, and they're going to have more issues. The question is kind of what issues are reasonable, and when schools report to us that they have submitted work orders for one thing or another several times, then they believe that the system isn't working. So that's kind of separate and apart from the aging building itself.
I would like to say that Whittier's in the CIP for 25.
Okay.
27.
Yeah, 25 is planning money.
Yeah, 25 is planning, so there will be some movement going on there soon.
Okay, but construction starts in 27 or 28, one of those.
26.
Start in 26.
This looks like 26. Yeah,
okay.
26. But we still need to maintain and make that building safe, and we'll continue to work with DCPS. As Amy mentioned earlier, out of the 83 work orders there, we prioritized 39, and we're still working on the additional 44. We've been able to close out a few of them that you witnessed, because when you did the walkthrough, we opened tickets that day. And so that we've already closed out a few of those. So we'll continue on that cadence to ensure the safety of that building, the health of that building, rather.
And I'll say something I'm sure both you, Director, and you, Deputy Chancellor, know, which is that when you have schools like Whittier, Powell, I would put in this, and many others that are really doing some incredible work inside the school to educate kids, but also to change perceptions, to attract families to that neighborhood school. When families go into that school and they see these types of conditions, we don't want them to say, you know what, let me go ahead and go to an out of boundary school or a charter school, because it hurts their ability to really gain momentum based on what they're doing inside the school. And I would hate for a school like Whittier to be handicapped in their growth because of their facilities issues. But on Whittier, just one kind of related question, when they do their modernization, will it be possible for them to do trailers within walking distance of the school? One of the concerns from that community is that some of the parents are just not going to, be able or willing to accommodate a significant commute. And my understanding is that Coolidge, which is right across the street, did use a series of trailers when they did their modernization. Is that something that is being considered for Whittier, for their modernization?
We're not there yet, but I can assure you that when the planning begins for this, as far as DGS is concerned, we're happy to have that conversation with DCPS and the SIT team. But I don't think we're quite there yet. But we do have our first agenda item.
Appreciate it. Deputy Chancellor, is that something that you all would be open to? I can't speak for the school, but I just want to make sure it's in the realm of possibilities.
Yes, I would echo what Director Anderson said. Certainly we can look at that and understand the interest of families and not having to go too far for swing space. So, and Director Anderson mentioned the SIT process, which is where we really engage deeply with the community to think through what's top of mind for them. So we'll be beginning that as part of the process.
All right. In early 2019, the mayor submitted a reprogramming request to divert $37.5 million from the budgets of other capital projects to create a $37.5 million infusion of HVAC system funds. What did we do with that? I mean, I remember that reprogramming because some of it came from the Fort DuPont ice arena. It was a splash in the media, but I think all of us were kind of surprised to see so many HVAC issues after such a large investment. So what happened to those HVAC funds?
I believe that was a small cap project where we identified with our client agency, DCPS, small cap projects throughout the DCPS inventory that needed to be addressed immediately. And I think it involved HVAC roofs. I think it involved not just HVAC, but there were several capital projects that we were able to address through that effort.
Okay. Could we ask for a breakdown of that as a follow-up, but also include in that breakdown the $13 million in additional capital funding that the council authorized for HVACs in FY 22 that hasn't been spent yet, but wondering how DGS is planning to prioritize those funds.
We'll be happy to do that, sir.
Thank you. And the reprogramming was to a capital project called HVAC replacements DCPS. That's the 2019 reprogramming. That's where those funds went. On the issue of warranties for HVAC systems, I heard your discussion with Councilmember Allen. Is it possible for DC to use sort of its financial leverage, size leverage, to get longer warranties? Because we are seeing an unreasonable burn rate on some of our HVAC systems.
I don't know that we'll be able to use our financial system to leverage an extended warranty. I do know that at the end of the day, if it's an extended warranty, that if the decision is made to have extended warranties on some of these mechanical systems, I think we'll just have to foot the bill. And that would come with a cost. Tiffany, is that accurate?
Okay.
So that means something. I think the councilman was, he was keen on that, but unfortunately, the industry standard is 1 year. But anything in addition to that would come with the price tag, and we'll look at the cost benefit analysis of that. That's what he asked us to do.
I appreciate that. And I think we will, just given what we've seen, have to start keeping track of even when HVAC work is done, under a sub, when there's a full modernization, we're going to have to be keeping track of that to the extent that we don't, because, some of these folks, we look really silly if there's a pattern of the same, company or companies installing HVAC systems, very expensive HVAC systems that are failing, 5-7 years later. On the work order system, how are teachers supposed to bring facilities issues to the right person's attention to get them fixed? And I ask this because it seems that a lot of DCPS staff are either unaware or lack confidence in the normal process.
Councilmember White, I can address that from our perspective. In each school, we do have an operations contact who is designated to support facilities and day-to-day operations, inclusive of identifying and submitting any challenging issues into the Salesforce system, which then generates that work order number that we've spoken about. We can take back that feedback. I heard that too, and I do want to make sure that everyone in our schools understands the process, and we're constantly improving on the communication and structures there. So we will take that back. We do provide a lot of training and ongoing support through our operations specialists in the clusters. But I agree with you that everyone should know how to start the request process and make sure that it's clear. So certainly planning to take that back. The other vehicle, which I don't think I touched on earlier, is that we did set up this year a building readiness hotline, if you will, which is part of our ongoing efforts to make sure that individuals can reach out and raise up concerns or questions to us centrally. We always want to start with the building leader, of course, but then also we wanted to create a vehicle for staff to reach out. They can leave their name or it can be anonymous. We'll take that information, and our risk management team then follows up with our with each school based on the issue that's raised, and we work toward resolution. And oftentimes we will bring those issues also to DGS when something is raised up through that central vehicle. But we do have that hotline. It's dcps.covidsafety@k12.dc.gov. And we have a phone number where individuals can also leave a message, which is 202-442-5656.
Let me do this. Let's take a quick brief recess. I know that you all have been kind of sitting here for a long time, and I appreciate that. Is 10 minutes sufficient? Do you need 15 minutes? What particularly Director and Deputy Chancellor?
10 minutes will be fine.
10 minutes
Yep.
work? Okay.
That
Well,
works. Yep, thank you.
it's 5:19. We will be in recess until 5:30, and we'll resume then.
Thank you.
Thank you. right. We are resumed. So when we left off, Deputy Chancellor, we were talking about how to bring facilities issues to the right person's attention to get them fixed. We had heard some concern. I've heard some concerns. I know other council members have heard some concerns that teachers are worried about backlash if they bring facilities issues, to people's attention. Certainly, if they linger, I can see teachers, not quite knowing how to handle that. What are your thoughts on that? Is that a concern that you have, and do you have any recommendations there?
Sure. I certainly hope that that's not the case, and was a little, of course, troubled by that. Certainly, if there are issues in the building that need to be addressed, we want to make sure that everybody in the school community is able to raise them up. And that we have a system working with DGS to be responsive. That's ultimately our common goal, to make sure that schools are safe and conducive to teaching and learning and places of joy for our students and staff. So certainly I will follow up with President Pogue Lyons on that, just to think through, what other additional strategies we could put in place. I did mention the COVID hotline as one that we actually jointly worked on with the WTU, and we do get inquiries and concerns through that process, and it's become a well-oiled machine of concerns and following up. We also touch base regularly with our labor leaders in partnership, again, to make sure that there are many avenues to hear concerns and be responsive to them. And then last, I shared the structure that we have beginning at the school level and then in our cluster support teams. So we will continue to, try to make sure that we have many ways of people, for people to reach out to us and think through, how we can make sure that the messaging around that is such that people feel safe and they don't feel like they would be at risk to raise something up that really is important for us to address on their behalf and on the behalf of the students that they serve.
And Director Anderson, it sounded like in previous conversations you understand the need to have a system, a facilities tracking system that people can use to see kind of updates and timelines. Am I?
That is correct.
Is that
I know
accurate?
that is correct. I know that's something we've discussed about transparency of the data and work order management system. Councilmember Lewis George suggested something she likened to the Domino's pizza tracker. And so I do understand that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and so that is something that we can work together on to get in place.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you. So for now, if families need to check the status of a facilities issues, how should they do that?
So I would say from the DCPS perspective that, again, the point people in each school are those operations points of contact, working with the school leader to elevate and make sure that the work order is entered. And then our operations team centrally through the cluster support model works with each school to provide updates on status of what we know and reach back out to the DGS team to inquire further if there are additional details that are needed. So we continue to have a regular cadence of updates to school leaders on all of the active issues where we are aware DGS is working on them. We also support through training and through coaching, again, through our operations specialists who are on the ground in schools all the time, working with their counterparts at the school level.
if I'm a teacher, so when I visited MLK Elementary with the State Board of Education member, I saw one of the classrooms had water coming in from I guess their HVAC system. If I'm a teacher in that classroom, how do I today get a handle on the timeline of repairs? It's something I'm seeing in my classroom.
Mhm. So in that scenario, typically it would be the building foreman or again, the designated operations POC in the building who has that access to Salesforce and is responsible for entering the work orders. And then there's a chatter function within Salesforce where the DGS team will let us know what step of the process they are in terms of the tiering and the review of the first team, which Director Anderson mentioned. And so there should be the ability for school teams to understand, broadly speaking, what the status is, but then there's also that conversation with our cluster support specialists who, again, look into the nuances and provide some additional detail that you might not see within Salesforce on the school dashboard at this point.
Okay. What I'm hearing pretty consistently is that the custodial staff are telling teachers that they put these things into Salesforce, and that in some respects it's a black hole. So I think the way that this is intended to work is good. The way that it's actually working is not as ideal for the people who need it to work. One other thing while I'm mentioning MLK, you can see it from their parking lot. They have a playground, which it is actually owned by DPR. And I think it's set to be replaced relatively soon, but they have some pretty deep craters in the surface, and then some other points where it kind of bubbles up, particularly because this is an elementary school and that's their only playground during the day. It seems particularly dangerous. So I would ask if you could put some eyes on that and let us know sort of a timeline for what I assume will be a temporary fix, but it is in Congress Heights, so that I'm not sure what the playground is called. It's directly behind MLK Elementary, so it is the playground that they use. I'm guessing for recess.
I think that is the Congress Heights
Rec
Recreation
Center.
Center.
Yes. Or community center. So I want to go through some facility specific questions. On Cleveland Elementary, and I know my colleague, Councilmember Nadeau, mentioned this earlier, but I asked this because different council offices seem to be getting inconsistent reports about Cleveland, which I'm sure are inadvertent miscommunications, but they do lead me to worry that the school community is even more in the dark. So during the last week of summer break, end of August, my team sent DGS a chart of school facilities issues that we were hearing about and asked for urgent updates. For Cleveland, the chart said the AC is out in several rooms. When I brought Cleveland up in a meeting with you, Director Anderson, and on September 7th, the team didn't have an update from me and wasn't able to report on any ongoing HVAC issues at Cleveland. And then last week, my team happened to be in touch with Councilmember Nadeau's office, and we learned that they flagged concerns about Cleveland's HVAC to DGS in August, which included, after visiting in person and confirming that the classrooms were extremely hot. So as of September 4th, they were hearing from DGS staff that there would be a repair by late September. I'll kind of save the rest of the saga because there is more. I guess what I'm trying to find out is what is going on at Cleveland right now, and is there a fully functional AC? And if not, when will they have one?
So there is not a fully functioning working AC at Cleveland right now. Right now, Cleveland needs 2 water source heat pumps to be replaced, and they are on order. The classrooms, is my understanding, and Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, are 307 and 308. And we expect to have these parts in by 10:15. Did I miss anything?
It's 307, I had 218.
2:18, yes.
I'm sorry, the parts you expect by?
The parts we expect in, and we expect this to be by mid-October, 10:15.
Okay, 10:15. And you expect to have the parts by then or to have it repaired by then?
We expect to have the parts repaired by then. But again, we haven't received the parts yet. So if something changes, we'll be sure to update the committee.
Okay.
And this is why we had the TBD on there because of the parts having a moving target.
Thank you. And Director Anderson and Deputy Chancellor Marstera, can you all just make sure the community, or at least the principal, and ask them to get the information out, have an understanding of that timeline?
Absolutely.
Thank you. On Bruce Monroe at Parkview, my team emailed DGS on September 10th about major water intrusion through the ceiling in classroom 222. We heard back on September 22nd that an engineer thinks it's HVAC system condensation leaking down through the ductwork, and that the contractor will be engaged to fix it. Director Anderson, is there an estimated completion date yet for this ceiling leak in classroom 222 at Bruce Monroe?
End of October. We're looking at the end of October for the completion of the ceiling leak.
Thank you. For already mentioned the MLK playground. Do you happen to have a completion date for the playground? I know we had sent this last Friday.
Councilman, if you just give me 1 second, I'm trying to pull that for you. Playground. Yep. Okay. Wait, is this the same playground, Congress Heights playground?
Yes.
I would have, that would be in DPR's inventory. So I'd have to check their CIP on the playground unless you have that right here. Because I think the school does not own the playground.
That's right. But and what I'm trying to understand here is not when the new playground is going to be completed, but when repairs will be made to this playground.
To the surface that you're concerned about.
Yes.
Okay. I think we're going to have to put a work order in for that. And so I'll keep the committee updated on that repair.
I see that.
So I think we have the work order number for that one is 671543.
671543. We're looking at that right now.
6715.
6715. We should have the update shortly.
Thank you. Feel free to jump in when you do. And For Whittier, I have a number of work orders that I'd like to get updates on. So there's an issue of mildew that's visible on various walls and ceilings where it seems water has gotten in. And I have new work order numbers and old work order numbers because the school tells us that sometimes the work orders close out without the repairs being made. So let me give you the new work order numbers, but for all of these, I have old work order numbers, which is concerning and should be concerning to all of us. The mildew issue, the work order is 686261. And this is also, I think, the same work order number for the sewage leak in the pre-K restroom, room 15.
686261.
Yes.
Okay, that's mildew.
And the sewage leak in the bathroom. They gave us the same work order for both of these. So maybe they're confused. Yeah, 686261.
That 686261 is closed. That was a modal. Yeah, I'm trying to close. One. Where was it closed? Yeah. Sewage leak in room 15.
Yes.
So it looks like
a leaking issue and it was resolved.
686261 has been closed. It was in room 15.
Mm-hmm.
Did we get that? Okay, playground yet?
Okay.
When is that modernization started?
Do
we know when it starts?
It's on hold because.
So what we got back from that work order, Mr. Chairman, is that the Congress Heights Playground is part of the Recreation Center modernization. And we look to replace the playground there. But what you're saying is you're concerned about craters on the playground. So I'll look to the team and see if we could have a temporary fix as we wait on the modernization.
I appreciate it. Yeah, the playground is very unsafe right now, but it's the only playground they have. The work order for Whittier with respect to the sewage leak in the pre-K classroom, that has been fixed.
That has been fixed and closed out in room 15, is my understanding.
Okay. Other work order for room 15 is 686263. This is with respect to the temperature and humidity in that classroom.
Okay, this work order is 7 days old and we're still processing it.
Okay. So that means you're still working to diagnose it and so you don't have a timeline yet?
I do not have a timeline yet.
All right. There's an air vent issue in room 127. The work order is 686265.
Air vent issue.
That was also 7 days.
That one is 7 days old as well, sir. And so it's still in the same process as 686-263.
All right. The falling plaster from the ceiling in room 221, you heard me and Councilmember Louis George mention this one. This is 682-368.
682-68.
No, that one went in the. We're gonna follow up.
It's still open?
Yes.
How many days now?
When
But that was an open work order. I'm gonna have to check the status. It was entered on 8/19.
Okay. So for all of these, though, they have previous work order numbers. So it's concerning, even though your records are saying it's 7 days old, the issue in room 15, has a work order 682-535. And so I'm not sure why there would be two work order numbers for all of these.
I'm going to have to research that. And I think that conversation has come up several times during our discussion today.
Okay. I think Mr. Gonzalez mentioned that the toilets on the second floor bathroom were fixed. I think he mentioned that earlier.
That is correct.
Thank you. And the water intrusion on the west stairwell between in the window between the second and third floors, the work order number is 686-268.
Is this a work order that had a previous one? I just want to flag that if it is.
This one does not. No.
Okay.
that one is 7 days old.
Okay, this one is 7 days old as well. So it hasn't been scheduled.
Okay. So when DGS determines that a school's an issue of schools reporting can't be fully resolved or is outside of your scope of work, what's the process for explaining to the school administration, what's happening and what to expect?
Well, if it's a work order in which one of our in-house teams cannot perform the work, we will turn to contract support and we will update DCPS on where we are with that project until it's closed out.
Okay. Yeah, the school leadership on some of these issues are in the dark, because we talk to them and they often don't know, which is why they call on us for help.
But the same information we're pulling up when we pull up the work orders is the same information they can pull up. But what I am concerned about is the duplicate work orders. So, and that's the training that I spoke about earlier that we conduct twice a year because it is a technical, complicated system, Salesforce that is. But they're able to look at the status of the work orders just like we are right now in the system.
Right. But for many of these, I mean, I have maybe a dozen that have, older work order numbers that, have been closed out, with no one kind of really knowing what's going on. And I'm very glad to hear that the leak in the gymnasium at Whittier was fixed. But when I was there, they said this issue had been going on for years. So what we have to make sure is that Salesforce can work in real life the way that, you want it and expect it to work. We have to be, I think, cognizant of, how people operate. And, if Salesforce just is not, getting the job done, is not a tool that people can use and understand, then we have to take that seriously. It may still be a communication issue. I'm not sure at this time, but that's just something we have to be cognizant of. We have to analyze whether or not Salesforce is actually going to be a working system. A few items for Langdon Elementary. There were HVAC function issues at the start of the school year. When did DGS identify the HVAC issues at Langdon?
I do know Langdon is on our schedule to have a permanent repair in place on October 1. Yes, we did have issues there. I do know at Langdon, I know that's where we actually installed the permanent fix. Then we had another issue with the system. Donnie, that's where I think we've installed the compressor and the inverter board went out. Can you update the
There's
council?
an inverter board.
And when that happened?
There's an inverter board that was ordered and a compressor.
Okay, so can you say that again, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir. There was a compressor that was causing the outage. And when that compressor was replaced, there was another issue diagnosed at that time. It's another part called an inverter board. And that part was ordered.
Okay.
And that's another part, to my point, we can only source that part within 24 hours. I think it's on 3-week lead time now.
Correct.
So what's the estimated completion date for this?
Friday.
Okay.
October 1.
Okay. Ludlow Taylor. The public address system is reportedly not working at Ludlow Taylor. I believe DGS recently informed us that they've opened a work order, which is 686273, to fix it. But the school administration and the State Board of Education rep say that there already was a work order, which was work order 684231, and that it was closed without resolving the case. Can you clarify what happened to the first work order? Yes, the first work order, 684231.
684231 was actually closed. So that one closed.
So it was closed, but the public address system still isn't working.
Okay.
Showing it.
So I'm showing a picture.
We'll have to look at.
6231 was closed. Is that what you're saying, or 273?
231 was closed.
Yeah, that's what he said, and the work was performed.
Right, so it was closest, but they did put in another one. So we're gonna have to investigate that, why the original closed.
So the original work order was requested on 9/1, and then it looks like it was completed in the system on 9/9. And I have a picture of this looks like the head unit phone system of the PA system. I have notes here that the administration phone was not working because of there was a capital project. It's in the process. The ceiling was taken down and installed back up. The line was shorted out for administration phone. There's run a new line and connect. So it looks like there was an issue with the phone line, and that issue was resolved and closed out. And then a new work order was created at a later time.
But the issue here is the
PA
public
system.
address system. Yeah.
The PA system, the announcements are made from a phone.
Okay. So the first issue was why was it closed out if there was still an issue with the PA system?
I think
I'm researching the crash person's comments right now, Council. Let me look at the crash person's comment.
it was initially functional. We closed it. It's complete. And other issues.
So I see in the notes, it looks like it was working when they were left. There was a speaker that was disconnected, which is, I believe, what has to be resolved now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess the concern is, somebody fixed one issue. There was still a remaining issue, but the work order was closed out. So, that certainly causes some confusion for the school.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you have a timeline for completion for this? Again, the new work order number is 686273.
The team is going to go back out there this week and resolve the issue. So I will update the committee once they go back out there and have that matter resolved.
Thank you. On Marie Reed, room 423 was hot the week before school started, and I'm told that the school submitted a work order to DGS that week. I don't have a work order number for that. According to the school staff who spoke according to the school staff, DGS reported back a couple weeks later, somewhere around mid-September, that the work would be completed by September 18th. On Monday, September 20th, the thermostat in room 435 was still measuring 80 degrees. The most recent update I saw was that DGS's new estimated completion date was last Friday, September 24th, but staff noted that they didn't see maintenance workers working on it. So Marie Reed, room 435, do we know that the status of that?
I think this ties in Marie Reed's larger issue with the HVAC system, the VRF system, which we currently do not have a ECD for as of today. That is on the TBD list that we supplied to council.
Why is that one on the TBD list?
Council member, the work can only be performed at night and on the weekends because it's intrusive. It's a process of finding and resolving refrigerant leaks in the classrooms. The contractor's latest update is that we've been making some progress, but this weekend we're hoping to see it resolved. There's just still, it's an ongoing process, looking, finding, identifying, and resolving several leaks in that system. This was more of a confidence issue on a specific date due to the nature of the work. But the latest information is that we've been making significant progress, and we do believe that this weekend we'll be able to resolve it. But again, just the nature of the work, we're not comfortable giving that exact date.
I mean, okay. So, you know, the date has moved on this a couple times. Is that because the contractor has not been able to identify the underlying issue?
The work around identifying these leaks are very labor intensive. If it's a water leak issue, because the type of system is a cool water loop, we know there's a leak because we can see the water. But some of these more complex systems that are refrigerant based, there's no smell, there's no immediate identification of a leak. You have to search for it. So sometimes the types of system can impact how quickly we can get it repaired.
So they've been searching for the leak all month.
That is correct.
Okay. And your hope is that they are going to find it this weekend and fix it?
We found several leaks along the way. It's not fully resolved because when we pressurize, if there's any indication that there's another gas leak, the work continues. But the contractor is pretty confident that we'll be able to resolve it this weekend. We just, again, we're not able to work on it every single day. It's only when the building is empty. So after the work is done this weekend, we'll be able to provide an update as early as Monday.
Okay. And do you and the Deputy Chancellor feel confident about the level of communication to the school community on this?
We'll be certain that, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say the same. I think updating the community to be on the safe side, given, as you said, the complexity of it would make a lot of sense.
And we'll be sure to give DCPS the latest of what we have and what we find over the weekend and what the path moving forward is.
One Thompson Elementary, the rooftop play area remains unavailable after the old surface material had to be ripped out due to lead exposure concerns. Obviously, parents are very troubled at the loss of the rooftop because this leaves very little, if any, outdoor space for students during COVID. At a meeting last month, mid-August, DGS and DCPS reported that you were working through drainage issues. This month, we were told that the completion could be as late as the end of October due to drainage issues. What's the nature of the issues for the rooftop play area at Thompson, and what's the timeline for getting this fixed?
So the rooftop issue at Thompson had a lead issue that we mitigated last year, actually maybe a year and a half ago at this point. So that matter had been mitigated. However, it was up for a replacement. And once we started demoing the playground, we noticed that the water, that the surface used for waterproofing was not installed correctly under the playground, creating water issues there. So we had to address the water issue, the drainage issue on top of the roof, which set the schedule back 30 days on that project. However, we are now looking to have that project complete by the end of this month.
Okay, so the students should be, end of September?
October.
Oh,
my apologies, okay. October.
Okay, so you think
it was originally slated to be complete by the end of this month, but now because we had to replace that drainage or repair that drainage issue, it pushed our schedule back 30 days.
Okay. So the play area on the roof should be available for students by the end of October.
That is correct.
Okay. You all heard some concern about Maury Elementary from one of the public witnesses earlier. One of the things she mentioned was a security camera on the rear of the building facing the playground apparently was removed or stolen. DGS has let my office know that you provide support and information to DCPS about security equipment, but that it's primarily DCPS's responsibility. So Deputy Chancellor, is there a plan in motion to replace this security camera?
Yes, so we are aware of that issue and working with our contractor on the security cameras after doing a full assessment of across the portfolio. And we can get you more details in terms of a completion date.
Thank you. And I believe she also mentioned a lock on the playground that was installed the wrong way. Are you aware of that?
I heard that testimony. I'm not aware of that, but we will look into that, sir.
Thank you. And also at Moore, there have been some roof leaks reported since this school year. DGS indicated several days ago that a leak affecting the cafeteria is under warranty. Do you have an estimated completion date for this? And the work order for that is 676136.
I do not have an estimated completion date for that. I do know the general contractor was back on the site doing assessments. I think they were there today as well. So as soon as their assessment is complete, I'll be sure to update the committee with the estimated completion date.
Thank you. For Coolidge, during the last week of the summer, DGS reported that the cafeteria overflow space HVAC repair would be delayed by several weeks because of delays in shipping a new blower motor. This is work order 670909. Has that part or those parts arrived yet?
Not arrived.
670-909.
I'm sorry, I'm told the parts have not arrived.
Bar has not arrived. We put in time.
It looks like there's a 6 to 8 week lead time on those parts.
Okay. Do we have an estimated arrival date for the parts?
Something like we're expecting the end of October.
End of October? We're expecting the parts to arrive by the end of that October.
Okay. We also have reports of significant humidity in the girls' locker room. In the work order number there is 678547. Has this issue been diagnosed yet?
Checking.
They provided an ECD at 10:30.
Looks like we have an ECD on that one of 10:30.
Okay. For Phelps, as of September 7th, DGS was anticipating that HVAC repairs would be completed by September 13th. Is the HVAC at Phelps fully functional?
Yes, that has been completed.
Thank you. LaSalle Bacchus, there was a leak affecting the third floor hallway. This is work order number 676387. A few weeks ago, I was told that this would be resolved by a roof repair project to be completed September 15th. Is that completed?
That has been completed.
Thank you. For Eastern, and I know this was some discussion earlier, in late August, DCPS anticipated that spot coolers might be needed in a few rooms initially as you await HVAC parts. Is the HVAC repair, are the HVAC repairs at Eastern High School completed?
3 rooms outstanding mid-October.
There are currently 3 rooms that we need to get back online at Eastern, and we have a mid-October ECD of doing that. Other than that, the other rooms in that building are functional.
Okay.
So there are 3 classrooms now.
Okay. For Lafayette, work order number 669193, This was regarding playground safety issues. Can you tell me the status of that?
Late October, parts are in order.
It looks like parts are in order, and we have an ECD of the end of October.
Okay. And I think Councilmember Lewis George mentioned this, but I can't recall the leak affecting the library. What's the status of that project? And I do have
the library at McFarland.
Yes.
It's a roof leak. I'm scheduling phase 3 roofing project.
Okay, that is going to be scheduled, our phase 3 roofing project that we have. So do we have an ECD for that yet?
The end of October.
It looks like we are scheduling to complete that in the same process with Key, which is slated for the end of October.
Okay. And when you say Key, that's the roof leak issue is supposed to
Key
be
Elementary. Yeah, we had 3 phases with DCPS where we were addressing roofs along the way. Obviously, Whittier was one of those phases, and now we're at our 3rd phase, and both Key and McFarland are part of phase 3.
Okay. And a parent testified earlier today about Plummer Elementary. She said HVAC was going in and out.
That is correct.
Is that on your radar? If so, what's the status?
That is on our radar. Councilmember Gray and I had a lengthy discussion about that. We're currently in the process of installing a VRF system there. And so that will address the heating and cooling, but we still need to do another phase to that project, and that's replace the piping that goes with the VRF system. That we cannot do until school closes because it's extremely intrusive, and we need several weeks to complete that activity.
So what does that mean for the winter and for the latter part of the school year when it gets hot again?
So we'll have temporary solutions in place for that building. Like I said, we're installing the VRF system, so that will address the heating and cooling. But phase 2 will completely close out the project, and that's when we run additional piping or new piping through the school for that system.
Okay, and this isn't something that can be done during the holiday break?
No, we don't. That's not enough time. We would need at least 3 to 4 weeks.
Final issue, not school related, but of concern to a number of council members. Hearst Park and Pool. On September 7th, Director Anderson, I believe you and your team said that a certificate of occupancy inspection was scheduled for the next day, which meant that the park and pool would be open soon. Has the inspection taken place yet?
The inspection did take place the next day. Unfortunately, the contractor was deficient on several items, which we worked with the contractor to mitigate for another inspection. I'm pleased to say at this point, the actual pool itself is 100% complete. The pool house is 97% complete. Now we scheduled for another inspection. We're scheduled for the next inspection on Monday, this coming Monday.
Okay. So when do you expect it to be 100% completed? And I guess you would hand that off to DPR, is that right?
That is correct. I expect to get the C or be approved for the C of O on Monday. It will take a couple of days after the fact to actually get it in hand. And then that's when we can begin the handoff to Department of Parks and Recreation.
Okay. And the soccer field is, I've heard reports that the soccer field is not flat. Do you know the status of the soccer field?
The soccer field is we're in the process of, so we had to have the contractor to regrade the field according to the specs that that were a part of the project at no additional cost to the city. The contractor is in the process of completing that. That actually should be complete by the end of this month. However, that field will not be online this year. It needs time to cure. So it will be online, I believe, in March or April of next year.
Okay. And the tennis courts, when will those be completed and online?
The tennis courts were about 85% when we talk about the site work. I think the cure process for the tennis courts just ended, and striping should begin this week. I'm sorry, striping for the tennis court would have started today had it not rained. So striping will begin tomorrow for the tennis courts.
Okay. Well, those are all of the questions that I have. I do want to thank you, Director Anderson, and you, Deputy Chancellor Mastera, and to your teams for your work. I want to re-highlight that there's a lot of concern in the council and in our school communities that our system is not working, or parts of our system are not working. And I do recognize, Director Anderson, that the issues were more severe this year than previous years. But I think, we were put under a stress test, and that highlighted some things, for better or for worse. And the challenge now is to go back and diagnose and say, okay, what did this stress test show us about some gaps in our systems and operations, and what do we need to do differently? So you will have the support of the committee and the council on addressing those issues. But I do think that there was, as we hear from witnesses and council members today, a clear hope and expectation that we can work together to identify what parts of the system are not working, and work together to tighten those up. So I hope that I have your commitment to do that. And certainly you will have our partnership in getting that done.
You certainly have my commitment. I appreciate our partnership. I also appreciate you holding this hearing today, this round table to discuss these matters. And I'd like to thank, I believe it's the 30 or so witnesses that testified on behalf of their communities today. And we heard them loud and clear, and we look forward to moving forward and working with the committee on these issues.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do want to note for the public that anyone who wishes to submit written testimony, you may do so, and it is encouraged. You can, and it will be made part of the official record. You can do that by emailing your testimony to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities at facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this joint public oversight roundtable will close at the close of business on Tuesday, October 12th, 2021. With that, the business of this committee is concluded. The time is now 6:23 p.m. and this joint public oversight roundtable is adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Good